Sports Network and Fantasy Alarm present the 2023 NFL Draft BettorCast, covering the fantasy football and sports betting angles of the NFL Draft.
Are you ready? Let's get it started.
Rookie scouting reports, NFL player comparisons, instant projections, draft props, and live betting. Live reports from Fantasy Alarm's Britt Flynn in Kansas City
With the first pick.
Follow the NFL Draft and play our live Q&A contest for your chance to win fabulous prizes. This is the 2023 NFL Draft BettorCast on Fantasy Alarm and Bettor Sports Network.
It is night 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft, and you are watching live to the NFL Draft BettorCast on the Bettor Sports Network app and Fantasy Alarm. Download the Bettor Sports Network app for free right now in the Apple Store or Google Play for free, ladies and gentlemen. I am Eric Balkman. You see me every week on this network on the High Stakes Fantasy Football Show, live from 7 to 9 on Thursday nights. I want to welcome in my co-hosts / analysts tonight. First, you see him right here, weekdays at 10 a.m. with Moose and Keith. It is Marc Malusis, the Moose himself. Welcome in, my friend. How are we doing tonight?
I'm ready for night 2. Pleasure to be with you tonight, Eric, and you, Coop. I mean, we're gonna have a fun night 2 of the NFL Draft, rounds 2 and 3. We got you for the next couple hours. I'm looking forward to it after what was a busy, very busy night number 1.
He is senior NFL analyst, Fantasy Alarm. Quick out, fantasy football, lightning round fantasy football, the incomparable Andrew Cooper. Andrew, welcome in. You guys had a fun time last night with all the trades. We had the Texans with 2 of the top 3 picks in the NFL Draft. That was unbelievable. It was a wild night last night. I think it could get crazy tonight, Coop.
Oh man, this is where it all happens, especially at this first pick with the Steelers, man. And people have been up all night thinking about who they want. I could see some movement. And it's funny, we were, last night I was crying about the Patriots trade, Moose. 2 picks later, they took the guy I wanted the whole time. So, it's funny how that goes. A little redemption there.
Yeah, for sure. No question. I mean, listen, I think the storyline, tonight is going to be if who's going to move up and when does Will Levis, the quarterback out of Kentucky, when does he go? I mean, I think that's sitting in the green room last night. I think that's the huge storyline tonight going into the second round. A guy that some people were high on, obviously, and not enough as he fell out of round number 1. Let's see exactly where Will Levis goes and what's that landing spot.
Go ahead, Coop. I'm sorry.
I was going to say I'm fired up for it. And to be honest, we got people trickling in the chat. I see Matt, Kev Tompkins. Thanks for joining us, everybody. But Byron Nelson popping in saying Steelers trade back. I mean, if you want Will Levis, is that the spot? Do you trade right up and take him at the pick formerly known as Chase Claypool that the Steelers got from the Bears?
Well, boy, and that's looking like a dynamite. I thought it was a dynamite trade for the Steelers when they made it, and now it's looking even more dynamite. Yeah, we heard the reports last night that there was already talks that the Steelers could trade back, and for anybody who wants to get Will Levis on their squad, they're having the opportunity to do so even as early as last night. They have not moved on it. Adam Schefter reported earlier today that there has been talks and there have been offers made, and there have been discussions within the Pittsburgh brass of whether they're going to move back and let somebody else go up and take Will Levis. He's just one of many players here that are on the best available list, the players that didn't get chosen last night. Coop, can you take us through this? Let's go through the quarterbacks first. Best 5 available quarterbacks for you.
Yeah, let's hit the quarterbacks here. And just so everybody knows, I know most of the quarterbacks in the league come from the first round. But now that we have Mr. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, that they can come from anywhere. They literally can now that we have the last one. And for the people joining us in BettorCast tonight, answering questions, we're going to be giving away a 1-of-1 Brock Purdy card. So make sure you're in BettorCast. Last night, we gave away an Anthony Richardson 1-of-1 augmented reality card, the first of its kind, not an NFT. It's something you scan over with your phone and it comes to life. Like, these things are amazing. I've been bugging Tommy to see how I can get one. I mean, once they're available, I'm going to buy one, but we're giving one away. We gave one away last night, Brock Purdy tonight. But let's get into the quarterbacks. Here's the gang that we're looking at now. The top 5 QBs. Number 1 for me, obviously, at this point, Will Levis. Big arm, maybe some attitude issues, maybe some mechanic issues. Personally, I mean, when you talk about the mechanical issues and the big arm and the attitude issues, my first thought is Jay Cutler, which, I mean, Jay Cutler, he was a serviceable to pretty good NFL quarterback. Didn't win anything, but you never know. Next, Hendon Hooker. A guy that everyone I talked to that went to the combine likes this guy. Like he's saying he's kind of the opposite attitude wise. Like everyone likes him. Older prospect, hurt his knee a little bit. Then you got Tanner McKee. He's the what to like about Tanner McKee is he went to Stanford, and the NFL loves guys from Stanford because they're smart and because they run a true pro style offense. So you don't have to like change these guys up that much. They're ready to play NFL style football. It's not like the gimmicky. That's a knock on Hendon Hooker, the gimmicky football. Then after that, it kind of falls off for me. I'm trying to look for fantasy relevant guys. So Dorian Thompson-Robinson from UCLA, 12 rushing touchdowns, right? Like if we're going to be going for a deep guy in fantasy, taking a stab, I'm looking for some rushing upside. The last guy I like, Clayton Tune of Houston, very consistent passer last couple of years. I don't know, Moose, if you're going to go with somebody from an NFL, give me an NFL standpoint on this. If you're going to grab somebody from this group, who do you like?
Yeah, I mean, Will Levis has got the most upside, but you hit upon it. I mean, number one, turning the football over. You mentioned, completion percentage. There's no doubt athletically, Will Levis can play the position. The question is okay, what can you coach out of Will Levis from what we saw out of Kentucky, the bad traits of Will Levis, and how does he transition into the National Football League? I think the most intriguing prospect on outside of Levis is obviously Hooker out of Tennessee. I mean, because he's 26. A lot of people like him. You mentioned it. I've heard around the National Football League. It's a shame he tore his ACL to close out his year with the Tennessee Volunteers. It's not like he's Chris Wenke when he was coming out of Florida State. He was 28, 29 after he won the Heisman Trophy winner. But he's not also 21, 22. So you have to take that into consideration. But there's a lot of people that I know that look at Hooker as being a guy that not only is going to stick in the NFL, but potentially lands in the right spot, that he could be a starter down the line in the National Football League, that they do really like his skill set coming out of Tennessee.
Coop, we have 2 rounds tonight, round 2, round 3. Do you think Tanner McKee gets chosen tonight, or are we just looking at where Levis and Hooker are going to go here in round 2, and then we're going to wait until tomorrow to see who the rest of these quarterbacks go?
You want me to be completely honest with you?
Completely honest. Give me the real.
Completely honest with you. I wanted to do my 5 running backs, 5 wide receivers, 5 tight ends. So I did 5 quarterbacks as well. The last 3 guys there, McKee, DTR and Clayton Tune, not so crazy about them. I think Will Levis and Hendon Hooker probably the only 2 guys to go in this range. And for those keeping track at home, the first and second round, vast majority of the quarterbacks do come from there. The third round, the best quarterback over the last 20, 25 years to come from third round, Russell Wilson, good player.
Yeah.
The second best guy, Matt Schaub. So not a particularly great spot.
You know what? I'll throw another quarterback out there that's not on that list. I mean, you're talking about fantasy impact. I don't know if it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be fantasy impact this year. I don't even know. I don't think he's probably going to go tonight. But there are some NFL teams that are looking at BYU's Jaron Hall and kind of like him. And look at him as a day 3 selection, a guy that if they can get into their program and get into their building, maybe down the line, has an opportunity to be, a spot starter, maybe develops into a little bit more. But Jaron Hall's a guy I would keep an eye on, the quarterback out of BYU, that I do know that there are, 4 or 5 teams that do like him. Not obviously early in the draft, not to the level of Will Levis, but later on in the NFL draft. Just keep that in mind.
I had him on my list, switched him out for the rushing upside.
Moose, we saw 2 running backs, beg your pardon, go yesterday in the draft. Is that how you saw it? Did you only see 2 running backs going? We look at Coop's top 5 list for running backs here, and I like a lot of these guys. And quite frankly, I was excited to do this show, or this portion of the show, because we're going to see some of these running backs going off the board that matter for dynasty rookie drafts. You got Coop's got Charbonnet out of UCLA as number 1, Devin Achane out of Texas A&M, Izzy Abanikanda, who I personally really like. I think he's going to be a steal. Roshan Johnson and Tyjae Spears wrapping up the top 5 at running back. Moose, how many of these guys are we going to see go in the second round here tonight?
Yeah, I think you could probably see a couple. I think Charbonneau could go. Certainly, I think you could see a couple running backs go off the board. I also think the guys that went early in the first round last night, when you look at Bijan Robinson, who I hated the pick by the Atlanta Falcons. I did. We talked about that last night during the course of the draft, especially the fact that I've also got a young running back in place, and how much better is Bijan Robinson going to be this upcoming year? I know he's a true 3-down running back, more of a luxury pick, 8th overall. With that being said, obviously he's going to have huge fantasy impact in year number 1. When you look at Gibbs, who went to Detroit, surprising pick, but I also, when people are saying, well, look at who you already have in the backfield, but Jahmyr Gibbs is also a guy that you can use in a lot of different ways as well. If you're the Detroit Lions, and be really, really creative as a pass catcher, a guy that you can flank out wide. He could be a matchup nightmare going up against linebackers and safeties. So that's one where the Lions can be really, really creative in using him, not necessarily kind of the true hand the ball off to him, kind of using him as an offensive weapon. Now you want to say, well, should he be drafting that guy 12th overall? That's a fair question when you look at it. I mean, I didn't necessarily think you'd have 2 running backs going in the top 12 last night. I do think you'll probably see a run of running backs going here in the second round, probably at least 2 or 3 going off the board, because I think now is where teams will probably truly value going with the running back position.
Kevin Tompkins is chiming in the YouTube chat right now. Don't tell the Lions that Charbonnet is the best available running back, because they might. You know what I think about, guys? I don't know if you guys watch The Office, but I remember back to an episode of The Office when Jim formed Mega Desk, which is like 3 desks on top of each other. I feel like that's what the Lions are doing as long as they keep Swift on the team. They are forming mega backfield. They're going to run the wishbone. It's going to be Montgomery and Swift and Gibbs and potentially Charbonnet. We don't know where the night's going to go. There's a non-zero chance of anything, as I always like to say. So we'll see what happens. Those are the running backs here. I do want to, Coop, let's go over your top 5 receivers as the Steelers are on the clock right now. Still, they have not made a trade yet. Well, if they do, we'll definitely let you know here. I want to get to the top 5 receivers you have available right now. We saw 4 of them go right in a row in round 1. You got Josh Downs out of North Carolina, Jonathan Mingo from Ole Miss, who I think that I've seen a lot of heat for him potentially going to the Green Bay Packers here with either 42 or 45 in the second round. Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma, Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee, another guy that I know a lot of people like. I'm not sold on him as far as a professional or being a professional receiver in the NFL. We'll see on that. And then, of course, Tyler Scott at Houston. How did Coop, when you look at these 5 receivers, is Downs going to be the first guy to go off the board tonight?
I truly think he should be. I mean, I had a conversation with Brandon Huffman of 247 Sports, kind of a legendary scout, and we were talking about tight ends, not even about wide receivers at all. And he, unprompted, goes, some guys just have that in them. They have the dog in them, as people have been saying on the Twitter these days. But he was like, there's 2 guys, Bryce Young, just an absolute football player, and Josh Downs. And I was like, Josh Downs, huh, man? I'm like, that high on him. He's like, not only am I high on him, I'm high on his little brother, who's going to be a running back at Alabama. So if a guy like that, Huffman, is going to bat for this guy as that type of player and that type of person, then I'm in. So these guys, I feel you on Jalen Hyatt. There is some concern maybe that he'll end up as a field stretcher. Is that kind of I've heard some people saying that with the speed and the way he plays, he'll be a guy that is useful to an NFL team, but you don't get any fantasy points when the guy takes the top off the safeties, So I do understand that concern, but it's just that pure speed, man, that.
Oh, you know that. I mean, Coop, you know this. There's a team drooling to draft Jalen Hyatt because of his speed. I mean, they're just drooling to draft Jalen Hyatt because they think, and even though there might be concerns about what he is, and I don't disagree with you, Eric, about him being like a great NFL route runner, receiver, great hands, this and that. But when you have the speed that Jalen Hyatt has, there is somebody in a war room tonight, in a draft room right now, that is saying, what can he do for our offense, being able to take the cover off of the defense and be able to stretch the field? Because that's what Jalen Hyatt potentially can go out there and do.
He serves a purpose. He definitely serves a purpose, as does Dan Servadidio, who is going to be coming in right now. He's a college football and sports betting analyst for Fantasy Alarm. Servo, welcome to the program. Can you tell us anything about what you were seeing as far as the betting odds for this first pick of the second round tonight?
Yeah, it's been really interesting just trying to see, where the Steelers were going to land in the odds to maybe get a Michael Mayer, or even if it's Will Levis. And by the way, if you're watching on the Bettor Sports Network app, or if you're not and you're on YouTube or Twitter streams, go over, get the app, and check out the BettorCast that we're on right now. And you can answer these questions we got going on live. And you missed the one to do for the Steelers because the pick is now in, but we got questions for every single team that you can win that Brock Purdy card that Coop was telling you guys about. But the questions, what are the Steelers going to do with this number 32 pick, offensive player, defensive player. And by the way, with the Will Levis odds earlier, the team that was favored to get him at plus 220 before the second round went live, the Titans at plus 220 were the favorite, surprisingly. Even though they don't have a pick early in the second round, they're not one of these teams. So if they're a team that, it could trade up to maybe the Steelers pick or one of these picks. The Rams were at plus 300, so just behind the Titans, and they do have a pick coming up. So that's another team to watch for Levis, as you guys were talking about.
Pick is in right now. We will wait for that. Servo, you can check out all his stuff at Fantasy Alarm. Like, did anything? What shocked you? I mean, was Will Levis the story last night? The fact that he didn't get picked at all, Servo?
I'm not actually too surprised. I thought he had a chance, or Richardson. I thought one of them would possibly slide out of the first round, and it turns out the Colts were locked in on Richardson there. I was surprised Michael Mayer didn't go in the first round. I know Kincaid has maybe the upside and the athletic profile to turn into a stud tight end, but Meyer could start for a team right now and be a sure pass catcher. So I'm really interested to see where he lands, because I was surprised he didn't go in the first 31 picks.
I do believe we have a pick. I'm going to wait for approval here from our wonderful producer, Adam Bernard, here before I announce it tonight, because I think I know who it is. But, guys, as we look forward.
I think it flashed on the screen there, by the way.
Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. I missed it. My apologies. The pick is in. It is the Steelers. They did not trade the pick. They chose Joey Porter Jr., a cornerback out of Pittsburgh. And, Moose, this is the thing right here, man. Joey Porter Sr., Joey Porter Jr., it's a Pittsburgh legacy pick. I think he got in like Flounder did in Animal House. I don't know that the fact that they get him in the second round here, but this is a wonderful pick for a Pittsburgh secondary, Moose.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the lineage, no doubt. I mean, his dad obviously was a legendary Pittsburgh Steeler. He's now going to be playing in the Steel City. He was a guy that at one point in time, Coop, I mean, we're discussing this draft, talking about this draft, and you thought Joey Porter was going to be an instant first-round draft choice. He wasn't. Athletic, physical, big and rangy at the point of attack. The one criticism has been some NFL teams, he's a little short-armed for an NFL cornerback, which is not exactly what you want. The reach is not exactly fitting his size at 6'2", but outside of that, I mean, he played in big games, played really well in big games, and he's been around the NFL game for a while. Obviously, haven't watched his dad.
Yeah, and he grew up right down the street. Like, he went to school right down the street. Personally, I wanted my Patriots to take him. I know we actually got a guy who was higher on, Christian Gonzalez, who I didn't think was going to fall, but I was kind of hoping Bill Belichick would go with the revenge tour. Take all the sons of the players that had spited the Patriots. Joey Porter, his father, famously said that the Steelers would have won more Super Bowls had the Patriots not cheated. So, if we could have made Joey Porter Sr. wear a Patriots jersey one time, I would have really liked that. But honestly, this is such a I really hope it pans out, because the fans love the pick. The fans love it. He obviously is going to have people that he knows at every single game. You got to root for the guy in this situation now, even if it's the son of Joey Porter.
Servo, we're going to let you bounce out to monitor the betting markets. Before you go, one final question. And we were looking at the chat right now, getting the game, and the Will Levis round 2 fall begins. How far is Will Levis going to fall now? What are you thinking?
Well, listen, I had my eye on the Rams here at 36 overall. They're coming up. They were the team that I think going into the second round, I had them circled, unless a team trades up. But at this point, I see a team rather trading up to get Hendon Hooker, if anything. And by the way, his odds, the team favorite to draft him were the Raiders at plus 410 and the Vikings at plus 460, and the Seahawks at plus 490 right there. But they were the three teams kind of circled in pre-odds here before this. So,
Servo, we will check back with you shortly. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, guys.
Dan Servidito from FantasyAlarm.com. We want to, I'll put this in. Dustin Ludke, shout out to him in the chat room right now. If Levis gets past the Rams, he might fall a ton, and it's where he should be. That's another conversation that we can have right now. All right, so let's talk about this here. We're going to bring in our next contributor in a second. We did not get to your top 5 tight ends, Coop, and I want to get to those right now because we only saw one tight end go off the board, and I think this could be a very tight end rich round here as we look at your top 5 available. Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame should be the first guy off the board. We'll see what happens. Sam Laporta out of Iowa, Darnell Washington, the national champion Bulldog on this list as well. Zach Kuntz, the RAS Wunderkind at the NFL Combine out of Old Dominion. And then, of course, Luke Musgrave out of Oregon State. Those are your top 5 available. Hey, Coop, how surprised were you that Mayer did not go to Dallas or anybody else in round 1 last night?
I think that was the big one. It was Dallas because when the Bills and Dallas. You kind of thought maybe they would take tight ends. The Bills traded up in front of Dallas, took Dalton Kincaid, and I thought this is obvious, right? This is the easy one.
Yeah.
They didn't do it. So kind of interesting. As a Patriots fan, I'm getting a little worried that now the Dolphins are in range to trade up and get a guy. Mike McDaniel over there, he's trying to build his offense from San Francisco, right? He went out, he's got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle to be Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. He went and got Alex Ingold to be his Kyle Juszczyk. So, he really just needs a two-way tight end. I really don't want them to get Michael Mayer. I don't want them to get Darnell Washington and complete what they wanted to do, because clearly they don't care about like a slot style tight end. They had Mike Gesicki, didn't even use him, used Durham Smythe instead. So I don't want to see it as a Patriots fan, but as an NFL analyst, it would be a great move to trade up for the Dolphins to take a tight end.
Speaking of trade ups, we do have a trade up here. The Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. They have traded up with the Arizona Cardinals, who were on the clock at pick 33 here, the second pick in the second round. Tennessee was a team that was rumored to be in the Will Levis sweepstakes. They do need a quarterback. We'll get you the compensation as soon as we know it from Tennessee and Arizona. But not only is Tennessee on the clock, guys, the pick is in right now. Moose, is this the Will Levis pick right here?
I think it's got to be, yes. I mean, I think it's Levis. I think if you're the Titans, you're going up to get a quarterback. You drafted one last year. You can't throw the ball in Malik Willis. Ryan Tannehill. I don't think the Tennessee Titans, even though I like Hayden Hooker or trading up for Hooker, I think they trade up for Will Levis.
The full compensation here, as Adam Bernard's pointing out, our producer, Tennessee will get the 33rd pick. Arizona gets the 41st pick. They switch picks in the third round, a third-round pick swap, and then Arizona also gets an additional third-round pick next year. I do believe the pick is in, and I think Moose, I can say this right now. I'm struggling right now. I do believe it is Will Levis. That is the pick here for the Tennessee Titans. And we'll talk about this here, Coop. We'll throw it to you on this here. This was a guy that we heard was going to be rumored to the Indianapolis Colts at 4. They ended up going to Anthony Richardson instead. They definitely need a quarterback here. I thought the Malik Willis selection last year was just kind of a throwaway pick. To me, that guy was never going to be a franchise quarterback. He required a lot of work, and I didn't think his ceiling was necessarily that high. I do think that the case is a little bit different here with Will Levis this year. This is a player that showed a lot of flashes in college. There's still a lot of question marks about his game. Your assessment on this pick for Tennessee here, you know what they gave up, you know what they got. What do you think here?
Yeah, I mean, my thought process was you had Bryce Young and you had CJ Stroud, two guys that were polished, rock solid, 1-2. And then you had Anthony Richardson and Will Levis, which are low floor, high ceiling type guys. And then you had Hendon Hooker, who had to wait. So I take those three guys, and I was looking around the league at the teams that have either older quarterbacks or quarterbacks that are just kind of middle of the pack. And my thoughts were, why not, right? Like you saw what happened with Kansas City. They had Alex Smith, who was back-to-back Pro Bowls. They went out, got Patrick Mahomes, huge upgrade. Why not take a stab on Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, right? So I look at Christian Kirk. I look at Jared Goff, even Jimmy Garoppolo. All these teams should be saying, this is the most important position on the field. Let's at least give ourselves a shot at upside rather than just sticking where we are. So I do like this pick for them. I think you start Tannehill to start the year and just roll with what, the crew that's gotten you to the playoffs multiple times, beat the Bills on multiple occasions. And then, but if it's not working early on, you make the switch. So I love the pick for him. I think it's a great spot.
Let's get another opinion. Moose, I want to get yours in a second, but I want to bring in Austin Nace. You watch him each and every week right here on the Bettor Sports Network on Campus to Canton, 7 o'clock on Friday nights. Austin, I want to get your thoughts on this because this is big for Superflex fantasy football drafts. The fact that we now have a fourth quarterback off the board, a guy who was once thought about maybe the second quarterback in this class, a guy that was once thought about as a top 4 quarterback. He falls to the second round. Now, obviously, Tennessee doesn't have that option. That fifth-year player option to bring him, on for an additional year. But they got to be happy with this. This is a player that they can bring on as potentially their franchise quarterback of the future. Austin, your thoughts on this Levis pick to Tennessee?
Yeah, you guys were kind of touching on it a little bit earlier. If he didn't go the first 5, 6, 7 picks here today, I think you really would have started to see a slide. So this kind of makes sense here is the range that if he was going to go, he's going to go. Look, I think we talked a lot about this on the lead-up show here today. We've talked a lot about it across all of our shows for the past year or so. I have never been a big Will Levis fan. I think he has a lot of issues. But I do think a situation where he can go and sit for a year, he doesn't have to start right away because he's definitely not ready to start right away, I think is perfect for his development. Obviously has all of the physical tools, kind of iffy pocket presence, kind of puts the ball in harm's way a little too often, kind of a little late on a lot of throws. So if you can clean up maybe just one or two of those areas, probably don't have to clean up all three. You can start talking about a guy that maybe can lead an NFL offense in a year or two. But I definitely don't think he's ready today.
Austin, first of all, Coop, I want to get your reaction to this next pick, but the pick is in for Detroit. It was a quick one. They traded TJ Hawkinson to the Vikings last year. They now have a tight end. The pick now for the Detroit Lions, Austin, Sam Laporta out of Iowa goes to the Detroit Lions. Your instant reaction on Laporta now joining Jamison Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, catching passes from Jared Goff.
I love this pick. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Austin.
Sorry, Coop.
We're gonna get Austin's analysis, and then Coop, we're gonna get the crescendo when you talk about Laporta. Here, go ahead, Austin.
Coop's a tight end guy. You probably want to hear from him a lot more than me. I think it's really interesting. They've completely overhauled their kind of supporting receiving roles here. You know, Jahmyr Gibbs really functions more as a receiver anyway. They get him in the first round. And obviously Laporta here now, a guy that maybe, you know, isn't a traditional tight end, maybe line him up in the slot a little bit more, pretty good mover in space, kind of Dalton Kincaid light. In that regard. So I think this is a really interesting match for them with so many other mouths to feed. You know, is he a premium guy right away? Probably not, but tight ends don't typically blossom early anyway. So I think that's another good spot for a guy like this in Detroit's offense. If Jamison Williams comes back and is okay, I think this is a really interesting offense over the next few years.
Coop, I want to get to a second. Austin, final question. We'll let you duck out and follow the draft here. We're going to bring you back, but how surprising is it to see Laporta off the board before Michael Mayer, something that we probably didn't envision about a month or so ago?
I love it. Oh, sorry. Was that Austin's question again?
Yeah, Austin, go ahead. And I don't want to get
sorry, I'm just too fired
up. Coop is chomping at the bit right now, and I'm going to hold you back as long as I can, and then I'm going to let you go. Austin, your thoughts on Laporta going before Mayer here?
Yeah, I think a lot of these tight ends are kind of whatever flavor the team is looking for. You know, maybe Musgrave's a little more of a stretch guy, Mayer a little more of a two-way tight end. Seems obvious from this selection that Detroit may be looking for a little bit of a guy that you know, it is not, like I said, a traditional tight end, you know, splitting them out a little bit, creating some mismatches on linebackers or on safeties. So I think it's basically the tight end selections here through the first few rounds are kind of going to tell you just what role a team is looking to fill. And so I think Detroit's obviously just looking for a guy to maybe create those kind of mismatches.
Austin Nace from Campus to Canton, 7:00 every Friday night here on the Bettor Sports Network. Austin, thanks a lot. We're going to need your expertise later on, but thank you, my friend.
Thanks, guys.
Without further ado, Coop, I'm going to let you have the floor, man. Take as much as you want. Take as much as you need. Sam Laporta to Detroit. Let's analyze this. And I also want you to touch on the fact that he is, in fact, the second tight end off the board in this draft.
Yes, and I didn't mean to step on Austin's toes there. Like, the fact that we have the Campus to Canton guys here is perfect because there's no better. I mean, these guys are the Campus Canton Devi system. They're so plugged in, right? So there's nothing better than having those guys here. This guy in particular, I know I'm a big tight end guy. This has been my guy through the entire process. Like, I didn't think he was going to go tight end 2. I was hoping tight end 3, honestly, but just the fact that he got the prerequisite draft capital early second round, this would have been the first pick of the second round if the Dolphins had made their pick or whatever. So it's like, it's a beautiful spot for him. This guy, he ran the second fastest 40 time under 4.6, which it's all you need in this world at the tight end position. It's how you get guys like George Kittle that can have 60, 70-yard plays in the right matchups, right? Because if you're faster than linebackers, faster than safeties, you get it done. This guy had 20 broken tackles as a senior. Yak, monster, looks like a wide receiver, plays like a wide receiver. They're probably going to line up at wide receiver all the time with Jamison Williams suspended, right? They can play positionless football now because they have Amon-Ra St. Brown, who can line up out wide and in the slot. They have Sam Laporta out wide and in the slot, and they have Jahmyr Gibbs now, who can also play in the slot. So this team's going to be a lot of fun with the mismatches. Dan Campbell's a tight end himself. He played tight end, so he's going to be able to coach him up. Couldn't be a better. I mean, and the depth chart's wide open. It's like Brock Wright, Shane Zylstra, James Mitchell. Like, he's immediately the best pass catching tight end in that room. So I'm amped up. Let's go, baby. Woo!
Let's go indeed. Moose, you look at what the Lions are doing here. Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta in, seemingly DeAndre Swift on his way out. They are the betting favorites to win the NFC North this year. What do you make of the Detroit Lions draft so far? Not only getting Gibbs and Jack Campbell, the linebacker out of Iowa in the first round, but now doubling down on Iowa, getting Sam Laporta here in the second.
Yeah, I mean, how do you not? I mean, Campbell's been a guy, they're dealing with a little bit of a mess off the field as Detroit this offseason and dealing with some suspensions and cutting some guys. But you put that aside, yeah, I like what they've done. I mean, and Goff had a really good year last year, when you look at it, which I think surprised a lot of people. Goff played really, really well. I think there was an argument to be made. And you look at the NFC, as comparably speaking, when you compare them to the NFC into overall quarterback quality and depth stinks. I mean, it really does. I mean, Sam Darnold might be the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. Derek Carr is the best starting quarterback in the NFC South. You look at the NFC East, it's Jalen Hurts. Then, obviously, it's Dak Prescott, Daniel Jones. There's still some criticism there. Sam Howell's going to be the quarterback of Washington. Nobody wants to like Kirk Cousins in Minnesota. So you look at the Detroit Lions, you say to yourself, Justin Fields, who had a good year last year running the football, but where he also has to improve throwing the football. So, yeah, you look at the Detroit Lions. Why not Detroit? Plus, I think it set a tone for what they did final week of the season going into Lambeau and beating the Packers and eliminating Green Bay when they had nothing to play for. It tells you everything you need to know about Campbell and his coaching staff having the ear of his players. And I like what they've done early in this draft for sure.
We're going to tell you everything you need to know about the latest trade that just went down. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded up to 35, and they give up the 38th overall pick. In addition, a 5th-round pick goes to Indianapolis as the Colts trade down. The pick is in. And, Coop, your top 2 tight ends, best tight ends available, are now off the board as Michael Mayer is going to be the Darren Waller replacement in Las Vegas, catching balls from Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe somebody else in the future. But Michael Mayer is off the board. The Raiders have traded up. And I always look at this, too, from like dynasty fantasy football standpoint. I always like the guys that are traded up for. Michael Mayer gets traded up for as he is off the board now at pick 35. He goes to the Raiders. How does he fit in this system? Not only with Jimmy Garoppolo, but also Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, some significant pass catchers there, including Hunter Renfrow now.
Eric, I love that you pointed that out because that's the part of the draft that people forget when they're doing their analysis. They think about the draft capital, they think about the landing spot, they forget the draft narrative, right? This proves to us that the Raiders, at the very least, had Michael Mayer as high as Sam Laporta, or maybe even higher, because they're looking around and saying, all right, that guy's gone. We have to get this guy right now. And this guy probably is a better fit for what Josh McDaniel wants to do. He's used to Rob Gronkowski. He's used to Hunter Henry, these two-way tight ends that can block and run routes down the seam. Sam Laporta is not going to do that. He's only 240 pounds. This guy is your prototypical real-life tight end. That's why a lot of people were saying he's the best real tight end in the draft. Clearly, pass catching is at a premium. That's why Dalton Kincaid and Sam Laporta went first. But this guy's going to fit really well into that scheme. My question is, when does he become fantasy relevant? Because the vast majority of tight ends that are fantasy relevant are top 2 targets on their team, with Devontae Adams there and Jacoby Myers there,
that's not happening.
And Hunter Renfrow there. I mean, when does it happen, Moose? How long do we have to wait?
Yeah, forever. It might be a while. I mean, when you look at it, but I do think he's a great fit, and I do like when teams target guys and give up later draft capital to get players that they want that fit their system. And we've seen it. You saw it last night in the first round where the Pittsburgh Steelers felt like they needed to move ahead of the Jets to get their tackle, and they did do that. And they moved up to 14. Now all of a sudden you see Sam Laporta goes to the Lions, and if you're the Vegas Raiders, you're saying, all right, well, we've got to get, as you were mentioning, Eric, a replacement for Darren Waller, who's now going to be the starting quarterback for the New York Giants. Well, let's go get our guy before somebody else takes him, and then we're scrambling. Who the hell cares about the 5th-round draft choice? We're going to get our starting tight end. So I think he's a guy, number one, coming from Notre Dame. Obviously football savvy, comes from a scenario where he's physically tough. You've got the NFL size. He's a guy that is not going to embarrass himself as an NFL blocker as well. Fishes, as Coop was mentioning, fits exactly what McDaniel's looking for in a young tight end. And I think he's just going to get better and better as we go along here. So I don't know how fantasy relevant he's going to be year number 1, but down the line, Michael Mayer is going to be very big time fantasy relevant for the Las Vegas Raiders, as long as there's not a change in head coach and go from there. Because here's the one thing, you know this, Jimmy Garoppolo, when he was in San Francisco, he loved throwing the football to George Kittle, right? You look at Jimmy Garoppolo's now the quarterback of the Vegas Raiders. You know, at some point in time as this season goes along, he's going to like throwing the ball to Michael Mayer.
Yeah, bingo. And that funny thing, and we're talking about Mike McDaniel trying to build that 49ers offense, right? And I said maybe they should get Mike Mayer. Here's Wendy in the chat, a Dolphins fan. Stupid Raiders stole the Finns tight end. So instead of the Dolphins being able to get him, build that 49ers offense with George Kittle, the Raiders go get George Kittle for Jimmy Garoppolo. So that's the kind of thing that can happen here. And what a start to this draft with, you get the Joey Porter hometown narrative and then 3 fantasy relevant players. Bing, bang, boom. Let's go. Exactly what I wanted to see today. Exactly
and Coop, what's wild about this too, and I didn't even think about this, but we're already seeing, and I can't remember who pointed out, Get in the Game pointing out, Austin Hooper was signed by the Raiders. OJ Howard was signed by the Raiders. This tight end room is suddenly very crowded. We have more on the Michael Mayer pick. I want to take it out to Servo right now, our betting analyst, college fantasy expert, and everything you want to know from fantasyalarm.com. Servo, let's bring you in right now and talk about this Mayer pick. What can you tell us about what the Raiders did here with Mayer?
Yeah, well, pre-round 2 odds had Michael Mayer going to the Raiders at plus 1,600 if you got in on that. And the Raiders were not, the Lions are plus 115. A lot of people had the Lions who took Laporta, as you guys were talking about. So that's an interesting, if they just would have went Michael Mayer there. But yeah, the Raiders were the 7th highest odds for Michael Mayer to go, and he goes there. And then, we got the Rams selection here, by the way. And we asked you guys on the BettorCast app if the Rams would pick a quarterback, an offensive player, a defensive player, or trade the pick. And offensive player wins it here, as you see. But the O-line plus 350 was the pre-odds for the Rams' first position, because this is their first pick of this draft. So the quarterback, though, was the favorite there at plus 250 before round 2. So people thought, odds were money was coming in on whether it was going to be Hooker or Levis to the Rams, but here they go O-line, as you guys see.
Yeah, we're seeing it right now. The TCU offensive guard / center, Steve Avila, is going to go to the Rams here, a guy that we've seen mocked in a lot of drafts in the early second round here. He goes, and Moose, I think the way to look at this here is Los Angeles, listen, they don't have a lot of picks ever. F them picks, as we found out to when the Rams won the Super Bowl. But they're fortifying this offensive line, and they're taking a guy here that has the opportunity to play. He's versatile enough to play all along the offensive line, which is going to help the Rams here.
Yeah, well, they need all the help they can get, right? I mean, they went all into win that Super Bowl, and now they're paying the price for it. I mean, they've been in salary cap hell. There was the concern about whether or not McVay was going to stick around. He decided to stick around. You have no idea what Matthew Stafford and what version of Matthew Stafford's going to be this year. You know what you're going to get for Cooper Kupp. You know how good Aaron Donald has been. Is Aaron Donald's best days behind him, or are they in front of him? He's remarkably dominant. But yeah, they need a lot of help. The offensive line's been a disaster. I mean, for the Los Angeles Rams, they can no longer run the football. So any way that you can improve the offensive line, if you're the Rams, you got to go out there and do it. And I think it's a solid pick, because I think there's a couple of offensive linemen early in this second round that teams are going to want to try and move up to go get. This was one the Rams didn't have to move up to go get because of the runs on tight ends, but I think it's a quality pick by the Rams.
Quality pick for the Seahawks as their pick is in now. They get Derek Hall, the defensive end out of Auburn, to fortify that defense. Servo, one last thing I want to throw to you before you bounce out here. Are you on Hooker watch? Is that the next big odds that we're looking at to see where he goes?
Yeah, and this was a pick. The Seahawks was one of the teams I had circled because they were, as I mentioned earlier, it was the Raiders, Vikings, and Seahawks were the 3 teams kind of clustered at the top, with the Rams right below as being one of the teams that could draft Hendon Hooker in terms of odds on DraftKings and FanDuel. So we got the Titans as a possibility. After Levis going there, that's out. So now we got maybe the Bucks. Maybe it's the Commanders. So. Yeah, a lot of these teams are up in the air of who, the Hooker slide could happen here because of his injury. So,
Servo, we appreciate it, man. We'll pop you back in here very shortly.
See you guys.
Dan Servadidio from fantasyalarm.com. We have another trade to announce. The Atlanta Falcons have now traded up. to the 38th spot. This is like a swap meet that we have going on here early on in the second round, guys. The Falcons have moved up to 38. The Colts will trade down to 44, so they lose 6 spots here, but they pick up an additional 4th round pick, and it is pick 110 overall. The Atlanta pick is in right now. Coop, what are we looking at here? Do you have an inkling on what this selection is that Atlanta traded up for?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we know they're not going running back, they're not going tight end. I wonder. I imagine they go defense here. And I wanted to talk real quick. We kind of glossed over it. The Seahawks picking Derek Hall. I think that's a great pick for them. The defense for Pete Carroll has this position. They called it the elephant for a while. Now I think he calls it the Leo. And it's basically it's a 3-man front, undersized guy they use. That's which is basically what this is. They usually take DNs and they try and generate pass rush from that spot. So I think this guy's going to slide right into that role, which is anytime a spot on your team has a special name, it's an important role, right?
Yes, that is true.
Right. If you're going with the Joker back with Sean Payton or like any special role, you got to have a special guy there. So an early 2nd round pick is a great spot for it. And I'm glad that I was able to talk about that because I had no idea who the Falcons are going to take here. And I'm excited so I was stalling a bit and I want to see what they're going to do. Moose, do you have any guess on what they might do here?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think about needs for Atlanta. I mean, they're not going to move up for now moving up for a quarterback when you're looking at Hooker, right? I mean, are they looking up to grab an offensive lineman that they feel of quality to address the offensive line because they're building everything around Desmond Ridder here? Is there maybe it's the safety from Alabama, who I know a lot of people were high on early on in the second round?
We're looking at the pick right now. They went to New York to get Syracuse guard/tackle Matthew Bergeron, a guy I think that if I remember correctly was, and I don't know what Brick Flynn had from Fantasy Alarm. Can't remember off the top of my head, but I know a lot of people thought that Bergeron was going to be a New York Jet. That is not going to be the case as the Falcons now have Matthew Bergeron on their team, not only to block for Desmond Ridder, but to block for Tyler Algier and, oh, by the way, Bijan Robinson. So this is, anytime you get a hyper athletic offensive lineman to go in the 1st or the 2nd round, I always think it's a good pick. Guys, I'm a Packers fan, so I come from the Mike McCarthy, Ted Thompson school. Let's get big, strong, athletic guys on both sides of the football in the trenches. That's how you win games. It's hard for me to say that this is a bad pick. I like what the Falcons are doing here with Bergeron, especially considering what they have already at the skill positions on offense with Pitts and London and now Bijan Robinson. So, Moose, I look at this as a good investment into the future. A guy who could be on the offensive line for the next half decade.
Yeah, I'm just looking at when you're looking at the overall depth and quality, right? Offensive line early in the 2nd round. There were a couple of names that were sitting out there that you thought that teams were interested in. There were reports overnight that Washington, the Commanders, were trying to move up. They did like Bergeron coming out of Syracuse, that they were talking to the top 2 or 3 teams. They even talked to Pittsburgh about trying to move up to 32. Pittsburgh wanted way too much for Washington to be able to do that. So kind of it's interesting when you look at why teams decide to move up. They target a guy, get fearful that they're going to lose a guy, or feel like they need to address a need, and then there's a drop-off after a specific player on their board. And maybe the Atlanta Falcons looked at it, and they probably did, and said, well, after Bergeron, then there's a drop-off to the next guy that we really like that we feel could be a plug-and-play guy year number 1. So they make the trade with the Indianapolis Colts, and they go get a starting offensive lineman year 1.
Coop, this is good news for the Falcons skill position players. I know it's not a skill. This is what we always like as fantasy owners, right? We like to see if we already have shares of Pitts and London and Bijan Robinson in our leagues, we want to see them fortify the offensive line. So not only does it help these guys, but it prevents other skill position guys from taking targets and touches away. This is a good investment. If you have any Falcons in your early best ball teams, in your early dynasty teams or whatever, this is a good thing that you want to see Matthew Bergeron go to Atlanta.
Exactly. I mean, and people don't really they kind of glide through free agency, not like noticing the moves. Oh, they brought Chris Lindstrom back. Oh, they brought Caleb McGarry back. Like they brought back the left side of their line. Like they brought all these guys in, and now they're loading up on the right side. This is going to be scary with Bijan, man. Especially when you think about all the other. I talked about this last night. All the other pieces they have that are blockers, like Pitts, Drake London. They brought back Keith Smith, the fullback. They brought in Johnny Smith. They're going to be firing on all cylinders here. And Dustin Ludke in the chat makes a great point. He's actually he was at the combine himself, so I trust him on some of these things, but he says Colts moving back twice now, kind of interesting here. How do you guys feel about that? That the Colts are kind of saying, not for us. Jim Irsay on Twitter earlier was talking the big talk, and now they're just backing off, huh?
Oh, yeah, he's just looking for likes and retweets at that point. I don't know what his blue checkmark situation is, but he's trying to fix that right now. Carolina does have their pick in. Moose, what do you make of this? The Colts trading back twice, because you have a situation where you have Anthony Richardson now as your quarterback for the future. He's probably not going to be ready to play this year. You'd like to think you want some playmakers to grow up with him in this offense, but it looks like they're just looking to add draft capital here.
Yeah, well, I don't mind that. I mean, and I'm with you, Eric. I would not start. I said it last night. I would not start Anthony Richardson right from the word go. I'm not telling you that he wouldn't start at some point during his rookie year. I just wouldn't start him week one. And I know there's differing ways of looking at it and different ranges of opinion. I don't mind it. Like if I think you got to take a look at it, because we're looking at it from kind of a macro level. You got to look at it from a micro level. If the Indianapolis Colts, and every team does this, if they go, okay, well, we really believe the strength of this draft, because every team does it and says, okay, well, we believe the strength of the draft is in, from 45 to 110, whatever it might be. There are teams that are going to load up on picks and don't mind moving back into that range because they feel the overall quality of the player. There's not much separating 45 from 110, right? So you might look at it and say, well, why are the Indianapolis Colts trading back, right? They had the 4th overall pick. They weren't particularly good. Irsay's a little crazy. They have a new – so everything that comes along with it, and you say, well, why are they moving back? Well, they might be moving back because based on what they're doing, their scouting department, they might say to themselves, well, there's not a guy that we absolutely love now. We value the selections a little bit later on because we feel that there's enough quality in this draft that we believe that we're going to be able to find starters later on where we can exercise those picks. So I like when teams are able to kind of massage the draft night, and that's what you're seeing from Indianapolis. And I wish there were some teams that were a little bit more aggressive in that nature at times as well.
Coop, we have seen Michael Mayer go off the board. We've seen Sam Laporta go off the board. We haven't seen a whole lot of other pass catchers go off the board, but they will be coming up here shortly. In fact, maybe with Carolina right here. But best ball, it is best ball season right now, my friend.
Yes, it is. And to Moose's point, so I have so many best ball drafts I've already done, right? I did some of the early ones. I know right after this, though, that's when the season starts, right? So I'm sitting here. I got Alec Pierce on a few teams. I'm looking at the Colts. I'm like, don't pick anybody ever. Right? Let's just roll with the boys. So let's just roll with the boys we already have. We all figured out already,
I love Alec Pierce. He's good.
Yes. So I feel great. This is great for me. And for you guys, if you're not doing best ball, those that don't know what it is, basically you get to do the draft. There's no waivers. There's no trades. And they automatically slot the best players into your lineup. So it's so much fun to just kind of go out, draft, worry-free. And you get all the fun of drafting without having to deal with all the teams all year. And we kind of use it as ADP. So we're going to start doing those on Fantasy Alarm starting next week. So get yourself set up. Go to Underdog. Use promo code Fantasy Alarm. They'll match up to $100, 100% of whatever you deposit. If you deposit 20, they match 20. You deposit 100, they match 100. Get that going, and then get in the Fantasy Alarm Discord. And we're going to start doing them with the family, with fans. Jim Bowden tonight on Sirius XM, I was on. He said he's going to jump in with us. Howard's going to jump in with us. Howard Bender. It's going to be a blast. So make sure you're set up, ready to go for that, because that's the best part. Right after this, we can start drafting these guys.
And there is a guy who just went off the board here, guys, to the Carolina Panthers. We knew that Bryce Young would want to have somebody to grow up with in this Carolina Panthers offense. He's going to get a pass catcher to go along with Adam Thielen, to go along with Terrace Marshall, DJ Chark. Jonathan Mingo out of Ole Miss is the first receiver drafted here in round 2 of the 2023 NFL draft. A guy with great size. He's got good hands, a player that I thought had an outside shot of going at the tail end of the first round. It didn't happen. He goes here early in the second. He's going to be catching passes from Bryce Young. And Coop, I'll throw it to you here. Fantasy impact of Mingo on this offense. Certainly Thielen is not long for the NFL. Terrace Marshall has been in the league 2 years. He's kind of underwhelmed. DJ Chark, I think, is I don't want to say he's a gadget guy, but he fulfills the role. Mingo could be the long-term number 1 receiver in Carolina here, right?
I mean, that the reality of this guy is that there's very few bigger wide receivers here. Like he's one of the few big boys. So, if you're going to have a smaller quarterback, why not have 6'3" DJ Chark and a bigger Adam Thielen and a bigger player here? Now, this is a guy that has moved up with the Twitter hype. So I'm really interested to hear what Austin has to say, because Austin is campus to Canton. He's plugged in with the Devy stuff. So this is kind of a late push guy, in my opinion. Or Austin, have people been on him the whole time, or is it just in my mind that he's a late push guy?
He was a very popular guy as a freshman. He flashed a little bit, and everyone kind of said, oh, look, like they just got rid of A.J. Brown. This guy's coming in. He can do a lot of similar stuff. I think his college career ultimately was probably pretty disappointing. And some of that was due to injury. Some of it was due to some real up and down quarterback play over the past couple years. But I think some of it's due to him as well. I think he, like you said, he really benefits from being one of the few bigger wide receivers here. I honestly think in a vacuum, this is probably a reach based on what I kind of expect out of him for an NFL career. But at least the Panthers realized if we're going to spend all this capital to go get Bryce Young, we have to at least get some guys for him to play with as well. And I think I would have preferred Josh Downs here, but I get not wanting to pair the smaller quarterback with the smaller receiver. I get those kind of concerns. But overall, this isn't a pick. Like this kind of feels Terrace Marshall-ish to me all over again, if we're being honest. Like I think very comparable type of players overall.
But Austin, what's the biggest positive when you're looking at Mingo? Like what do you think he's going to do well for Carolina next year?
If we're talking positives, we do a lot of athletic comps over at C2C, and his athletic comp list is great. Top guy is Roy Williams, who was out of Texas years and years ago, had some injuries, but was a pretty successful NFL wide receiver. Julio Jones, Quincy Enunwa are other guys that show up on his athletic comp. So like from just a pure athletic standpoint, I think, he definitely belongs in the conversation. It's just some of the soft skills type stuff that I'm not sure they're necessarily there at this point.
It was a good 15 minutes there where I thought Quincy Enunwa was going to be something.
There's a lot of people.
Same.
Well, it's a shame about the neck injury, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of people, like myself included. I mean, I traded future picks to get Quincy Enunwa on a couple of my dynasty teams. I know in the high stakes, like all the dynasty leagues that the FFPC offers, there's plenty of people offering draft capital to bring in Enunwa on their squads. It didn't work out. It was a shame. It stinks, but it is part of football. Austin, let me throw this to you here before we get to the Saints pick. Terrace Marshall, is the ship sailed on him for dynasty leagues? Is this a guy that we don't need to necessarily concern ourselves with because of what the Panthers are telling us with this Mingo selection?
This feels like a pure replacement to me. It really does. And I'm not sure the rest of the pieces there are so overwhelming that you're totally writing him off. And if I'm in a deeper league, I'm definitely not cutting him just because you can kind of see what happens. But, I think I'm hard pressed to name him as a week one starter. I think that kind of hurts there with a room that thin.
Austin, we're going to check back with you shortly, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Austin Pace, ladies and gentlemen, Austin Nace, joining us here on the Bettor Sports Network coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. So the pick is in for the New Orleans Saints. They go defense. They get a pass rusher here in Isaiah Foskey, the defensive end out of Notre Dame. He is going to be joining Marcus Davenport in New Orleans. And Coop, we look at this pick right here as far as Foskey goes, a guy that was, sort of in this fringe late first round, early second round. He's a guy that's going to come to New Orleans and be able to get after the quarterback. And sometimes I look at this, without Brady in this division now, I just think that it is so wide open that a player like him that might be able to get the Saints off the field on third downs more often than they were. This is a guy that could make a difference right away in year one.
Yeah, and this is why the super high-end pass rushers always go so early. The true guys that can both get to the quarterback and set the edge, play every single down right away, because now we're getting into that group where it's like, okay, he's going to be a part of a rotation to begin, right? With this guy, there's no question you can get to the quarterback. I think he was like fourth in sacks. I was talking to Britt Flynn about him, though, and he said that he has a little trouble setting the edge on run plays, and he's probably going to have to start off as a rotation guy. Plays a little bit high, is what she had said to me. So he probably isn't going to be an every down player right away. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that's my read, that this guy's going to come in on third downs and try and wreak havoc. And, when you have a rotation, guys stay fresh. Sometimes that's the way to go.
Moose, let's talk about this here for a second, because this is something that the people were talking about with Lucas Van Ness last night, a guy that is still a little bit raw. He needs to get more refined. Are you seeing this movement in the NFL right now with with teams, I don't want to say reaching on defensive ends and edge rushers, but players that they're hoping to develop because they have the raw materials, they have the athleticism, they have all the stuff that you can't coach. And because pass rusher is so significant in today's NFL, teams are willing to do this and I don't want to say sit the guy for a year, but work him in and not be the impact player that we're used to seeing from first round and second round players because of the position they play.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think, as the old adage goes in the NFL, protect yours, get after theirs, right? So, I mean, if you're not building up the offensive line, you want to make sure that you're able to bring the defensive line and bring edge rushers in waves. And listen, I don't mind gambling on a guy that maybe is a little raw in the second round. I do have an issue with gambling on guys in the middle of the first round. If we're looking at those guys, like that to me we're talking about two completely different things where, if you look at the Notre Dame defensive end and you want to say, okay, maybe he plays a little bit too high. Maybe he needs a little bit better edge or better lean, everything that Coop was talking about. Okay, well, that's in the second round. There's things I like about him. First off, extremely strong hands. He's 6'5". He's athletic. There's things that you can work with, and he's coming from a good program, a good defensive program when you look at the Fighting Irish. So, yeah, I think NFL teams are always going to look. It's sometimes beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And I think the guys are always going to look for trying to find guys that can disrupt the game, that can change the game, that can get after the quarterback, and they're always going to get a second look. I like this pick for Dennis Allen in New Orleans. They needed to help out that defense a little bit. Some of those guys got a little long in the tooth, and now you had a guy that potentially you throw him in early. He's not going to be a starter, obviously, day one, but he's a guy that you can work into the rotation, and then you hope 2-3 years down the line that he's going to be a guy that's going to be a mainstay on your defensive line.
I always felt that this was a pretty strong edge rusher draft here, but I do think there is a tier break coming up here in the middle of the
Well, you look at
round.
the Jets pick in the first round. People are going to look at him and say, okay, well, why did the Jets take him? Well, the Jets took him because, and you say, well, it's a position of strength. They have like 7 defensive ends, right? Or 6 defensive ends on the team. Well, yeah, they also want to make sure they have waves, but they look at a guy that's got elite speed, athleticism. Yes, he's a little bit light. He's got to add some weight and he's got to add some muscle, but there are things that they like that they believe that he can get after the quarterback and be a disruptive force to the passing game, because that's what, if you can't get to the quarterback, I don't care how good your corners are, like they're going to be able to throw on you. So you have to make sure that you're disrupting the passing game and not having that quarterback be able to throw on time.
Moose obviously talking about Will McDonald, the pride of Waukesha, Wisconsin,
That's
short
it.
90-minute drive down Highway 41 from where I am here in Northeast Wisconsin. So I'm very excited to see that. So not the only Wisconsin guy besides Aaron Rodgers going to New York. They get Will McDonald here. We've been talking about the pass rushers. The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals at 41, and it is another pass rusher. B.J. Ojulari, an edge rusher from LSU to the Cardinals here. This helps the defense, obviously. Coop, we always say this. I was saying it all last night watching the first round of the draft. You can never have enough good pass rushers on your team. They don't have J.J. Watt anymore in Arizona. They got Ojulari, who obviously is a far cry from J.J. Watt, but a guy who could develop into being a potential Pro Bowler, being a potential difference maker on the edge here. You got to love this pick for the Cardinals, Coop.
Absolutely, man. And to Moose's point, like Robert Saleh came into the Jets, and it was a 3-4. He had to convert it to a 4-3. So we don't know how many of those guys kind of still floating around are really the right system. So now you have Jonathan Gannon coming in to a brand new team, and whatever they have there, I mean, he's going to be switching it up to what he likes to do, right? So you go in, you get a guy like B.J. Ojulari. If that name sounds familiar, folks, it's because it is. Exactly. His brother Azeez Ojulari is on the New York Giants, drafted 2 years ago. And I think now is when the pressure is going to start going on to teams. If you needed a tight end, if you needed pass rush, we might start seeing some trades here, because now we've seen multiple tight ends, multiple pass rushers. If you want a premier guy, you got to go up and get him, because they're going to start getting thin.
The part I just was talking about the Aaron Rodgers trade with the New York Jets and the Green Bay Packers. Part of that trade was the Packers receiving this 42nd pick here for the from the New York Jets, and they have made the pick. The pick is in right now. Green Bay obviously took Lucas Van Ness in the first round from Iowa, and I believe we do have the announcement here that it is an offensive player. We're in the first. We're not in the first round anymore, guys. So receivers, tight ends, everything is fair game now for the Green Bay Packers. I believe the pick is in. It is indeed another Luke. This time, Luke Musgrave from Oregon State. Now, Edward Rouse right now is in the YouTube chat right now, and he says they continue to be a head scratcher. I will tell you this. As far as Musgrave goes, this is a player I've been talking about the last couple of months, a player that I thought would fit nice in this Packers system. And quite frankly, guys, the tight end room is bare. There are more chairs than bodies in that room in Green Bay right now. They have not drafted a solid tight end since Jermichael Finley, which was more than 10 years ago, a guy whose career was cut short because of a neck injury. But now they go up and they get a second-round pick here in Luke Musgrave out of Oregon State, who I think is going to be a difference maker. You have to be able to block in Matt LaFleur's offense. Musgrave can do it. You know, a guy like Sam Laporta, I love what he can do pass-catching-wise, but as far as blocking, I don't think he does it as well as some of the other guys. Definitely doesn't do it as well as Luke Musgrave. I totally respect Edward and what he's saying here, but I like this Musgrave pick for the Packers. Coop, I'll throw it to you. Your thoughts on Musgrave now catching passes from Jordan Love in Green Bay?
Yeah, for certain teams like the Packers, like the Dolphins, if they drafted Sam Laporta, they just drafted a slot wide receiver and they still need a tight end. You know what I mean? For that system. So it actually doesn't really help them there. Kevin Tompkins, a Packers fan himself, saying, "Oh my Lord, the Packers drafted somebody for Jordan Love. Look at that. Beautiful." So this guy Musgrave is the paper tiger. Put it this way. He's a super athletic guy. This guy was a award-winning skier, like downhill alpine skier. He's got the pedigree because, again, another one, if the name Musgrave sounds familiar, his uncle Bill Musgrave played in the NFL. He's a coach in the NFL, right? The only thing he doesn't have, statistics, the production. He got hurt this year. He had like 2 good games before he got hurt, very good games. But over the course of his entire time playing, where he played, obviously, 20 plus games, he only had 2 broken tackles.
I mean, that's amazing. I mean, you think about that. Like, you look at the fact that he only had 2 broken tackles. That's amazing. Like, that's a crazy stat for a guy that's 6'6".
It scares me a little because it's like Mike Gesicki. That's the concern with him. On the flip side, though, the Packers, they did their homework. I mean, the thing about the production and the stats is that when the professional NFL scouting complex goes in and decides this guy's worth a second-round pick, we kind of have to throw a lot of that out the window and maybe trust that they did their homework here. So I feel good about it for fantasy football. The Packers were probably the best landing spot possible because they have Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, and then what, Eric? What else?
Well, that's the thing. Like, they drafted Samori Toure in the 7th round, whatever. They have Bo Melton on this team, which is another guy that's just, you shake your head at. He's not going to be a difference maker. Brian Gutekunst, the guy who is in charge, the GM for the Packers, keeps saying, well, we'd like to add a veteran receiver to this room. That's fantastic. What one is out there at this point? Steve Largent, Jerry Rice? I don't know who they're going to go after, but there's not a whole lot on the waiver wire right now to add a veteran. We'll see what they do as far as receiver with their second round pick. I've been talking Wisconsin, New York tie-ins for the last 10 minutes.
We're going to get another one.
We're going to get another one. I want to take a quick break, fellas. When we come back, the Jets have made their pick, and it is another the Wisconsin, New York tie-ins continue.
Well, Eric, we got to get on the odds from Servo. What are the odds of the Jets drafting an offensive lineman in the second round? They had to be like minus 8,000.
Yeah.
Like, they had to be minus 8,000 going into the second round.
And they draft, we'll just let the cat out of the bag, Joe Tippett from the University of Wisconsin heading to the Jets right now. Servo, how do you answer Moose's question here?
I was not tracking the odds for the Jets pick in the second round.
You don't have any specific odds on Jets on Wisconsin, New York timeline? I thought Eric specifically requested to have that pipeline covered.
I'm sure Aaron Rodgers was leaking the plans for the pick there. So yeah, I think they took down the odds for that.
and it's obviously, I know people were complaining that the Jets let Jackson Smith and Jigba go yesterday, but fact of the matter is they were in on Broderick Jones. They didn't get him. The Steelers go up and steal in front of him. But I watched Joe Tippmann for the last several years here in Wisconsin. He's another versatile guy. Obviously, if you go to Wisconsin, You're going to eat a lot of cheese. You're going to drink a lot of beer, and you're going to run block the hell out of your defensive lineman in front of you, which is what Tippmann does. So this is a good pick for the Jets here. This helps solidify the line. A guy that, and I've noticed this over the last couple of years of the Badgers, there's a lot of guys on that offensive line that are pretty versatile. Tackle, guard, center, you just tell them where to go, and they grunt and they hit the guy in front of them. That's all there is to it. And Tippmann's one of those guys, lunch pail guy, that is going to make a lot of people in New York happy because they're never going to hear his name. He shouldn't be called for a lot of penalties, and he shouldn't get beat for a lot of sacks, Servo.
Yeah, and how ironic is it that Rodgers leaves Wisconsin, and then here are the Jets grabbing a Wisconsin center for him to block.
Christian Yelich is coming up next. He's going to be traded to the Jets too. We're going to see Giannis Antetokounmpo there. It's all happening. The pilgrimage for all these pro athletes out of Wisconsin are going to the Jets. So
I'd take Giannis at tight end.
Yeah, Giannis should be a great tight end. Giannis should be a fantastic.
I think he's making a little too much money for that.
Can you imagine jump balls in the red zone there?
He always talks about providing for his family. If he has to double dip, the Bucs got eliminated early from the playoffs. God knows what's going to happen next year. He could go in there. He could block a few field goals, block a few extra points, and high point some balls in the end zone too.
Tight end Deion Sanders.
Yes, exactly. Servo, what are we watching for here as we enter the second half of the second round? What players are you paying attention here?
Yeah, still Hendon Hooker is like the big name here because we got a couple teams coming up. The Commanders are up in a couple picks, and that pre NFL draft odds are pre second round odds. They were plus 1,500 to get Hendon Hooker, so that's a team to watch. The Bucs are up in a few picks. They were about plus 1,400 earlier tonight. The Dolphins are a team that's coming up. I don't think they are picking Hendon Hooker, obviously with Tua there, but their team, didn't have a first round pick. So they're a team I was checking out second round odds for their first position taken. So if you're in the BettorCast app and you're looking to answer that question of, first, is it going to be an offensive player or a defensive player or trade the pick? Their odds, O-line was the favorite, slight favorite at plus 220, running back plus 250, tight end plus 280. So the offensive positions there are kind of the favorite for the Dolphins. So I guess get some help for Tua. So yeah, that's the team I'm watching coming up here.
Servo, we appreciate that. You keep monitoring that. We're going to go back to you in a second for all the updates on it. We appreciate it, dude.
Yeah, see you guys.
Dan Servo Didio, college football and sports betting analyst for Fantasy Alarm, offering his expertise as we follow the second round of the NFL draft. We do have a pick in for the Indianapolis Colts right here. We're going to get to it shortly. Coop, before we get to it, are you surprised that no running backs have come off the board here? As now we're at pick 40? I missed it now. Pick 44, I think we're at. And we haven't had any running backs come off the board. We're at pick 45 now, Green Bay on the clock. Are you surprised that we have not seen any running backs yet?
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit surprised. I think it shows just how much higher everyone had Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs than everyone else for them to go at 8 and 12. And then now we're at 44. Nobody's gone. Zach Charbonnet is the guy I have my eye on. And I imagine someone does go soon. Maybe not to the Colts because they're already all set there. I mean, Colts, Packers, all set. New England Patriots had Kendre Miller in for 2 visits. So coming up with, if there's a trade or at the Patriots pick, if you're in the BettorCast app, maybe it's time to start smashing that RB button when you're making your predictions. In that app right now, we're playing a game. And honestly, the guy that won yesterday, I don't even think he was in from the start of the draft. He jumped in, crushed it, won, got himself a 1-of-1 Anthony Richardson card. Today, we're giving away a 1-of-1 Brock Purdy card. These are actually the first cards of their kind where they're like augmented reality. There it is right there. And basically, when you scan a QR code, you put your phone over it, you make all your friends get their phones out, and then you show them, and the card comes to life. The Anthony Richardson one card, and I'm sure this one does it too. It says his name, quarterback. On the top left, it says 1-of-1, so that you know there's only one. We gave one away yesterday. We're giving this one away. I don't think we're giving too many more of these away. They're not even really released yet. When they are, I'm telling you, these are going to be so popular because they're so cool, man. Like, it's something where it's like NFT, you can't hold an NFT. This is like a physical version of that. So very cool, man. Make sure you're in the BettorCast app and answering those questions because, I mean, we're sending this out. Physical card coming to your house.
The Bettor Sports Network app is free right now in the App Store as well as Google Play. Yeah, join us on the Bettor Sports Network app for the complete experience of BettorCast. We have the complete experience of the Indianapolis Colts selection here, and it is a defensive player, cornerback, out of Kansas State, Julius Brents, 6'3", 198 pounds, a guy who offers some length back there, and obviously is going to help the Colts out, defending guys like, Treylon Burks, guys like Christian Kirk, whoever the Colts are going to be going against in the division. This Brents guy is a player that I think we'll have to be watching for going forward. There's some upside here. Obviously, I saw some mocks that had Brents going maybe in the late first round. He goes in the early second right now to the Colts. They got to be happy with that. So they get Anthony Richardson. They get Julius Brents after trading twice back in the second round here. We already have the pick in for the Detroit Lions. Moose, what do you make of this Julius Brents pick for the Colts? Because this is a maligned defense. We've heard, think about it, like when they had all those Pro Bowlers a couple of years ago, and then they don't even make the playoffs. And now those guys are a little bit older. They kind of got to get younger. They got younger here with Julius Brents.
Yeah, they did. I mean, and they address an area of need when you look at corner. Their middle linebacker left for the Giants, who was a tackling machine during the course of the offseason, which is going to hurt that Colts defense. It's amazing. Like, you look at Indy the last 2 years, you felt like they were quarterback away. And as they were looking for that quarterback, everything else rotted away on the Indianapolis Colts. The offensive line, and they were missing a tackle last year, the interior of the offensive line played so poorly last year for Indianapolis too, that they're too good to be as bad as they were last year. So I like the pick for the Colts. I mean, they've got a lot of work to do. We talked about them trading back. I think they had a quality corner here. I don't think he's the level of some of the corners that went earlier, obviously in the first 30 to 40 picks of this draft. But I think for Indianapolis, you're looking to try and restock the pantry a little bit. And now you get a player, I think potentially is a guy that over the course of time is going to be a starter for you. And he's a good quality prospect coming out of college.
10 minutes past the top of the hour, you are watching the 2023 NFL Draft BettorCast on the Bettor Sports Network and Fantasy Alarm. I'm Eric Balkman from the High Stakes Fantasy Football Show. He is Marc Malusis from Moose and Keith, and of course, Andrew Cooper, the senior NFL analyst for Fantasy Alarm, Quick Out Fantasy Football, Lightning Round Fantasy Football. What we have not seen over the course of the last 20 years in the NFL is intra-divisional trades. Yet in the NFC North, the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of intra-divisional trades, and we just saw another one. The Green Bay Packers had the 45th pick. The Detroit Lions, I don't know who contacted who here, but the Lions have made a trade with the Green Bay Packers. They are sitting at 45 right now. I don't know what the compensation is. We'll get to it in a little bit here. Who do you think the Lions are trading up for, Coop? And no, Zach Charbonnet is not a valid answer.
I mean, I wonder if maybe this is going to be the Hendon Hooker pick, and you just say, hey, you know what? Let's maybe try and pull our own version of, we have Carson Wentz here. We'll draft Jalen Hurts in the second and go for some upside. The same thing. We talked about it with Mahomes. Maybe give it a shot there. And in terms of the intra-divisional trades,
let me just ask you: who did they hopped in front of? Who
they hopped? They just hopped in front of New England. Yeah,
right.
So
who does New England? I hope New England likes to draft what players? Alabama players. There's one Alabama player that was thought to be going.
Is this Branch then? You think?
I think it's.
Oh, interesting. I mean,
you look at it. McCourty left and retired, right? You look at that secondary for
that would be a hell of a call, Moose. That'd be a hell of a call.
You look at he loves drafting Alabama players.
I mean, they just brought Bill O'Brien back in, so whatever the Alabama player, double it, right? Double that. So hey, if that's a pick,
I think Detroit's happy with Goff. I think Detroit's happy with Goff. There's a reason why they hopped in front of New England for. I don't know. I mean. Because we talked about Branch earlier on in the second round as being a guy of value that I know there were a lot of teams in on. And you look at Detroit. Detroit's clearly a team that is targeting players that they like, that they want. We like what they've done earlier on. Laporta was a guy that you were talking about, Coop, that you think is going to be a big time playmaker.
There it is. Looks like the pick is in. Brian Branch, Moose. You're from the future, dude.
Just look at it. Here's the deal. Like, you look at drafts, right? And
you're from the future.
No, I'm not from the future. I just looked at it. That, sometimes there are teams like we saw it yesterday with the Steelers and the Jets. And there are guys that Belichick over the years have drafted. He always drafted Florida players because of Urban Meyer. He drafted Alabama players because of Saban, and he drafted Rutgers players because of Schiano. He drafted a lot of guys from those teams because of the familiarity with those programs, those coaches, and kind of knew a lot about the players coming out of those programs. I'm not saying every pick was out of it, but a lot of the quality picks that he has. So I don't know. I just looked at it. There's a reason, Branch is sitting there looking at the best available players. And if you're Detroit, there's a reason why you move ahead of New England. Just kind of took a shot in the dark, and it ended up being Branch.
No, that was impressive. And now you know what you've done, Moose? Now my Patriots going to trade back again. Way to go, dude.
They love trading back. Coop.
They do. Yeah.
They
Now they get
what
they really want. They get to trade back. We got Dustin, boots on the ground. We have Britt Flynn at the draft. Dustin is also there. Says he can ask Brian Branch a question at the press conference that he'll probably tweet out later. What would you want to ask a guy like this? Going
spicy.
to ask him what he thinks about Jeff Okudah. No, just kidding. Don't ask him that. Don't ask him that.
That's great, Coop.
Okay, so I have the compensation on this trade between the Packers and Lions. The Packers move down 3 spots. They get Detroit's 48th pick. They also pick up pick number 159 in the draft. Pick 159 is firmly smack dab in the 5th round. So they pick up a 5th round pick here. That's what we're looking at. And I'll tell you this, guys, Detroit's defense was historically bad last year until they played Green Bay in week 18, and then they looked pretty darn good. But I will say this too, like there was I can tell you a lot of Packers fans, a lot of local writers here in Northeast Wisconsin thought that Brian Branch was going to be a pick for the Packers, potentially as early as the 1st round. Then we saw the relative athletic score and then that sort of dissipated a little bit, but still players that the Packers could have looked at in the 2nd round. And now here they had the chance to draft him in the 2nd round. They're letting him go to a divisional rival instead. This is something that we'll have to be following. Well, at least I'll have to be following as a Packers fan here to see what happens. The pick is in for the New England Patriots here.
They made it.
Coming up at pick 46 here in the 2nd round. Moose, what are we looking at here now that I'm scrambling to look at Alabama players that are available?
No.
That was the last.
But what are they looking at here? Is this a corner? Is it somebody to go with Christian Gonzalez?
I would think that I would probably go a defensive player. I think you can go a myriad of different ways. I think you could look at corner. I think you could look at defensive line. I mean, I don't know who they value right now. I mean, is there anybody, Coop, right now on the edge, or is there anybody on the defensive line that you think would be great value for the Patriots?
So I don't have a name, but I think they do. I think they wanted to go edge because I think that offensive tackle has sailed. That was kind of the other big need. It was like corner, tackle. They loved Zay Flowers, but he went very early. So I do think I wouldn't be surprised if it was an edge player or maybe the top safety because we did lose McCourty. You could consider safety. So but I do think I wouldn't be surprised if it was an edge player here.
Well, Coop, what about like your best top 5 receivers available? Josh Downs is still out there. Jalen Hyatt might be a little bit of a duplication of skills with the kid they got last year, whose name Tyquan Thornton. Yes. He might be a little bit of duplication of skills, but Tyler Scott's still out there. But what about Josh Downs here for New England?
So I mean, I would love it, but we have Juju. That's the thing. I don't know. We're going really slot heavy. If anything, we needed a bigger guy. Jonathan Mingo was a guy a lot of the beat writers liked, but he's gone already. And they're probably just going to roll with Devontae Parker. The thing about the way the Patriots set things up right now is that it's almost like a anti-Sauce Gardner lineup, right? So you throw Devontae Parker out there at split end, and you have Juju in the slot, and you have Mike Gesicki like slot, Juju slot flanker, Mike Gesicki slot flanker. Sauce Gardner only won the slot 8 times last year. So if you're just going to have Mike Gesicki and Juju operate out of the slot, you're basically going to the Jets and saying, hey, you got this stud guy. Why don't you put him on Devontae Parker for the day? Park him over there for the day, and we'll use these other guys. Or they might have to change up how they use them. And maybe Gardner will go in the slot and cover Juju. It's kind of an interesting way to approach it is say, oh, you got this stud guy. We're just going to take him out of the game. Like he's just not going to be a part of what we're doing, Kind of interesting.
Very interesting. It's been an interesting first hour plus here as we are covering the 2023 NFL Draft on BettorCast, Bettor Sports Network app, and Fantasy Alarm. Hey, don't forget, guys, when we get to the top of the hour here, don't go anywhere. We're going to have John and Pemba, Kevin Tompkins, Corey Parson coming in here. Austin Nace is going to stick around. Justin Fensterman is going to join us for the remainder of the action here in round 3 of the NFL Draft. We're going to finish up round 2 here as best we can. The pick is in here for the New England Patriots and Keon White, a guy that was in the green room last night. At least I think he was in the green room last night. Defensive end out of Georgia Tech. Moose, this is a player that obviously started off kind of late as far as playing football. He is not the youngest guy in the world. Maybe that played into the fact that he slipped to the 2nd round here.
He's only played like a couple years. I
Right,
mean, it's
exactly.
amazing when you think about it. I mean, he's only played for a couple years, and he's a second round pick in the NFL draft. Like that is Coop. That is freakishly athletic when you look at it. Keon White, who I know in your write ups you were talking about that you think he's got a fair amount of upside. What do you think about White going to your Pats?
I'll tell you what, dude. As the tight end whisperer, the fact that he was a tight end. He played tight end, and then they switched him in 2019. It was actually not even at Georgia Tech. It was at Old Dominion, I think is where he started, and they switched him from tight end to defensive end, and then he was just wreaking havoc. They were like, "Oh man, this guy's got something." He transferred up to Georgia Tech, and to the point where they had him in the green room. And I don't know how they go through that process of deciding who goes, who doesn't, but they must have had a good hunch that he was going to go within these first 2 rounds. So the Patriots, for once, actually picking some marquee names, guys that I've heard of, guys that I actually not Cole Strange from UT Chattanooga. We're taking Christian Gonzalez, who I like, Keon White, who I know. So I'm liking it, man. I'm feeling good. This is a good draft for me. I'm liking this one.
Let's go back and bring Servo back in, Dan Servadidio from Fantasy Alarm right now, because we have the Commanders on the clock. I don't know if we have the pick in yet, but Servo, you've been following the Hendon Hooker market. What's it looking like right now?
Yeah, Hendon Hooker pre-NFL draft round 2 was plus 1,500 to go to the Commanders. So that's definitely a team we had circled here. By the way, if you're on the BettorCast app right now, you can go answer. You still got time to answer the question for the Commanders. 47th pick here. Draft a quarterback is 20 points. Draft another offensive player, 15 points, and draft a defensive player for 12 points. So if you think it's going to be Hooker here or maybe another offensive player for that team, you could go into that now. And then, by the way, if you're trying to bet on the NFL draft or any NFL futures, there's tons of stuff out there. Go to fantasyalarm.com/DraftKings, and you can create a new account. New users can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. So you can definitely lock in there. And I wanted to throw something out quickly to you guys. Bijan Robinson over-unders are already out there on DraftKings.
Oh, what are they?
100 or 1,100 yards is the yardage total over-under, and then 8.5 touchdowns. So you guys going over or under there?
Yeah,
I would go under. It's close,
Yeah?
but I'd go under. Yep.
That's rushing, not yards from scrimmage, right? Rushing.
Yeah, rushing yards, 1,100 yards.
I'd
Man.
go over rushing yards.
Yeah,
The
they
8.5
are.
touchdowns is a lot. I feel like that line's high.
Yeah, that's the one.
I drafted him 8th overall. He can't get me 1,200 yards rushing in 17 games next year.
Moose, you
Well,
had.
Moose, is he going to play all 17? That's the thing. If he's
Well,
going to play all
that's
17,
true.
you know?
But if I'm going on the idea, I'm not going to bank on him getting hurt. Like if I think he's going to stay healthy, he's going to give me 1,200 yards on the ground. I'm not so sure about the touchdowns. Maybe Algier becomes a guy that steals some touchdowns, in and around the goal line. But if he stays healthy, he's got to give me 1,200 yards on the ground.
You think they split with him in Algier though? A little bit.
A little, but I'll tell you what. Moose made a great point yesterday. He said that Moose, you said that you think Algier himself can get 1,200 yards. So if you're going to draft this guy at 8, he better get you 1,400 yards.
Yes,
right? Like,
right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
If
Like,
I've got a guy in my building that had over 1,000 yards on the ground his rookie year and was a part-time player.
right.
And I just drafted a guy 8th overall. So Bijan Robinson's got to be a guy that's given me, 1,300 yards on the ground to go along with another 300 to 400 yards receiving. That's why I'm drafting him 8th overall.
Guys,
Anyway.
Have to.
let me break in and tell you this right now. So number one, Washington took a cornerback in the first round.
Oh, another defensive back for the
another
Commanders.
cornerback here. Yep.
That's it.
Sartavius Martin is going to go to Illinois. They get the safety there out of Illinois. He goes to Washington. Then we had another trade at 48. Green Bay trades down again to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay goes up to 48. I believe the compensation on this Green Bay trades down 2 spots to 50. They pick up a 6th round pick, number 179. That goes to Green Bay. And the Buccaneers have already made. Now, Servo, I was going to ask you, hey, Hendon Hooker right here, future of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The guy who's going to take the mantle from Tom Brady. No, not so fast, my friend. They go with, and help me on the Coop. I'll throw this to you. Is it Cody Mauch from North Dakota State?
It's Cody Mock, man, and I love this guy, bro. I love this guy. I wanted him back. I tweeted like probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I said, I don't care who my team takes as long as it's Cody Mock. This guy is such a story, right? He walked on to this team as a 220-pound tight end, and then they converted him to a 300-pound offensive lineman. He can get out in front. He can pull. And look at the picture of this guy. Not only does he have a big, beautiful red mane of hair, but he's missing these 2 front teeth right in the middle. If we can somehow get a picture of this guy up, dude, he is an angel. I wanted this guy on my team so badly. And he straight up said, he's like, I'm not getting my teeth fixed till I'm done playing football. So the Cody Mock you see is the one you get. This guy, he is awesome, bro. Awesome.
And so Tampa Bay improves their offensive line with Cody Mock. Thank you to Coop and Kevin Tompkins in the chat. Cody Mock, like Mock. I knew that too. Why can't I remember it? It's just one of those things. Servo, we're going to let you get back to monitoring the betting markets here for the remainder of the second round as we are almost to pick 50 here. I think we're at 49. Pittsburgh's on the clock. Thank you, my friend.
We'll see you guys.
Dan Servadidio from Fantasy Alarm, our betting expert here on the show tonight. Covering there's the picture of Cody Mock.
He's my dude. He's the best, bro. He's the best.
He was like the star of the Senior Bowl, was he not down there?
Yes. They love him, dude. They love him. And the thing is, it's like he's another one of those guys. Like you talk about Keon White, how he hasn't played for a while. I mean, if you see the picture of this guy when he walked on as a tight end, they don't even look like the same people. His hair got redder, it seems. Like it's just it's a great story. And anytime you have that, right, you have the guys changing position. I like that because it means there's upside there, right? Like sometimes. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say sometimes when you get these guys from Alabama, when they've been in a professional weight room with professional coaches, they're as polished as they're ever gonna be. So there's not that much. What you see is exactly what you're gonna get. There's not much more. Like Cameron Latu, like that guy is what he is. But some of these guys, you go to South Dakota State, you pull these raw talents out, the ceiling's a lot higher than what you've seen.
Cody Mock too is a guy that like you throw on one of those thick black frame glasses with the tape holding them together and throw a hockey uniform on him. He's like the long lost Hanson brother from Slapshot. You know what I mean? Dude. Like we knew we found out at least I found out yesterday Lucas Van Ness was a hockey player back in Illinois. Maybe Cody Mock was a hockey player with those missing teeth. I don't know. But certainly this is an easy guy to root for here, guys. The pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're awaiting to see what it is. It's round 2, pick 18 here as we continue on with our coverage here on the Bettor Sports Network of the 2023 NFL Draft. We've been having a lot of fun. A lot of players off the board. We've seen Jonathan Mingo go off of Coop's best available wide receiver list. We've seen Mayer, Laporta, and Musgrave all go off for the tight ends. We've seen Levis go. We have not seen Hooker go yet. We expect to see Hooker at some point tonight. No running backs yet. Moose, what do you think Pittsburgh's thinking here with this pick? The offensive line always seemingly every year is a need for them. Is this what they would be looking at?
Yeah, I don't think so. After trading up to get Jones out of Georgia in the first round, I like what Pittsburgh's done here to upper echelon talents. Jones, Porter at the top half of that second round. I mean, they brought in an addressed wide receiver by making the trade with the Los Angeles Rams in the offseason. I would think that I don't think you're going back to the defensive secondary. I don't think you're drafting a wide receiver here. I mean, I would think someone along the defensive line. I couldn't tell you who they would go with, but I think, if you're the Steelers, usually that's a spot that you're going to try and address here is defensive line.
And Coop, like as far as like their skill position guys on offense, it's kind of set, for fantasy wise. Set. We know it's going to be Harris. We know it's going to be Pickett. Obviously, Freiermuth. Moose just pointed out Allen Robinson, Deontay Johnson still there, and George Pickens, everybody's darling right now as well. The Steelers pick, I believe, is in, and I think it is a defensive lineman here. As we talk about the connections, all the former Badgers and the Packers. Going off, outside the state. I think we're going to see another one here go to Pittsburgh. But, it always seems like, Coop, over the years, we've always seen really strong interior defensive line play for Pittsburgh. And that seems to be a staple. You probably want to continue that if you're Mike Tomlin, right?
Yes, absolutely. And Keanu Brennan, again, Britt Flynn, who's typically she'd be popping in with us, but she's actually at the draft sitting front row today, we've been told. So Britt getting after it. So if you pop over to Fantasy Alarm YouTube channel, that's where we're putting all Britt stuff. The connection's too spotty to get her in here, but check that out. She got deep into these defensive linemen, and this is kind of exactly the guy that the Steelers go for. She said that
this strong man. This is
big,
a very strong man.
Big
like
boy.
This is a powerful young man. He really is coming out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, and what she said is that this guy, they talk about high motor guys.
Yeah.
This guy's motor, like, it doesn't stop. So like he had a ton of highlights where very long plays. The average play in football is like 8 seconds, where he just sticks to it, chasing down running backs, getting late sacks, making plays that sometimes guys give up on. And we've seen, through the years in the NFL, certain guys just don't have that extra Jadeveon Clowney type guys. But this guy is the opposite. Like, he wants to make the play at all costs. So sounds like a Steelers type guy.
He's a total Steelers type guy. I mean, this guy is a lunch pail guy. He's a blue collar guy. Steelers fans are going to love him. This guy was a leader in the locker room too, not just for the defense, but the whole team for the Badgers the last couple of years. He is a perfect fit for Pittsburgh here. So good luck to you, Keanu Benton. We now have the Green Bay Packers on the clock. As far as I can tell, gentlemen, they have not traded down. They've actually made a pick, and my God, put it on the calendar. It is a wide receiver. Jordan Love is saying his thank yous to God right now that he has another player to join Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs in the wide receiver room. And I'll tell you what, it's a guy that I was kind of high on. I know JJ Zekarison over at lateround.com is a big fan of Jaden Reed. The receiver out of Michigan State is now a Green Bay Packer. He goes to Green Bay to catch passes from Jordan Love. This is a player that I think is going to fit really well in with Doubs and Watson. He's sort of like kind of in the middle of what those two guys offer. Doesn't have the speed of Watson, but and he doesn't have the tactical route running of Doubs, but he does everything really well. Obviously, he's going to need some polish here, Coop. But you got to love, if you're Jordan Love, if you're the Green Bay Packers, to get Luke Musgrave and Jaden Reed in this round, boy, you really got your future set up on the perimeter in your passing game now.
Yeah, this guy, so the thing is, he's Michigan State, and that's not really an explosive, right, Moose? Like, that's not really explosive offense. So that's what's so hard about this is, like, when you
no,
just
it's not.
Stats.
But I will tell you this, Coop, you're not wrong about Michigan State. But I will say, when you look at Reed, he was a guy that, when you watched him, I don't know if I'd take him in the second round, to be honest with you. If I'm Green Bay, I think it's a little bit of a reach. But I will say, when you did watch him, played bigger than his size, did catch contested balls, showed toughness over the middle as well. There's things to like about him. I just didn't think he would be going at this stage in the second round. I could be wrong on that. That's where. And how about if you're Aaron Rodgers right now watching this draft? Like, I know, I mean, you have the Green Bay Packers in the second round drafting a pass catching tight end and a receiver in the second round. Meanwhile, when he was there, all they were doing was drafting defensive backs.
Seriously, man. And that's the I guess that's how it goes. You rely on the guy and just give him nothing. Then this guy, you say, all right, well, we got to supplement him. But I'm glad Austin's back in here because it's guys like this that I like to have the Devi take, the Campus to Canton take, the people that have kind of known this guy since high school. Because to me, I look at it and I'm like, Michigan State, he scored 10 touchdowns. I don't know. Stephon Diggs was like Maryland, and I looked at it and I was like, I don't even know. So, Austin, you got anything on this guy?
Yeah, I really like a couple draft guides every year, a Debbie guide, and last year he was my hashtag my guy in the guide. I think he's a really intriguing player. Every team he was on, he led the team in receiving. He did it as a true freshman at Western Michigan, was just obviously way too good for the MAC, took the step up to Michigan State, and then led them every single year he was there too. I know this wasn't necessarily a prolific offense, so if you're talking raw stats, not that impressive, but market share wise, just destroyed. He is kind of deceptively fast. He's going into last year, I was calling him like the poor man's Kayshon Boutte a guy that everyone really, really liked out of LSU. I think he can do a lot of similar things where he can work short, intermediate, deep. He probably has some positional versatility, probably not an X, but can probably play flanker, can probably play out of the slot, has special teams value as well. So if they need some return production, he can do that too. I think it's probably a little early for him, but overall, I mean, I think he's a really good receiver. And I think at worst, he complements the other guys that they have there very, very well.
Cap Wise is saying Musgrave was a steal. Great pick for the Packers. It sounds like, Austin, you're a big fan of the Jaden Reed pick here for Green Bay. What do you make of the Musgrave pick now that we have your expertise on Musgrave to catching passes from Love?
Musgrave's a tough one to give any sort of serious evaluation on because he was banged up for a lot of his career. So we never really got a 4 or 5 game stretch to kind of sit down and watch him and see what he was doing. But I do think he is, he's more of a straight line kind of guy as opposed to some of the other tight ends in this class, which is kind of weird for the position. But I think we could see a Gesicki-ish kind of career for him where you don't want to line him up in line too much, split him out a little bit, let him work downfield. And I think he can be dangerous like that. Again, another guy I'm probably not taking in the second round early with a lot of the other tight down to this class, but not a bad pick overall by any stretch again there for the Packers.
All right. So I want to make sure that I can do this. Do we have the pick in for Seattle, or did I miss that one? No, we got to get to Cam Smith first. My apologies.
We got the Dolphins,
Cam Smith to the Dolphins. Yeah, my apologies. Cornerback Cam Smith goes to Miami from South Carolina, a guy that's going to help bolster that secondary there. They're looking for guys that can make plays on defense. Cam Smith is the guy right there. Moose, let's talk about Cam Smith and really what the Dolphins are doing. Mike McDaniel was the offensive genius down there. But as far as defense goes, they add Bradley Chubb. Now they get a guy like Cam Smith in the secondary. That's certainly going to help them shut down or at least slow down the other quarterbacks in that division, including Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers.
Well, no doubt. I mean, especially now when you look at the combination of Howard and Ramsey down there in Miami after making the trade with the Los Angeles Rams in the offseason. Now you throw in another guy in Cam Smith. So if Howard's a little bit banged up, the thing you like about Cam Smith is his size, his fluidity at South Carolina. He's 6'1", 180 pounds. Clearly is a guy that that NFL scouts liked his ability and his movement in the defensive secondary. Gives you another guy that's rangy in that defensive secondary. So I think from a Miami perspective, never a bad thing adding quality depth. Another bad thing adding another quality player to that defensive backfield, especially how big and meaningful the passing game is in the NFL. So I like the pick of Cam Smith by the Dolphins.
Austin, I want to go back to you. Austin Nays from Campus to Canton Fridays right here in the Bettor Sports Network at 7 o'clock. This next pick is a little confusing to me. I want to get your take on it because we finally get
a surprising pick.
The number one running back on Andrew Cooper's best players available list. And Zach Charbonnet is now off the board. I believe this is the second year in a row the Seahawks have used a second-round pick on a running back. Zach Charbonnet to Seattle. Austin, for number one, talk about Charbonnet as a player, but then this fit with the Seahawks, knowing that Kenneth Walker is already there.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting because this isn't like a thunder and lightning case there. It's almost thunder and thunder.
Thunder, exactly.
I mean, it really, really is. Charbonnet is kind of Leonard Fournette light, at least I thought, comparing those two guys coming out of college, where he's a capable pass catcher, but he's not amazing at it. So I think that's probably where Walker is going to come in a little more, which, if we would have said that a year ago, I think we would have thought maybe some of us were crazy, but he's a guy that's going to kind of thump between the tackles. He has pretty good straight line speed, but not a guy that is necessarily great, laterally, just overall a guy that you want eating touches. And I don't know that.
But why would you also why would you make that pick when you already have your lead back in the second round?
I'm as confused as you are. I mean, I guess they really just don't want a guy. Is that what
I keep hitting the undo.
Give them like backup touches.
I keep hitting the undo button, but it won't fix it. It won't go back. What can we go back? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Why? Turn it back on. Yeah.
Turn it off, turn it back on. Like, are they going to do? So here's the nightmare, Austin, that they love Kenneth Walker and they just want to have a spare Kenneth Walker in case of emergency. That would be the nightmare situation that we've seen teams do before with with like Alexander Madison being stuck behind Dalvin Cook. I mean, the Chiefs used to do it. That's like what they used to do, is just like have Priest Holmes with Larry Johnson. And then, like the whole way through, I mean, like if they really like their first guy, they're just going to have a very similar second guy that they use less. That sounds terrible to me. That sounds
number
awful
one,
to me in
fantasy perspective, it kills Walker owners. I mean, number one,
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
hate it.
because there's going to now be a 2-back system in Seattle, and you maybe had concerns about Walker coming off his rookie year because he's getting banged up, nicked up. Maybe that's something that Seattle was looking at and said, well, we're going to get the best out of him. Let's bring another. But this is kind of a luxury pick in the second. I mean, you're the Seattle Seahawks. You're going out there. I liked what they did the first. You're drafting another running back because you need a backup to your main running back, who was one of the best rookie running backs or the best rookie running back in the National Football League last year. I don't get this pick to me. And Seattle's drafted a lot of quality players. I'm not telling you the kid can't play. I just think the kid is buried now in Seattle.
What's wild here is, like, we were talking about Detroit yesterday and what they were doing after they, got Gibbs at 12. And now all of a sudden you have a situation in Seattle where not only do you have a backfield of Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet, they added Jackson Smith and Jigba yesterday too. So Geno Smith is going to have a lot of weapons. They hit on their 2 rookie tackles last year. At least that's the way it appears after year one. And so that Seattle offense is all of a sudden looks like wheels up there for sure, with Metcalf and Lockett out on the perimeter as well. Austin, we appreciate you. I'm going to let you get back to it, and we'll hit you up in a little bit. All right.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Austin Nace, Campus to Canton. Breaking down this Zach Charbonnet.
What are we doing?
I don't want to say insanity, but it's whatever the next step down is right here. We got the Bears pick in. Before we get to that, Coop, when you look at now Charbonnet in rookie dynasty rookie drafts, where does he figure in here? As far as, we saw those 4 receivers go in the first round. We saw Gibbs is probably locked in as the 102 or 103 at worst. But now what do you do with Charbonnet here?
Well, no, now we see what happens next, because what happens if the Dolphins take a running back and they have a 30-year-old Raheem Mostert and a 20-something-year-old Jeff Wilson? Yeah. If within the next couple picks they trade up and take their guy, there's no chance I'm going to rank Charbonnet ahead. I mean, it's like in Dynasty, my system is the SORT system, SORT, start opportunity, roster talent, right? Like with Michael Mayer, you want to roster talent and you wait a long time, right? It's the SORT system. The problem is we can't wait forever, especially with running backs. Like, how long are we going to wait, man? So I don't know. This is a conundrum. They're not making it easy for us, because I love draft capital. 4 wide receivers go back to back in the first round. Draft capital out the window. And then now the landing spots with the running backs.
Right. It has to be Seattle went into the offseason saying we need a quality backup because Murray's not going to be able, because Walker's not going to be able to hold up.
It's got to be it, man.
It's got to be that he's going to be better served if they looked at it and said, well, if we cap his carries at a certain number, he'll be able to hold up, that we can't go past a certain number. I don't know, because other than that, it doesn't make much sense. It's not even a good matchup. Like they're the same guy. Like they should, if they're going to take anybody, it should have been like A-Chain or Evan Hull, like a guy that just catches passes. They needed like Kareem Hunt to pair with this guy, not the same guy. Dude, take a bite out of my phone. This is like I couldn't believe it. I popped up on the screen. I was like, "What? Was Seattle?"
This is so dumb, dude.
You know what? It's kind of
I hate that.
What it's kind of reminiscent of is, you think about the NBA, where the NBA draft, where these players are taken, but then so many of them are just traded and they're picked for other teams. And I'm like, oh, my initial reaction, he's being picked for another team. That doesn't happen in the NFL. Like, this guy is going to be a Seahawk, and he's going to be in the same backfield as Kenneth Walker, which is crazy. I want to get to the Bears pick here, guys. 22nd pick of the second round is Gervon Dexter, a defensive tackle. For the Bears. He's out of the University of Florida, so he helps solidify that defensive line. I wish I could talk more about him, but at this point, my mind's still spinning from the Charbonnet pick.
Who cares about Gervon Dexter?
Exactly. Yeah, Gervon. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Gervon. Congratulations.
Yes, exactly. My apologies to his family for mispronouncing his name. We do have a pick in for the Los Angeles Chargers here, and I believe they are staying home. As far as where they've got this guy, it is Tuli Tuipulotu. Again, apologies
USC.
to the Tuipulotu family. for butchering the name, out of USC. Thank you, Moose. So he helped solidify that defensive line. Maybe he can learn from Bosa there and be a difference maker. The second round pick here for the Chargers is Tui Puolotu out of USC. Tui Puolotu. So let's get back to the Charbonnet thing, and I want to Coop. Let's frame this in dynasty discussion for Kenneth Walker. How many cents on the dollar are now you willing to trade Kenneth Walker in your dynasty leagues, knowing Charbonnet's there, because you're not going to get full price on him?
You can't trade him. You can't trade.
He's
Swift
a definite hold for you. You're
holding all of them. I'm
okay.
I'm holding David Montgomery. I'm holding DeAndre Swift. I'm holding all these guys. I think what you kind of maybe do now is try, if you're the Kenneth Walker roster, then you got to maybe make a move for this guy and maybe hedge your bets and just hope that if and when, because running backs do get hurt. Like, there's very few running backs that have played 3 full seasons. Like, the numbers are there's so few. Like, Mark Ingram was like the last guy to do it. I think like Austin Eckler's come pretty close in terms of like 3 full seasons, CMC, but they get hurt so easily. So that's why they're doing this. And I think that's probably in Dynasty, that's what you got to do. You just got to hedge your bets and just hope it doesn't become a true 50-50 nightmare split, because then your life is ruined. Yeah. But if you could have a Dalvin Cook, in Dynasty, the people that had Dalvin Cook with Alexander Madison behind him, that was actually a pretty lucrative agreement. Right.
Let's be honest. It's a terrible night if you're a Kenneth Walker owner.
It's not good.
It's not good. A terrible night. Get your favorite libation, have a drink. I mean, if you've got him tonight's a long night. I mean, it really is. All of a sudden, you were like banking on. You're like, oh my god, I got a stud running back. He's going to be unbelievable. And they just go draft the guy in the second round out of UCLA that could be stealing carries from him. No, that's a disaster.
You know what this 41. You know what this reminds me, guys, is a couple years ago, I had James Robinson in a lot of dynasty leagues, and I thought it's going to be coup d'etat. We're going to sail through. The Jaguars take Trevor Lawrence, and then with their second first-round pick, they take Travis Etienne, and then it was damage control for me. I ended up having to give up some draft capital to get Travis Etienne because Robinson was so crucial to my teams, which I think, Moose, you're pointing out right now, or Coop, you're pointing out right now. Like, this is the type of thing that you need to do if you have Walker. You might need to go out and get this guy in your dynasty leagues. He probably won't cost as much as Travis Etienne did, but that's neither here nor there. I think if you look at this from a best ball standpoint too, these guys, they might share spike weeks right now. And if you think you have a really good handle on it, definitely now is your time to take advantage of some of the best ball drafts that are going to be going on right after the NFL draft on Fantasy Alarm and Bettor Sports Network. Get expert advice to draft winning teams, including strategies, rookie profiles, including Zach Charbonnet, player rankings, average draft position data, and more. Starting Monday, compete against your favorite BSN and Fantasy Alarm hosts every week in best ball drafts. Coop, can you give them the 411 on the best way to do that as far as participating in these best ball drafts?
Yeah, if you really want, so if you just want to do the best ball drafts and do them with strangers and do that, that's fun too. I do a bunch of those. Then go to Underdog, use promo code Fantasy Alarm. If you want to get in on the big party and do them with me, do them with Howard Bender, do them with Moose. You're definitely doing one with us, right? Next week?
For sure.
Yeah, so get in with the gang. Eric, you probably do a couple maybe.
Sure.
Like, we get in and do that, then become a Fantasy Alarm member and get into our Discord. Right now, we have a deal, NFL Draft. You get 20% off a year subscription, and it's not just football. So you get in for the dynasty stuff, the football stuff at football time, goes all the way around, but you also get all the MLB stuff. You get all the NASCAR stuff. We have the back-to-back 3 of the last 4 years. Matthew Sells has been the NASCAR writer of the year. This guy's an animal. Like, you get all the stuff we do for the full year. You get 20% off right now. That's the deal we have going for you NFL draft folks. And then you get into the Discord and you can draft with us. That's the best way, because now you're drafting with me, Kevin Tompkins, Britt Flynn. We're talking trash. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, if you just want to go to Underdog and sign up with the promo code, that works too. But yeah, it's going to be, I can't wait. Best ball season is my very favorite. I know Kevin Tompkins has articles coming out next week ready to rock and roll. So it's going to be a good time.
Speaking of Kevin Tompkins, he is coming up at the top of the hour here on the Bettor Sports Network as he, John and Pemba, and Corey Parson take over live draft coverage here on the Bettor Sports Network. Our live draft coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. Austin Nace is still going to be hanging out from campus to Canton. Judson Fensterman is going to come in for the betting angle on everything you need to know for the remainder of day 2 of the NFL Draft. I don't know if my screen is frozen, guys, but the pick has been in for Kansas City. for quite
Yeah.
some time here.
Who'd they move up for?
That's the question. Like now
My
yesterday
question is they targeted somebody. Who did they target? I'm curious.
they helped out Chris Jones on the defensive line by getting Felix Aniduke Uzoma. I believe I'm getting the name right, or Uzama. They get him with the final pick of the first round last night. So that helped solidify the defensive line. But now what are you doing here? At this point, you still have bodies in the backfield. I don't know if there's a good running back for them to
let's all admit it. Let's admit it. We want it to be wide receiver. Right?
Well, I mean, at that, seriously, when you have Juju Smith-Schuster moving on, you are framing your offense right now against with Travis Kelce, Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore, and Marquez Valdes-Scantling. There needs to be another body here in the Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver room, and I think they may have gotten a player that we'll care about for fantasy here, and it is indeed Rashee Rice from SMU, a bigger receiver. A guy that I know a lot of teams were interested in. He made a lot of visits at the combine and in the the top 30 visits for a lot of NFL teams. A player that I quite frankly would have been excited for my Packers to take too. But Rashee Rice here, Moose, goes to Kansas City. Your thoughts on what this guy is going to be year one, knowing that he's going to be fighting for targets not only with Valdes-Scantling, Toney, and Sky Moore, but Travis Kelce as well.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing, listen, there's no doubt. I mean, he's an unbelievable athlete. Just reading up on him, and maybe Coop has a different feel about him. He had bad drops in college. I mean, there's also max effort player. Was he a max effort player out there when you're watching him on game film? I mean, he's a 6'2" receiver. He's got size. Obviously, Kansas City must feel like none of that is true. But those were some of the criticisms about him. He's a guy that I think you throw into that receiver room. I don't know. When you look at it from day one, I think it's going to take him some time. Like, it's going to be Kelsey's world. I think Sky Moore is going to play a bigger role next year. You got Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Juju Smith-Schuster has moved on. Now you throw in Rashee Rice. I think over the course of time, yeah. I mean, you're with Patrick Mahomes. I think a lot of us could catch footballs from Patrick Mahomes, to be honest with you. He's that good. But that the only thing when you read in some of the scouting reports, Coop, that effort is not always max. That would be the concerning thing when you look at Rashee Rice.
Yeah, I mean, this guy for me has been a roller coaster because I liked him, and then coming out right from when they did like the weigh-ins and stuff, he was like 2 inches shorter than it said in the. I don't know why SMU had him listed at like 6'3", but I was like, oh geez, like. I don't know, that to me that like knocked him down. And then I had people coming out saying that they love this guy, and he came back up. And then I heard the same things that you were just saying, that like there's a bit of an effort issue. I mean, did you just mention Stephon Diggs with the effort thing?
I did not know.
So Stephon Diggs, that's kind of what I've had people say, is that like he might have been it might have been a frustration with the coaching staff that led to that. And Stephon Diggs slid because of that, because he was like fighting with them and he wanted the ball, kind of a diva thing. With this guy, it's hard to get a read on him, but I'll tell you this right now, because he just went to play with Patrick Mahomes, flying up dynasty boards, right? What do you guys think?
I totally agree. And I'll tell you this right now, Coop, I'm going to save you from something here. Dan Servideo joining us right now. He is not going to stand for your Stephon Diggs slander of him having a problem with the coaching staff. So I'm going to bring him in right now. We'll get back to Rashee Rice. By the way, Tyreek Stevenson, the cornerback from the Chicago Bears, or from Miami, goes to the Chicago Bears here with pick 25 of the second round. Servo, Rashee Rice, now a member of the Kansas City Chiefs. Can you tell us what that means as far as what you were looking at as far as the Chiefs adding a receiver here on day 2, and then of course what you're looking for here, the last 7-8 picks of the second round?
Yeah, I mean, you guys were just talking about his dynasty value right now. If you look on, you can go on FanDuel and DraftKings and bet on Rookie of the Year odds. They're live right now. Rashee Rice right now. You want to throw $5 on 10,000 to 1 odds for him to be the Rookie of the Year? How about that one?
I kind of like that, dude.
Right? I mean, this guy could go off for 900 yards,
let's put 100 on it.
A few touchdowns and break off. So yeah, he's a name to watch. And by the way, if you go to fantasyalarm.com/DraftKings, get a DraftKings promo right now for new users. If you haven't gotten in the action yet, bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets. So go check that out. So yeah, like the Rookie of the Year odds, I've been tracking it because like Bijan Robinson, rightfully the favorite to be the Rookie of the Year, and Bryce Young is very close behind, CJ Stroud too. But, some of these names like a Jalen Hyatt that still hasn't gone yet is about plus 2,500 on these rookie of the year odds. You guys were talking about Zach Charbonnet, who just went to the Seahawks, and his odds were plus 2,800, but I don't think I'm taking a chance on that anymore. So yeah, those are some of the things. And by the way, we are on throughout this draft. If you want to get in on it, we are on Stetson Bennett watch too, because he was the favorite. If you can bet on which round he's going to go in, the favorite was not to be drafted. But if you want to take a chance on him going in the second, third, or fourth round, the odds are very juicy on FanDuel, about plus 5,000, plus 6,000 to go here in the second round if he thinks he goes. So those are some things I'm watching. And the last thing would be coming up in this third round. We only got a few more picks here. We do have the Broncos finally on the clock for their first selections. So if you're in the BettorCast app and seeing which they're going to pick an offensive player, a defensive player. Before the second round started here, we had pre-draft odds, and the favorite was running back at plus 250. Offensive line was a close second at plus 350. Also defensive line at plus 380 and cornerback at plus 380. So kind of all over the place if you wanted to go offensive defense for the Broncos first pick there.
And Servo too. I think the other thing we need to point out, Rashee Rice is going to the Kansas City Chiefs in the second round in a draft when the top 4 receivers all went bang, 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 bang right in a row, but not until 20, which makes Rice that much more appealing because there is not that dominant, top of the board, like a Garrett Wilson, for instance, like we saw last year, which makes those Rice odds very, very juicy right now. And they're probably not, they're going to get de-juiced as we go further down the road here.
Well, what did you have? Did you have it at plus 10,000? Is that what you had said?
Plus 10,000. Yep. Right
by
now.
By the time I got in there, it was on DraftKings it was plus 5,000. But I put 100.
FanDuel right now. It might be a little. By the way,
it's going to be a quarterback, but I don't care.
To your point, though, with these odds, I mean, we had so many of these first-round receivers who went to receiving corps where they're not like the clear number one. They're not the clear top target. So it's like, why not take a chance on Rice compared to even a Jordan Addison where he's going there. He's not the number one receiver. Zay Flowers now, if they're going to be signed to Antonio Brown, like who knows?
Yeah. Servo, you have been awesome for these first couple hours tonight. Thank you so much for your contributions. We will continue to follow you on Twitter at Dan_Servo. Servo, you're the man. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys as always. Awesome show.
Thank you so much, Dan Servo. Let's talk about the last 2 picks here. Not so much the John Michael Schmitz pick, the center from the University of Minnesota going to the New York Giants with pick 57. But let's talk about this one that just went off the board at pick 58. I shouldn't say just went off the board. He went off the board a couple of minutes ago, I believe. And it is now, we knew that the Cowboys lost Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz bet on himself, and quite frankly, he kind of lost. Gets a middling deal, or maybe a less than middling deal with the Houston Texans this year. Cowboys needed to replace him. They had former Wisconsin Badger Jake Ferguson on the team. They still do have him, but they add another Big Ten guy right here out of Michigan. Luke Schoonmaker is now a Dallas Cowboy, joining Jake Ferguson in that tight end room. Coop, I'll throw this to you. You are our tight end whisperer here. Your thoughts on Luke Schoonmaker and what he's going to provide for Dak Prescott in that Cowboys offense?
Yeah, so the thing about Schoonmaker that makes him difficult on film is how many RPOs and play action. And you'll notice here that so these plays, they don't do much for me because he's not really winning in man-to-man. I went in and looked at it, and there's just not a ton of tape of him actually making contested catches. It's like one catch against Iowa that was really nice, but when you look at it, he had 11 contested catch attempts, only caught 2 of them. Like the other Luke Moose, only 2 broken tackles for this guy as well.
Yeah, well, listen, I do, and I understand they lost their starter last year, Dalton Schultz, and you mentioned it, bet on himself, and he lost, but he only got the $9 million deal. Yeah, I think he's a guy that you can use in a lot of different ways. He's not your prototypical tight end, but the passes, a lot of the passes that he was catching in Michigan, that's not going to happen in the National Football League. Right. I mean, it just isn't. I mean, so how exactly do you grade him out? I mean, I like I think it's an interesting pick. I think it's a need pick. I don't know if I necessarily loved him, and I think he's got more of a build as a bigger bodied wide receiver than he is as a guy that's going to be a prototypical tight end in the NFL.
Much like Dalton Schultz, he can get what's given to him, which I mean that's what Schultz did. Like that play right there, right? That's a Dalton Schultz-esque play. He's
no
just
doubt
there. He's there, and he can make the play, and maybe that's all you need when you have CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard and Brandon Cooks and all this. And I think that's fine. I'll tell you for this pick, what this pick means most to me is maybe the talk about Darnell Washington's knee is a little more serious than people think, because
that's a great point.
That name is kind of lingering.
He's
on
dropping
the board.
like a stone.
He's dropping like crazy. Maybe he's not the guy that we thought. And I think that now that you're seeing these other guys go, both Luke's off the board. If we see Tucker Kraft go, I might just take Darnell Washington off my board completely for Dynasty, just because he should be a good blocker. But if he's got knee problems and he's going to be a Mercedes Lewis guy at best, then I don't know. So really interesting pick there for the Cowboys. Pretty lukewarm. Lukewarm Shoemaker. Is that what that pick is?
I'll allow it. That pun is allowed.
Sorry, I've been doing 4 hours of these streams.
Yes, we're all punchy at this point. The Bills are punchy as they are still on the clock here. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk about the Bills pick, which I think I shouldn't say I know who it is, but I want to talk with you, Coop, about this here, of who it could be. And then we're going to turn our coverage over for the next 2 hours. I'm going to tell you who's hosting coming up at the top of the hour. But, Coop, we knew that Josh Downs was being rumored to be going to the Buffalo Bills, maybe as soon as the first round. They end up going with Dalton Kincaid instead. But your thoughts on a Josh Downs marriage here for the Buffalo Bills at the end of the second round makes a lot of sense.
So it did. It made a lot of sense yesterday. But today, I think Dalton Kincaid, because he's only like 240 pounds, I think he truly is. And they have Dalton Knox. I think they're going to go true, like Philadelphia Eagles, Dallas Goedert, Zach Ertz era style. Schultz in line. What is Schultz? Where Goddard was in line and Ertz was in the slot. I think that's what it's going to be. It's going to be Knox in line with Kincaid in the slot. That probably removes the need for Josh Downs. And I do want Downs to go somewhere. I think he would be, obviously playing with Josh Allen would be amazing. I just think it might be redundant because of what they did. I think for this team, they either need to go, I would just go offense or defensive line here. I really would.
I think they got to drop. But I don't know where the offensive lineman is that they would go with. Their offensive
I don't know. So maybe defensive line.
I have an idea, gentlemen, of who they could go with on the offensive line here. I'm waiting for the go-ahead from Adam Bernard, our wonderful producer, who, by the way, he and Anthony Rivera are doing an excellent job tonight. Shout out to both those guys for the first couple hours of our 2023 NFL Draft BettorCast on the Bettor Sports Network app and Fantasy Alarm. So the Bills have made their pick here, and it is going to be an offensive lineman, and it is going to be Osiris Torrance from the University of Florida. This helps out Josh Allen. All those little 1-yard sneaks he loves to do. Osiris Torrance is going to be blowing open the holes on the defensive interior line for him. He's going to help aid not only in the running game, but giving protection for Josh Allen there too. A smart pick here, Moose. Anytime you
I think it's a good pick.
Like this.
We were talking about before. I didn't know exactly where they would go or what offensive lineman it would be, but offensive line showed some holes and some warts last year. It did, and it's something that they needed to address. And now you go and you draft a guy that, you'd never draft a guard that high in the first round, but in the second round at this stage, you drafted a guy that you think you can plug and play out of Florida. He's more of a mauler up front, and I think he's a physical presence. The Bills needed, if they want to get back, to the AFC Championship game, get to the Super Bowl, and kind of fulfill the dreams that the offensive line needed to be addressed.
This is the kid that never gave up a sack, right?
Correct.
That was the whole thing with him. With Anthony Richardson moving around all over, that's pretty
difficult
crazy.
to do, right? And a guy holding on to the football at times too, right?
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's the only really thing I know about this guy, but that's a pretty good stat right there.
And now he's going to be blocking for another guy that moves around quite a bit, maybe less in 2023 than he has in the course of his career. But we will be watching that. We will be watching the rest of this NFL draft right here on the Bettor Sports Network app, bettorsports.com, Fantasy Alarm. Guys, this was a pleasure. So much fun.
Eric, great job.
No, thank you so much. Back at you, Moose. Moose and Keith, weekdays, 10 a.m. right here on the Bettor Sports Network. Marc Malusis, thank you so much. And Andrew Cooper, senior NFL analyst for Fantasy Alarm. Quick Out Fantasy Football, Lightning Round Fantasy Football. Kudos to you, my friend, as well. Thanks so much, guys. The coverage continues. Where will Hendon Hooker fall? Where will Josh Downs go? Darnell Washington, what's going on with him right now? Up next, as our coverage continues here, we're going to step out just for a minute. John and Pemba, Kevin Tompkins, Corey Parson coming up. Austin Nace, Justin Fensterman is also going to be offering some betting angles, some rookie profiles from Austin as well. That all continues for the next 2 hours plus right here on the Bettor Sports Network. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Covering the fantasy football and sports betting news, this is the 2023 NFL Draft BettorCast on Fantasy Alarm and Bettor Sports Network. Moose and Keith, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern.
The word genius is there. Bob Glover, it describes him. Bob, so when's the last time that Twitter defeated you? Because I've been defeated by Twitter today.
I'll tell you how Twitter defeated me one time. I had the mistaken impression that the year that Troy Polamalu won the Defensive Player of the Year, it looked like it was going to go to Clay Matthews Jr. And I tweeted it. And there was a guy on the media bus. He was like, oh, yeah, he's got it, a guy I trust. I won't tell you who it was, but his initials are Mike Garafolo. So I went with it. Got a DM from Rich Eisen, NFL Network. He goes, you sure about that? I go, oh, man. Oh, I just got this wave. Because, like, accuracy to me is really important.
Yeah.
So I'm literally on the media bus. We're just getting back from media day. We are slipping and sliding in Dallas. It's snowing. I get off the bus. I open my laptop. I'm hunched over. And I just, like, literally people are passing me. Bob, what's wrong? And it was Polamalu. And Adam Schefter had retweeted me. Trey Wingo had retweeted me. I'm like, oh, I'm dead.
So when it's Polamalu, then how do you handle that? Like, what was the subsequent tweet
I think
afterwards?
I said, got some bad Twitter info. I didn't put Garafalo's name on there. I had to
10 years later, you can out him. I like that. Yeah.
You know, he wouldn't mind that. He knows the stories.
Yeah.
He actually said to me, hey, Bob, I think you might have jumped the gun on that. I was like, oh, crap. There we go.
Campus to Canton on the Bettor Sports Network.
Would Dion bench Shador?
I don't think he would.
Like, how bad would it have to be? Because we've seen horrendous quarterback play from this Colorado team for the last, 5 years? JT Shroud, Brandon Lewis, just terrible quarterback play. Like, they were 131st, which is dead last in pass EPA per play. Obviously, it will be better, but how bad does it have to be for him to bench his own son? Like, I'm not sure he will ever either, like, especially with the attitude that he came in with.
If they don't get Rashada, who do they bench him for this year anyway? I don't know that there's another answer on that roster that you go to. They don't really have a guy behind him. So I don't even know if we would know the answer to that until the next year, assuming that, he doesn't declare for the draft, he returns, they bring somebody else that's competent and behind him.
If they're going to do this the Lincoln Riley way, next year would be the class to bring somebody in. Shador Sanders is going to be a third-year player. So he's going to play 2023. I don't think he's declaring for the 2024 NFL draft. So he's going to play in 2024 and then declare for the 2025 NFL draft. And let's remember this. He hasn't had a full recruiting cycle at Colorado. He will have that next recruiting cycle. So maybe he could get one of these class of 2024 quarterbacks there to come to Colorado.
However you're invested in sports, from betting to fantasy, collectibles, and more, join our community on Bettor Sports Network.
NFL Draft
Bettor Sports Network and Fantasy Alarm presents
is now officially open.
the 2023 NFL Draft BettorCast.
Are you ready? Let's get it started.
Covering the fantasy football and sports betting angles of the NFL Draft. Rookie scouting reports, NFL player comparisons, instant projections, draft props, and live betting. Live reports from Fantasy Alarm's Britt Flynn in Kansas City.
With the first pick.
Follow the NFL Draft and play our live Q&A contest for your chance to win fabulous prizes. The 2023 NFL Draft BettorCast on Fantasy Alarm and Bettor Sports Network.
Welcome back into the 2023 NFL Draft BettorCast presented by Bettor Sports Network and Fantasy Alarm. Shout out to Andrew Cooper, Marc, Malusis, and Eric Balkman there covering the first half of tonight's coverage here. Welcoming in the new crew here, myself, John Apema, Corey Parsons, Kev Tompkins, and Justin Fensterman taking you out through the rest of tonight's NFL Draft. Guys, man, it's been a pretty exciting round two so far. How's everybody handling things so far? Corey, how are we doing tonight?
Feeling pretty good. You know what I'm saying? First, I'd like to take the time, John, introduce myself. Corey Parsons, the fantasy executive. Not sure I've ever crossed paths before. Same thing goes for you, Kevin, Corey Parson, fantasy executive. Pleasure is mine. And Justin Fenceman, I've known since I was wet behind the ears. So glad to be here. My Dallas Cowboys was recently on the clock. America took a tight end. Would like to get one last night. Gentleman, we got this afternoon doesn't really, profile to be the kind of immediate day one starter that they're going to need this year. But you know what? Dallas Cowboys normally don't miss on draft picks, so still feel pretty good about that. But glad to be here for night 2 of the action.
Yeah, Fancy, you weren't a part of the night 1 coverage. Welcome, man. How are we doing tonight, man?
Doing well. You guys did great on coverage last night. And this is what it's all about, guys. Having fun, the future of the league. That's what we're talking about over these next few days here, over yesterday and today. So it's very exciting, man, right before best ball season begins.
But nothing better than best ball season for sure. Kev, your Green Bay Packers finally took a wide receiver, man. How are we feeling?
We're feeling good. Aaron Rodgers, let's get him out of here. It's Jordan Love time.
Get him out of here. It's Jordan Love time. I agree.
When we went out to break here, we had a couple of picks go through here. The Cincinnati Bengals took cornerback DJ Turner out of Michigan. Corey, what are your thoughts here on Cincinnati going defense here in the second round?
I think it's obviously Cincinnati. They're bigger, getting defense. They got to get a little bit younger on defense, a little bit stronger on defense too. And this cornerback from Michigan is a good start at that. Really, when we look at the Bengals, what's going to be fascinating over the course of the next couple of years is how they build this team, because they got to pay Joe Burrow. They have to pay Jamar Chase. They keep saying they're not going to trade T. Higgins. I don't see where that's possible because they're going to have to get this money to pay these players from somewhere. But obviously they needed to get a little bit younger and cheaper on defense. So I think it's a solid pick for them. And then this Michigan guy projects to be a top corner after a couple of years of being a starter.
After Cincinnati went off the clock, we had the Jacksonville Jaguars take tight end Brenton Strange out of Penn State. Kev, thoughts on the fix here with Jacksonville going for tight end?
I mean, they've got a bunch of, outside of Evan Engram, they've just got a bunch of guys like Luke Farrell. And, other than that, you can really just throw Strange in. And he's a pretty athletic guy from what I know out of Penn State. So maybe he profiles into more of a weapon that can be developed next to Evan Engram, maybe a spot guy in the red zone. More weapons for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, more weapons for Trevor Lawrence, indeed. And then we had a trade. The Eagles were on the clock. They made a trade with the Houston Texans. Texans move up. They draft Juice Scruggs, great name there, center out of Penn State. Fancy, we saw obviously Houston take the quarterback, pick one. Now they're getting a little offensive line security here. What are your thoughts on Houston's draft so far, man?
I mean, absolutely. With the future there, you got to protect Young. So with that, getting this guy over 300 pounds, guys, Young's going to have plenty of protection if this guy could get with it very quickly in the first few weeks of the season.
Another trade coming in quick here. Denver trading into the last pick here in the second round. So far, again, you're looking at this team, pretty set on offense. They really could probably use some defense here. Corey, if you're looking kind of at the draft board, what do you think best fit here for Denver?
I think when you look at the best prospects available right now for Denver, maybe that go with that Clemson linebacker. He's a guy that I think can be a young player that can help them immediately. He's a guy that gets to come in here, a tall off-ball linebacker, so he can kind of fit into that defense well. If they do want to go on offense, I don't know. Maybe this is the spot for a quarterback right here, because the rumor has it, Drew Brees is going to give Russell Wilson 1 year. And then after that, it's going to be, all right, it's time to get somebody in here. So we'll see how this year goes. But I can see a defensive player here. But if they do go offense, I wouldn't knock a quarterback, make Russell a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, Hendon Hooker, top quarterback available currently. If you look at ESPN's best players available, he's the number one guy there. And eventually, they're going to have to find somebody behind Russell Wilson, like you think. That pick is in, surprisingly, and they went wide receiver here. Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma. So, a team that has Courtland Sutton, has Jerry Jeudy now going ahead and attacking it, another wide receiver. There was obviously rumors that maybe they'd be looking to eventually deal one of those wide receivers at some point during the offseason. Sean Payton seemingly recommitting to this offense, giving Russell Wilson more weapons. Kev, thoughts on Marvin Mims here from Oklahoma going to Denver?
I mean, it's almost a 1-for-1 replacement for KJ Hamler. The dude can't stay on the field, so you get the explosive element with Marvin Mims. I mean, I love it. I mean, they really don't have a lot of guys outside of Obviously Tim Patrick was hurt all year last season. You got Sutton, you got Judy, but Dulcich can certainly stretch the field too, but he adds the wide receiver field stretching element, and I like it. I like it for Denver.
Yeah, Denver's first pick in this draft for Sean Payton here. He went ahead and went to the offensive side of the ball. Let's bring in Austin here to get his take on that pick for Denver, going wide receiver. Austin, thoughts here on the Denver selection?
Yeah, this is really interesting. You wouldn't necessarily thought that Denver would hit wide receiver here, but new sheriff in town with Sean Payton, I guess he just kind of wants to load things up, kind of create the offense that he wants. And yeah, like you guys were saying, Mims definitely presents a downfield threat that the other guys on this team really don't. And I think it makes sense because they were trying to get rid of one of Sutton or Judy as well this offseason, or at least entertaining calls. So, I'm not sure that he necessarily is the for sure wide receiver 3 either going into the year. We might see him have an even bigger role.
Austin, let me ask you this. I feel like Mims coming into the season, the college football season, was a higher touted prospect. And so am I correct in saying this is, from where we're at now, that this is he's going did his projections go down? Did he fall off? What happened? Because I figured he would have been one of the top guys in this class.
Yeah, Oklahoma's offense this year was a little bit of an enigma. I don't think they really knew what they wanted to do. I don't think they really did anything well. And I don't know that the quarterback play was good enough to necessarily feature him. My only real concern with him is, is he just a slot guy? And if he is just a slot guy, can he do more than just stretch the field? I do think there are some concerns overall about his game and how maybe he meshes with an NFL offense. But I think, talking about deep speed and size and some of these things, I think that stuff is definitely there to develop a little bit.
So I want to get your take. Last before the break, we had Andrew Cooper on. He was talking tight ends, mentioned Darnell Washington and maybe the injury concerns for him. Had a couple tight ends come off the board, still kind of leaping over him in terms of tight end rankings. Dallas obviously going with Luke Schoonmaker out of Michigan. Then Brenton Strange going to Jacksonville. Any worries for you, like Coop has for Washington here, now the teams continually pass up on him?
Yeah, I just tweeted out, I've watched a lot of Penn State over the past couple years. At no point was I ever saying that Brenton Strange is a round 2 guy. That pick is just baffling to me. I have no idea what's going on there. But I think it's got to be the knee. It sounds like that's the rumor now. He is. I mean, Washington's a big boy, quite frankly. He's a big guy. So I think if you do have any concerns about the knee with a guy that big carrying that much weight, I mean, it could be like a basketball center that, some of those guys have those shortened careers because they're just too big.
Bad knees equals a short career in the NBA. So for sure here. Looks like the Bears pick is in. They have the first pick here in the 3rd round. See what they are looking at. If we're looking at some team needs here, Kev, what do you think that Chicago should be looking to target?
I mean, just keep fortifying the offensive line. Certainly needs help in the secondary as well. Definitely corner would be probably the area to attack if I were Ryan Pace.
Yeah, looking to see what they got in here. Again, looking at some of the best available players right now. Offensive line, Osiris Torrance from Florida. Looks like he currently ranking out an ESPN there. Keelan Ringo, cornerback out of Georgia, up there as the top available cornerback. Austin, any of those 2 players think fit for Chicago here?
I'm not totally convinced that Ringo doesn't have to move to safety at some point in the NFL. So I'm not sure if you're looking for a pure corner. I mean, he does have a great combination of athletic gifts, but I'm not sure long-term that maybe he sticks there. He's just not a super fluid guy changing direction. So he's an interesting player because, depending on how you want to use him, he could be very effective in the NFL, but I don't. It's very team specific, and I would be lying if I said that I knew exactly what the Bears are running on the back end of their defense to project him there, particularly.
Corey, what are your thoughts here with Chicago on the clock? Based off their draft so far, where do you see them going here?
I think it's probably a little BPA action right here for the Bears, who need a lot of help on their roster. O-line is an area where they could go. I believe it's still an Ohio State offensive lineman out there. If they want to go D-line, mentioned the Clemson kid a little bit earlier. And then, the Georgia cornerback, Ringo. And then, you got a D tackle out there from Gamecocks from South Carolina as well, who all project to be day 2 picks. So, there you go right there.
Yeah, Zach Pickens in here. Zach Pickens, defensive tackle from South Carolina. Austin, thoughts here on the defensive lineman going to Chicago?
Yeah, Chicago definitely needed a little bit of help up front. They've been a little barren up front overall. I think he's a guy that does a little bit of everything pretty well. You can see some of these clips here. He's not the swiftest guy, but he can make some of this stuff work overall. I think he's maybe not quite a ceiling guy, but I think he's a guy that can play in the NFL for a pretty long time, doing exactly that, getting after the passer a little bit, and he does offer something in run.
He's a starter. He can get in the paint a little bit. He's not like no super athletic guy, but he can take up a couple blocks, keep your linebackers clean, do some work in the run game, in my opinion. But his athleticism is not jump off the screen.
Yeah, you want to get maybe a big guy that can kind of eat up some of those bodies, like you said, keep some pathways, maybe for linebackers to find their way into that backfield here. We have the Eagles on the clock now. Everybody,
you guys think the Bears are a possible NFC playoff team this year?
It's going to have to it's going to have to be up to Fields in his progression.
I mean, I think they're going to give him an opportunity. I think they're going to obviously get a little bit of improvement on that offensive line this year with how they attacked in that first round. They added the weapons for him, So I think it's possible. The division that they're in, there's certainly some paths there for them. So like Kev said, I think if Fields takes that next leap and they can protect him enough to find some open spaces to allow him to hit those wide receivers that they've gotten for him, for sure.
He kept him in a lot of games last year. He also turned the ball over late in a lot of games last year too, that eventually end up causing them to lose. NFC kind of weak. I like the Packers to win the NFC. I'm about to say the NFC.
The North?
The Central.
Yeah, the North. I was about to say the NFC Central. I like the Packers. Ain't been in the NFC Central in 40 years. But I
bring
like
Camp in our division again. Let's do it.
Yeah, exactly. But I do like the Packers to win that division this year. I think the line's a little bit overhyped, and I think the Bears can get in there as well.
Yeah, Chicago's attacked defense with their last 3 picks there, so they've been pretty aggressive, kind of restocking. I think obviously an offensive lineman there early in the first round. Like I said, trying to sort of revamp what they have going on there. Fields was relied upon him, right? He turned the football over because so much was made on him to make those plays, and he got hurt for it as well. He wasn't playing at full 100% there towards the end of the year. So I'm excited for his prospects. I like his mobility. Especially speaking from a fantasy perspective, give me a mobile quarterback, just raises the floor for him when it comes to his production. Eagles are on the clock now. Looks like that pick is going to be in. Listen, we know that defense just continues to get better and better. I don't necessarily know if they're going to be going defense again here on this side of the ball. Austin, what do you think some of their needs are at this point in the draft?
Yeah, I think they could really use a safety, but we know this is not a draft that really has a ton of those guys, so there might not be a real value here for them. So I think this is just a pure BPA. I don't know.
Yeah, we said they had a luxury pick last night when they took Nolan Smith. Is this just kind of like another luxury pick for Philly?
Yeah, take anything.
It's a Josh Downs spot.
They got back-to-back picks here too. So they have the pick of the board. Maybe they'll trade back in one or use them both, but right now the world is their oyster. So
I think secondary could be a play here with one of these 2 picks for the Eagles. But like you guys said, it's like they had a solid night last night. Well, the kid Smith really is hurt, but they had a solid night last night. And we're going to see what happens. But they're putting together a pretty stacked roster. Where they're adding pieces to what's already a pretty stacked roster.
Yeah, looking at the best available, again, just kind of using ESPN for reference, they have Jair Brown as their top available safety. I don't necessarily know if he's a fit for Philly, but Austin, you're mentioning, they could eventually use a safety replacement there on that team.
Yeah, they'll need one at some point. It's just a bad year to need one, unfortunately. I don't think they'll force anything. They don't have to at this point. They've got enough pieces that they can kind of go wherever they want. Running back would be very interesting here with one of these picks. We've been speculating they need another guy there. There are still some bigger backs. A guy like Roshan Johnson, Izzy Abanikanda. I don't know that if you go Tyjae Spears, since you already kind of have like Gainwell on the roster, who's kind of a similar back, but I think a running back could be interesting.
What do you guys think about the Seahawks drafting that running back?
bewildering.
I just
the
did
same guy.
I just did a short on it. Yeah, it was very, very confusing.
Yeah, everybody.
It's frustrating for fantasy, like we
Yeah,
say.
it is.
When,
It really is. When I saw it come across my screen, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Why do they make what we do so much more difficult?
That's the Spider-Man meme. Like basically those two in the running back room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, talk about what's Kenneth Walker. Kind of a between the tackles guy, can get out in space a little bit. We unsure about a high-end pass receiving ceiling. That's pretty much exactly what the scouting report is on Charbonnet. He's a little more of a banger, but I'm very confused if that's a 1A 1B or if it's just we want a similar guy to back him up. I don't know what they're planning there. But as a guy, a lot of the formats I play, I already have a lot of these players rostered. I had a ton of Charbonnet, so that really, really hurt me when that pick happened.
If the Eagles don't go running back here, I actually like them as a trade partner with the Lions if they want to go get DeAndre Swift, probably on the cheap.
Yeah, it will be cheap because it should be cheap.
Yeah, I mean, it's the point, right? I mean, you're not
pennies on the dollar, man.
Yeah, you're not drafting Jahmyr Gibbs and then holding on to Swift. I would assume, obviously, there was already reports out earlier today that the team was immediately fielding phone calls from other teams, like, no
Here's
longer
a conditional
interested.
Seventh.
Right, exactly. See what we can get for him. Again, this pick is an offensive tackle, Tyler Steen from Alabama, going to Philly here with their first of two picks here in the third round. We'll see again if they go ahead and take the back-to-back picks here. Already a great offensive line. It was one of the reasons why I think that they were able to see Jalen Hurts sort of develop is they gave him a great offensive line. They got him another 1A wide receiver to throw the football to, and it just sort of gave him that time there. And they were quick with their next selection, Sidney Brown out of Illinois. They went safety here. So
safety right there.
Back-to-back picks, Philly not making us wait. They went offensive tackle, and they went safety here. As Austin, you were mentioning, they needed to find somebody there.
Yeah, and Brown's a fun guy too. Pretty aggressive. Chase Brown's brother, actually. So I mean, they're kind of similar guys. They're not afraid to throw that body around at all. So I think that's a nice pick for them overall there, and I think that beefs up that secondary a little bit.
Yeah, Corey, thoughts there on the two picks from Philly? We have Denver on the clock right now.
Solid pieces. Depstein will add depth on that offensive line. He's a player with a lot of tape out there, obviously playing for Alabama. And then Brown, he comes up that same secondary with Weatherspoon, who we saw go in the first round. So solid depth pieces for the Eagles right there. Brown could be an instant contributor, but I believe Stein will be a more of a depth guy. Depth.
Okay, we have Denver on the clock. They just went wide receiver at the end of round 2. Where do we think that they're going to be doing now in their third round selection?
Yeah, could still just go in the linebacker corner. I mean, they got a wide receiver. Don't think they have to really worry about any sort of skill position players. Certainly, maybe a running back. Who knows if they are kind of bearish on the health of Javonte Williams. Obviously, they brought in Samaje Perine, but that would be more surprising if anything. Probably going defense here on the back end.
Yeah, right now it looks like if you're just kind of looking at the ESPN over here, they have the little best fit. They have Ringo from Georgia as potentially their best fit for this pick here. Austin, thoughts here on the Denver selection that's upcoming here?
Yeah, I think defensive side of the ball makes a lot of sense. They don't have a ton of depth there. I think you can hit pretty much any level at this point and be okay with it. A guy that I'm surprised is still out there, and I haven't seen his name go, is Trenton Simpson at all? Linebacker, safety guy. He did go?
No, he didn't. I'm surprised he hasn't gone either. I'm starting to figure out what's the deal with that because he's the guy that played down here with Dabo Sweeney, and I don't know if it's a medical issue or something else, but I feel like he should have been going by now.
ESPN's got him ranked as their 6th best available player right now on the board. So Denver's pick is in, so we should be getting that momentarily here. We'll see exactly where they go again. Denver didn't have a first-round pick. Their first pick in the second round. There was the last pick. They went at wide receiver. Pick here, Drew Sanders, linebacker from Arkansas, was their selection. Austin, they did go defense.
Yeah, and another guy that's kind of, a guy that kind of hybridish linebacker, has played a little bit of edge, played a little bit of on the interior there as well. I'll be interested to see how they use him overall, but a pretty good athlete there. and a guy that started at Bama, was a very highly rated prospect and had to leave for Arkansas to get some playing time, but a very, very good player. And I think he could be a plug and play guy for them.
We have a trade here. Lions moving up, picking 5th now. Do they go running back? Where do we think? I mean, moving up, there's obviously a guy here that they're targeting. Austin, before we let you go here for the night, give me your take. What do we think Detroit's moving up for?
Oh, man, I don't even know what they would be. I have to assume it's on the defensive side of the ball, just based on what the picks they've made so far. But beyond that, I have no good guess here.
Right, really, at this point, could be a wild card.
I think the Lions going to play 7-on-7 this year, the way they're building that offense. maybe that's going to be their MO, the speed game. But, yeah, definitely fascinating draft picks by the Detroit Lions. I mean, a team that, a lot of optimism. People are going to be very optimistic about the Lions and the Jets coming into this season. Normally, I will fade those teams that people are heavily optimistic on.
Well, the pick is in here, so we'll be getting the final decision here in a moment and see exactly what Detroit felt the need to move up into the 5th spot here in the 3rd round so far. Again, Lions draft has been a little different, I would say, than what many expected them to be going with here. So. We'll see exactly where they decide to go and add to their roster here once that ends up dropping in. Again, so far on the clock for Detroit this year, they took Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, tight end Sam Laporta, and Brian Branch in their 2 first and 2 second round picks, trading up here in the 3rd round for their first third round pick. And I see it coming in here. Hendon Hooker, quarterback, coming into Detroit. So thoughts here, Austin? They went quarterback. Is that the next future here behind Jared Goff?
Could be. I mean, probably needs at least a year, which is not something you want to say about an old guy. Does that bring you any fear there, Packers fan over there beside me, Kev? Is that what do you think?
I mean, he's not Brandon Weeden, but he is in his autumn years.
Hey. This old quarterback is it? Well, listen, you can't call him old, but 26-year-old is the age. I kind of feel like if you was going to do something like this, why just not wait and go get Stetson Bennett?
As well, yeah.
Yeah, trading up here ahead and grabbing Hooker. Maybe they thought another team behind them, Raiders, getting the game in here, jumped ahead of the Raiders. Maybe they were a team that could have been on the look for a quarterback this round. Moving up, obviously, Houston picking 6 in this round was not going to go quarterback. So you take a look at some of the teams that were trailing behind, and they maybe felt like this was their opportunity now to get that player before another one does there. So, Austin, thank you for joining us here this evening. Obviously, your great work these last couple of nights. Enjoy the rest of the draft, man.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your nights.
We'll bring in Justin Fensterman here. We'll get his reaction to what's going on so far in the draft here. Fensty, thoughts here? Hendon Hooker going to Detroit.
Actually, guys, I've been watching these odds all night to see when this guy was going to go. One of the coveted pieces here. He was actually on DraftKings plus 1,900 to go to the Detroit Lions. So it's funny because if you look to see some of the teams ahead of him, I'm counting at least 12 teams ahead of them in the odds there. But no surprise, they need the help there. I mean, Goff will completing 65% of his passes last year. That's all. Yeah. But still, now you can have a year or two for this guy here to develop. So I think it was a very, very good pick here by Detroit.
Yeah, looking at the Jared Goff contract here again, they traded for him. It was a great rebuild opportunity, but only a year or so left here. They got the out on him, so let him sit behind, let him learn, let him get the feel for the system, the offense, and then maybe turn the keys over to him. Andrew Cooper had that stat. Basically, the day 2 quarterbacks that have been successful is like Russell Wilson. The next best one was Matt Schaub. Maybe Hooker here can buck that trend to see what's going to go on there.
Remember when Texans fans went to Matt Schaub's house because he kept throwing interceptions? I'm serious. That happened.
It's not like he can move.
Yeah. All right. So now Matt Sharp was tough. Dak Prescott was a day 3 guy, but he played like a day 2 guy.
Yeah, no, he
Goff
definitely
probably
had
overstayed his welcome a little bit.
And then he had that run of pick sixes thrown. So, there was a great history there for Schaub. We got Houston up on the clock here. That looks like they moved up as well, pick 6 here. So we'll see where Houston goes. We've talked already about their draft and how they've gone about attacking this one so far. Obviously, they had the first overall pick here in this draft, or second overall pick, rather. They took C.J. Stroud. Then they went Willie Anderson, Juice Scruggs there in the second round for center. Corey, where do we think Houston should be looking to target
if I'm Houston, I'm going to continue to build on the side of the football where my head coach is going. We keep missing in the Clemson linebacker, Trenton Simpson, and then Rango as well. If you want to, get some help, you still got that Ohio State tackle out there, DeJuan Jones. Another tight end is available out there too, Josh Downs. So there's plenty of places they can go. They've just been. I think they should stick to defense. I'm curious. I'm getting real curious right now as to why this Clemson guy is falling.
Yeah, still haven't seen him off the board. If we're looking at some team needs and best availables here, they got defensive end, they got a cornerback, wide receiver, and offensive lineman here for Houston. So again, you're a bad team. You got a lot of holes, got a lot of options for players to go here. They're on the clock. Pick not yet in. Kevin, thoughts on Houston here being on the clock?
Yeah. What don't they need? I mean, just build inside out. You can certainly grab a weapon on the outside too if you really feel like he's going to be a game changer for you. Because that depth chart with Cook's gone is pretty. It's Nico Collins and a bunch of scrubs. So, yeah. I mean, your pick pretty much BPA.
Right. Best player available here. Fancy. What are we looking at for Houston?
I mean, for Houston, like you guys are saying, I mean, they need a little bit of everything. I want to see them go with a receiver here, whether it's Mr. Hyatt or even Mr. Tillman. You guys were talking about Downs before. Is this his time? So I think this is a good spot for them guys to pick out of the receiver pool here. Still plenty of names.
Yeah, hey, yep, go for it, Corey.
Finsty, I was speaking, I don't know if he was on camera, about the odds, the NFC North odds. Lions the favorites to win this division right now. Packers coming in at plus 450. I like the Packers.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to love them, right? Haha, pun intended right there.
I love it.
You got to see, though, Corey. I mean, we got to see how this offense rolls here. I mean, do you worry? Isn't it a little bit intriguing? You think Jordan Love, being that he's been there now for the last couple of years, watching with under the tutelage of Rodgers, do you think that he's going to be ready after a few weeks? Or is this guy going to take half a season to get his feet under him?
No, I think he's going to be ready to go. I think he can play, to be honest with you. I think Green Bay knew what they was doing. I think they knew the time was now to go ahead and bring him out there. It projects to be a Colin Kaepernick style of athlete, who's, has got that lanky frame, kind of slim, but can get after it, as far as being a dual threat quarterback, but he really can sling it from the pocket as well. So I'm looking forward to Love. I think the Lions are going to be overrated coming into this season.
Yeah, Lions currently plus 140 to win that division. Green Bay plus 500. So pretty decent odds on DraftKings Sportsbook right now if we're going there. It looks like Houston made their pick. Tank Dell, wide receiver out of Houston. Kev, we see Houston now attacking the offensive side of the football. We talked about it. They lost Brandon Cooks. They'll have Michi back this year, but, the Nico Collins, they don't really have any other weapons there for Stroud, so they get him one here with Dell.
Yeah, and he's pretty small at only 5'8", bucks. If you're listed at 165, you're probably more 155, to be honest. So clearly they probably want to use him obviously in the slaughter and matchup dependent spots. And maybe he can play up a little more with his weight. But I mean, they certainly need weapons everywhere on the field. Anything that can help them with Noah Brown, Robert Woods, Nico Collins, obviously brought in Dalton Schultz too, Devin Singletary, just see what can work with CJ Stroud. So, adding to that wide receiver room, certainly anything helps for Houston right now.
Yeah, and especially when you have a defensive coach, like you mentioned, he kind of knows how to coach that side of the ball. So get a bunch of talent on the other side of the ball and see what they can do. Corey, what are your thoughts?
I worry about the offense he played in college. I think that could be problematic transitioning over to the NFL. Like he's not going to have a lot of those wide open looks like he had when he was playing out there at University of Houston, and then it's a group of 5 school as well. So I don't know. I think this is a developmental style pick right here.
Yeah, for sure. That's the one thing with Houston. They always put up these gaudy passing numbers because they just go shotgun 5 wide, and then you actually know they're putting up thousands of yards receiving here. Las Vegas is on the clock right now. We know that they had a couple of different directions they could have gone so far. With their draft, it seemed like some people were upset with how they handled their early round picks here, but so far Tyree Wilson, and then they got maybe the best tight end. Some consider the best tight end, Michael Mayer, in round 2. Kev, what did you think of Mayer going to Oakland here?
I mean, you're not really going to replace Darren Waller, but you can do probably as good as you could do getting Mayer to fall down to the second round. You've got Austin Hooper there too. You got OJ Howard, so Mayer he probably doesn't need to shoulder any kind of load, especially with the wide receiver talent that they have too. So he's probably going to get worked in that offense. They got Jimmy Garoppolo there too. So I think the offense is still kind of a work in progress after Devontae Adams. Obviously they brought in Jacoby Myers in free agency too. So I think it's, he'll be able to get worked in. Not really enthused about it for fantasy, but anything can happen.
Raiders go with the tackle right here, D tackle Brian Young. Now, as far as the Meyer, who they project to be, a dude, I'm not going to say he's going to be the best blocking tight end in the league, but he can get in the way. And this is a team that likes to run the football a lot.
Yep.
So, listen, I think the Raiders are putting together a pretty decent draft here.
Let's bring in Felix Sharp here for the first time tonight. Felix, obviously, coming over from campus to Canton. I want to get your thoughts here on Raiders going defensive lineman here with Byron Young.
You must be on mute.
Yeah, we got you on mute there, Felix.
Let's get the night started off right.
There you go.
No, I think for a team like the Raiders, you want to go best player available. Byron Young from Alabama. I think we know how these Bill Belichick coaches like Alabama players, so This is no different here. We should expect more of this later on. So I do want to go back up to Nathaniel Tank Dell here for Houston for a second. We are still trying to see, what these small wide receivers who get a lot of separation in one-on-one situations, how they will pan out at the NFL. Tank Dell, a guy who performed really, really well at the Senior Bowl and quite frankly was gangbusters the last 2 seasons, one of the most productive wide receivers we've seen in college at Houston. He gets to stay home, but he is a small, diminutive guy, but a lot of such separation. He's probably a slot wide receiver. I don't think that he can do really anything else, but we've been waiting. I mean, we've had John Ross, we've had Tavon Austin, other smallish wide receivers. Ryan Switzer, once upon a time, if you remember him for the Steelers. So, yeah, we have these wide receivers who look good when you ask them to run one-on-one routes, but we haven't seen a lot of them pan out, if any of them pan out. I would say Antonio Brown exists on that spectrum also.
He made it.
Yes, he definitely did. Until the end, he fell off a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. He made it until it got a little bit too serious. Listen, then he turned into Kanye West in the football uniform.
He literally did.
This the thing. I agree with everything you said, but what I find interesting with the next pick, Kendre Miller, I think, who went to the Saints, I think he can be an instant impact.
Well, I mean, he beat out a 5-star running back, a number 1 running back in his class, and Zach Evans, forcing him to transfer. And so there are some people that would agree with you. He has the requisite size. He can catch the ball, ran in a spread offense there at TCU. And so, yeah, there are a couple of guys in this class who have the size, have the athleticism, and have been productive, particularly with Kendre Miller. I mean, if you follow recruiting, again, Zach Evans was a 5-star player, and he transferred away from TCU. A lot of people believe because Kendre Miller was starting to take hold of that backfield. So good pick here for the Saints.
Yeah, does this, I guess, maybe the further indication of what we got going on probably with Alvin Kamara at some point, likely being suspended. They brought in
I mean,
Williams last year, obviously from Detroit too, to kind of bulk up that backfield.
Sure, but I mean, at what age is Alvin Kamara? For running backs, we can see them fall off really, really quickly, even before they hit 30, 28, 29, right around there. So I don't think, especially here, are we in the third round now? This is the area of the draft where you really get value. We've seen, Ramondre Stevenson come from this area. We've seen Aaron Jones come from this area of the draft. This is still day two. I mean, you can even get running backs even later, but this is the area of the draft where you take a guy who has the requisite size and athleticism and is young enough that maybe in 2 years, I mean, just think of, I mentioned Aaron Jones. It was 2-3 years before he kind of took the running back one situation over. Now, this is a little bit different because Alvin Kamara has the pending suspension. So, yeah, you can absolutely plug this guy in until you get him back. But then when Alvin Kamara is a free agent again and his contract is up and the Saints don't re-sign him, this is a guy who could potentially be your running back one for, a couple of seasons.
Yeah, the Patriots love drafting these running backs in this round. Obviously, Ramondre, then Damian Harris was even before then as well. So, a couple of guys there. Arizona's on the clock. Their pick is in. With their first pick, they took Paris Johnson. Second round, they went linebacker out of LSU here. Felix, where do we think Arizona to be looking to target at this point in the draft for them?
Well, it's hard to say with the new regime there. Before the offense was the philosophy, I think that's still going to be the case as long as Kyler Murray is your quarterback. They let go. Their wide receivers are very old with DeAndre Hopkins and A.J. Green last year. I think that could potentially be an option. I can't believe that Josh Downs is still on the board. You still got Darnell Washington on the board, and if they want speed, Jalen Hyatt is still there. So I kind of believe that you go best available. But if you want to, a contested catch guy, you got Cedric Tillman. If you want the speed guy, you got Jalen Hyatt. So they have a different option. If you want somebody who can play all three wide receiver positions, I still think that's Josh Downs, and I cannot believe he hasn't been taken yet.
Yeah, it'd be pretty interesting to see exactly what this pick is. What are your thoughts on Darnell Washington falling in? We talked about it a little here. Coop earlier thinking maybe the knee is a reason why we've seen multiple tight ends now taking over him, whereas he's kind of ranked higher than them. Is there real concerns for you, a guy 6'7", 270 at tight end, maybe having some issues there in the lower body?
I can't remember a 6'7", 270 tight end in the NFL who's been productive, let alone one who has backed up a freshman the last 2 seasons in Brock Bowers. Darnell Washington at one point was so big that we thought that he could potentially play offensive line. In my opinion, I know that he's a great size-adjusted athlete, but he's not necessarily a dynamic mover. He's never been someone who's kind of dominated at the catch point, even though he's had some flashes. Again, a guy who's been he has been the second tight end the last 2 seasons for a very good Georgia team. So I am not particularly surprised about this one, even though the hype had been there with Darnell Washington, when he shows up at the combine and he's doing all this testing in shorts and a t-shirt, and he looks like a physical specimen.
Right.
I mean, quite frankly, that's what got him the 5-star pedigree. But when you watch him on the field, I don't know that he is a difference maker at the tight end position, particularly in the passing game.
Pick is in here just quickly. Garrett Williams, cornerback, going to Arizona. Corey, what do we got?
Phil, at this point, would you, with these tight ends, why not just wait for next year in Brock Bowers?
I mean, he's going to go in the first round. So if you wanted to, or early day too, but I think it's going to be the first round. And I don't know how comfortable teams are, reaching like that. That doesn't seem to work year in and year out. You see Kyle Pitts. I mean, we still think that he might break out, but you've got Eric Ebron, you got Jermaine Gresham, Brandon Pettigrew, Heath Miller, OJ Howard, that whole class, OJ Howard, David Njoku, who's Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram is having success on his second team, but didn't have success there with the Giants, even after testing as well as he did at the combine. So, this, I can't remember who. I think Tucker Kraft is still left. And I got to look at my list here to see who's left. But this was a very deep tight end class, but a lot of those guys went at the top of the second round, including my Detroit Lions taking Sam Laporta, who's probably, the best route runner in this class, even though if you're not going to have him put his hand in the dirt and ask him to block Myles Garrett or anything like that. But
Giants pick is in here. Jalen Hyatt going to the Giants out of Tennessee. We talked a lot about what the Giants were doing here at wide receiver during free agency, just kind of bringing in a bunch of these similarly sized slot sort of players there. They have Paris Campbell, the Shepherd's already there. How does Jalen Hyatt now fit into that offense there, Felix?
Jalen Hyatt, an alleged speed guy. I'm saying alleged because the system that he plays in kind of emphasizes space. He runs this veer system where your wide receivers line up really wide outside of the hashes. I mean, almost near the sideline. He is not a guy that necessarily lined up on the line of scrimmage and face press coverage. He often lined up behind another wide receiver in two wide receiver formations. I think it's tough to say because I had 1 year of really elite production under this new system under Josh Heupel. Now, he was supposed to be, this guy who just takes the top of the defense, but if I remember correctly, he only ran a 4.4 at the combine, and you have a lot of guys that run 4.3s. The Giants needed a wide receiver, so this feels like a bit of a, but is there anything that Jalen Hyatt can do that Darius Slayton can't? I don't necessarily think so. I don't think so. But both speed guys, if you're going to, establish the run with Saquon Barkley and force one-on-one situations, it's always good to have speed on the outside. Richie James came on last year. I think Wan'Dale Robinson, if he's healthy, he will come on. So you have while Jalen Hyatt, the player itself, may not be particularly impressive to me, when you think about the Giants wide receiver core as a whole, they have guys that do a lot of different things, and I really like that when you have wide receivers that can run the intermediate routes, who can run deep, who can make contested catches. And the Giants probably have all of those things except for the guy that can make contested catches right now.
Kev,
unless you consider Darren Waller to be that guy.
Yeah, Kev, you're nodding your head in agreement here. Thoughts on Jalen Hyatt going to the Giants?
Yeah, like Spider-Man meme for him and Darius Slayton. Like it's a bunch of slot guys and Sterling Shepard that can't stay on the field. Like, I feel like they probably could have needed that, maybe a Cedric Tillman or something like that, a bigger guy, to go with, Hodgins is a little bit bigger too, but they have it's like a bunch of midgets right now. I mean, and I'm not really super confident with Daniel Jones as far as being able to get the ball to these guys for fantasy purposes. So it's like Darren Waller and, just mash them all up and give them all 55 targets.
Corey, Cedric Tillman just went off the board to the Cleveland Browns, the very next pick here. How does that wide receiver now fit in with the new Browns offense over there?
Well, listen, you got the quarterback got to get unrusty, even though I'm kind of worried about that because I'm like, well, how long does it take to knock the rust off? He was terrible when he got in there. So hopefully he can get it together and come back and be the Deshaun Watson we know. Then he can make these weapons better. I like the Browns pick of Tillman more than I like the Giants pick of Hyatt.
Same.
Felix, you are mentioning there, obviously, the size with Tillman here. Does that fill a need for Cleveland?
Yeah, I mean, I think Cleveland has a couple of different options. Obviously, trading for Elijah Moore, who's probably going to be the slot guy. Cedric Tillman reminds me of a Colin Johnson type. Colin Johnson, didn't necessarily break out with the Jacksonville Jaguars, but was a similar player for Texas. This is a guy who is going to win some 50-50 balls for you, and Deshaun Watson will throw it up to you. So I think I'm going to emphasize the same thing, is positional versatility at the wide receiver position. I just hate when teams draft guys who do the same thing. And I'm trying to think of the other wide receivers other than Moore on Cleveland's roster, but between
DPJ, David Bowles.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's really nobody like Tillman here. If you want to, you get to the 20-yard line and you need to throw it up to somebody, or you need somebody to make a tough contested catch on the outside in contested coverage, I think Tillman can do that. So, they have a lot of, I forgot Amari Cooper was there. I don't know how I could forget that. One of my favorite route runners that we've seen. So, positional versatility. They
have a lot of one-trick ponies there.
And that's good if you have ponies that all do different tricks. And I think I'm saying that Tillman is a pony that does different tricks here for Cleveland.
We got Atlanta on the clock, and their pick is currently in. Why don't we bring in Justin Fensterman here for this Atlanta pick and then get also his reaction to what's been going on. Fancy, while we wait for Atlanta's pick here, thoughts on the two wide receivers going back-to-back out of Tennessee?
Well, I was watching the Browns odds, guys, because if you look, by the way, on like DraftKings Sportsbook before the pick was made, wide receiver going to them was at plus 250, second highest odds. So the odds makers obviously know what they're talking about there. I think they do need to beef up that wide receiver core a little bit more. With Elijah Moore, with his history, after 3 games, if he ends up with 3 targets, he's going to cry his way out of Cleveland because that's generally what he does. But guys, speaking of wagering, go to fantasyalarm.com/DraftKings if you haven't signed up to DraftKings Sportsbook already, because if you bet $5, you get $150 in bonus bets just like that. All you got to do, fantasyalarm.com/DraftKings right there. And they got futures, guys, and what you could have bet before with that plus 250. If you took that for the Browns' first pick to be a wide receiver, then you were cashing.
Yeah,
and if you get that 150, that 150 in bets, you could put that on the New York Knicks to win the Eastern Conference.
Oh, look who's a Knicks fan again.
I never said I was a fan. I never said I was a fan.
John Morant, go Grizzlies. Now he's
as a Celtics fan myself, I certainly hope that doesn't end up being the case. So the Knicks beat the Celtics a lot during this regular season. So certainly,
J.I., let's not go crazy, man.
I don't want to turn this into an NBA stream because I can certainly do it really quickly and take over everything. We'll just send Kev to the side and us three can talk a little basketball.
We can talk Hughes hoops. That's fine. We'll talk about Carmelo Anthony in the Knicks uniform.
Exactly. Still waiting for Atlanta's pick to come in. They obviously shocked everybody, or maybe not shocked everybody. Bijan Robinson there with their first round selection. Matthew Bergeron and Zach Harrison going in rounds 2 and 3. Pick is in. Oh, Zach Harrison is who they just picked. Zach Harrison here, round 3, defensive end out of Ohio State. Corey, Atlanta addressing the defensive side of the football here.
Yeah, and there's something that they need to do. Obviously, Atlanta needs to get better on that side of the football. They're starting to get a little bit older on that side of the football. Some of their best players have been there a little bit of time now. And listen, Atlanta, they play 7-on-7. They're another 7-on-7 team. They're going to be in shootouts. They want to get up and down, and they run the ball well so you can protect them. But I do think this is a solid pick. This is a defensive end from Ohio State, Big Ten player. So I think Zach Harrison is a good pick for the Falcons right here. They need to start working on that defense, and you can't just score people 100-0.
The
199.
The New England Patriots currently on the clock here. They traded back in the first round. Shocker. Still got their guy, Christian Gonzalez, round 2. They went and got Keon White, defensive end out of Georgia Tech. As a Patriots fan myself, they could use some help on the offensive line. That's kind of what I'm hoping for here. I made that a theme during yesterday's broadcast as well. Offensive line depth just cannot be understated across the league. There's so many times where you see teams go down tackles, guards, having to move things around, and it kind of really crumbles their offense here. Protecting Mac Jones if he ends up being the quarterback, giving more time there in the Bill O'Brien offensive system that's being implemented, I think is going to be crucial. So will be pretty interesting to see what New England finds themselves doing here with their next selection. Kev, when it comes to sort of the best available players here on the board, what are your thoughts on the guys like Jalen Hyatt that's still out there? Sorry, not Jalen Hyatt. He was just drafted there. Quick refresh on the screen here. Darnell Washington still out there. Keely Ringo, Trent Simpson. Anybody like that kind of pop off for you as best available?
It's still Josh Downs for me, and I feel like one of these teams is really gonna, we're in the 3rd round right now, and that's a guy that we were talking about maybe as a fringe, early 2nd round guy, slipping into the 3rd round. So Josh Downs is probably, it seems like he's a tier break with these wide receivers because once he goes, it gets a little bit thinner, but he's definitely sticks out for me.
Patriots make their pick. They keep on the defensive side of the football. They take linebacker Marte Mapu out of Sacramento here. Kind of an interesting selection. I don't mind going defense. I still felt like they probably could have gone offense. Corey, thoughts here on the player?
Very interesting selection, but obviously if they make the pick, you're going to feel like they did their due diligence. The dude that played at Sacramento State, you know what I'm saying? So it's not coming from the best time of competition. I don't know. He kind of projects to be a backup, to be honest with you. Some of his projections say that he's like a day 3 guy.
Yeah, classic New England, taking a guy projected with a 5th, 6th round tag in the 3rd. We'll see if it pans out. One thing Bill Belichick's great at doing is coaching up these players. But
exactly, he's tough, he tackles, he run hard, and maybe that's what they're looking for. But you kind of feel like you could have got him later, but you never know what their build is. And I'm not going to be too critical of what they're doing because they do it well.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Again, classic New England. You couldn't get through a draft here without them sort of going off the board. Green Bay on the clock here, Kev. What are we expecting from your Packers?
They certainly need help. I know they're not the biggest fan of Darnell Savage, so certainly a safety would be a good spot for them. They could also double tap tight end. We know they've had Mercedes Lewis and loved him. If they're not scared off about that with Darnell Washington, that would be just a nice plug there to help Jordan Love. Other than that, can always use offensive linemen. They love versatile guys who can play, guard, center, tackle. So any of those positions, certainly, they took care of the edge with Lucas Van Ness, and then probably defensive line too. Certainly, on the inside.
Right. Between New England's pick here and Green Bay, we had Byron Young, defensive end from Tennessee, go to the Rams here. Fence the Rams going defense with their selection. Thoughts on Byron Young, Tennessee here?
Yeah, they absolutely can use more defense. And by the way, I want to hit on something that was just said before, because right now on the BettorCast, we've got the question up about the Packers pick. If you think they're actually going to go on the offensive side there, 10 points, if that's what you pick on BettorCast right now. On the defensive side, also 10 points. Special teams, 40 points. Do they trade the pick last second? That's 30 points. You give your answer, you get their points right there. We're all about winning here for our better fans. So that's something that you still have 30 seconds to decide on. But I'm fine with this pick, John.
Kev, you mentioned double tapping the tight end. That is exactly what Green Bay went and did. Tucker Kraft, South Dakota State here, tight end. Thoughts on what they're doing, man?
Yeah, their tight end room, it's Tyler Davis and Josiah DeGuara outside of Luke Musgrave. So you know what? They certainly have their type, the guys that can, block and are athletic enough to hit the seam. So more weapons for Jordan Love. I mean, I'm certainly a fan of it, especially a guy, right in my backyard, Fargo, North Dakota, boots on the ground here. So yeah, he's a jackrabbit, but he's a quality player.
You've been talking about Green Bay here, maybe taking over the NFC North. Thoughts on them going back to back?
Well, listen, so to me, what they're saying with these selections at tight end is that Jordan Love likes the middle of the field.
Yep.
So that's what it looks like they're saying, is that Jordan Love likes the middle of the field, and they want to develop some talent and some targets for him in the middle of the field. So that's what it looks like they're saying to me. And I don't know much about Kraft, but I do see 65 catches, 773, and 6 touchdowns. This is still an FCS program, though, which I gotta make that point.
We've been talking Josh Downs here. Colts go Josh Downs, kind of bulking up some of their offense here. They went Anthony Richardson in the first round. Corey, here we go. Josh Downs to the Colts.
So now you got the Tar Heel wide receiver comes out and he joins that Colt, and obviously the Colts, And what you want to see here is them starting to put pieces around, because listen, we know what's been the situation since Andrew Luck left. It's been tough for them to get this passing game going. And and listen, this is a team with a good offensive line, a good running game, and now they bring in Anthony Richardson, and you know what that he can do. Then they go get him a wide receiver, a smaller guy though, 5'9", 171 pounds, but he does rank to be a good starter within a couple of years. So when you look at some of his strengths, quickness, long speed, can get down the field, athletic, very athletic, but he is a smaller guy. This is a draft of a lot of diminutive wide receivers, but this is a kid that's played in the ACC, so he's going to be very competitive.
Fancy thoughts here. Downs going to North Carolina. North Carolina.
Yeah, we were waiting, and I was a little bit surprised from the other receivers that went before him just a couple of picks ago. And immediately I look at some of the odds here on DraftKings Sportsbook. Josh Downs plus 2,500 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Corey, you were talking about Anthony Richardson before as well. He's sitting there at plus 900, and this is what you want to see, guys on the same page, guys who are going to be learning together, growing their bones throughout the early part of the season. So it was good that they're beefing up their offense like they did.
We got
the year market is Bryce Young. I don't see why y'all even taking shots on anybody else.
Plus 475.
They're on the right now. Carolina's on the clock here, so we'll see what they go ahead and do. Obviously, took Bryce Young in round 1, Jonathan Mingo there in round 2. So getting a quarterback, getting a wide receiver, filling 2 needs. Smart drafting so far, I would say. Kev, thoughts on Mingo? That selection there.
Yeah, certainly anytime you can pair, that's like 101 for drafting. When you draft a quarterback, you usually want to get a receiver for them to grow together. So
yeah, they go through the mini camps, the rookie camps, they do everything together, share a room. Let's get it going.
Exactly. And that wide receiver group is not exactly the most, dynamic either. They brought a DJ Chark, they brought an Adam Thielen. He's got guys to learn from, Terrace Marshall. I do like Jonathan Mingo over Terrace Marshall too, so I think he could find a way in there too. It's pretty much in flux right now, so if Mingo can find a way to work his way into that main rotation, then he could be a little bit relevant, but it's all going to hinge on Bryce Young.
Yeah, kind of wild how Marshall wasn't able to pan out given the wide receivers that were on that college team with him. They all, got in the league and flourished. Marshall comes in and it wasn't really, obviously given the same opportunities to be as successful given where he landed. Corey, what are your thoughts here with Carolina on the clock?
This right here, especially with the way Shaquille Leonard has been the past couple of years, not kind of starting to see him, get injured more and be on the downside. This could be a spot where we can see the young man Trenton Simpson, the linebacker from Clemson. If he doesn't go here, you got to really start to worry that there could be some injuries or some other red flags. Also, Washington State linebacker Dan Henley can be here as well. So I think there's a number of different ways they can go. Another Gamecock also, cornerback Darius Rush is someone right here. So I think this pick right here. They address the defense. That defense is pretty strong. They got big Derrick Brown a couple years ago. Derrick Brown's arms look like legs. They do. So they're stout up front.
Great visual. Fancy. Well, we're waiting here for Carolina, man. What are your thoughts on what they may do here with this selection? Again, pairing up quarterback, wide receiver. Anything that maybe Vegas odds would be giving an indication where Carolina may be looking to go?
No, I mean, I'm not seeing anything out there right now. But by the way, like I said before, fantasyalarm.com/DraftKings. If you haven't signed up there, that's all it takes. $5, $150 for bonus bets for Corey Parson to throw it out the window on NBA playoff betting. But guys, I mean, maybe I'm being too greedy here. But I know that they added a couple of guys like Thielen was mentioned. But why not go after another receiver? It's not like they still have the most star-studded receiving class anyway. Why not get some young guys and see if they all develop together?
They went ahead and attacked the defensive side of the football here. DJ Johnson, linebacker out of Oregon. So, again, Carolina's a team that needed a lot of help on both sides of the football. Getting maybe an impact linebacker here, going ahead and changing some things for them. Tennessee now on the clock. They obviously made waves early on in this draft here. Second round, trading up. Will Levis landed there. Corey, what did you think of the Levis selection by Tennessee?
Why would you, in back-to-back years, draft quarterbacks that got left in the green room? Do you think it's going to work out this year? No. We tried this last year, getting the last guy in the green room. Let's do it again.
Yeah,
I don't understand. They're such a well-coached team. Listen, let's say what you want to say about Malik Willis. He took the Chiefs to overtime. That was coaching. They had one first down in the second half of that game, and they got that game to overtime. They're so well coached, but I don't know how they're building this team right now. It could be anything with these Tennessee.
Yeah, used a third-round pick last year on Willis. Traded up here now in the second round to draft Will Levis. Kev, thoughts on Levis while we wait on Tennessee's next pick?
Maybe Ryan Tannehill can go back to playing wide receiver. Willis is dust. I do like Levis, but just the state of that offense, they've just got to build around him. And, Derrick Henry's not going to be there forever either. So it's certainly going to be an offense in transition. And when he gets to be the starter, it looks like it's going to be Burks and what else?
They need a wide receiver for sure. And if we're looking currently best available wide receivers, they got Tyler Scott from Cincinnati, Charlie Jones from Purdue, A.T. Perry from Wake Forest. So not necessarily like household names here on the board for next selections here for
they're gonna win 9-2 games in the AFC South.
Yeah, just throwing to the tight end, throwing to
kicking field goals. Yeah,
football. It's the way I like that they address the offensive line though. Again, getting a cornerstone there to kind of help protect and push. If you're going to be looking to run the football, it was a good first round selection for them going Skronsky. But the pick is in, so we'll wait and see exactly what we have here for Tennessee when they kind of go to it here with everything that's going on in the draft right now. Again, we talked about it though. Come Monday when this is all over, it's best ball fantasy football season. Starts immediately after the NFL draft on Fantasy Alarm and the Bettor Sports Network. Get expert advice to draft winning teams, including strategies, rookie profiles, player rankings, average draft position data, and more. Starting Monday, again, you compete against your favorite BSN and Fantasy Alarm hosts in weekly best ball drafts. Get in a huddle and start drafting best ball teams on Underdog Fantasy. Go to fantasyalarm.com/underdog fantasy using promo code Fantasy Alarm. You'll receive up to 100% deposit, up to $100 there. So I know myself, Kev, Fancy, we've been doing underdog drafts now for a handful of years here. So if you're not already part of the craze, get in there now. fantasyalarm.com/underdog using promo code Fantasy Alarm there will get you what you need to do there with that deposit match. So still waiting officially for this Tennessee Titans pick to hit the clock here. Fancy, anything going on in the chat that we should I know Coop was causing some havoc there earlier. I'm seeing if we got anything exciting going on, man.
Yeah, just our better boss, Matt Deutsch, who accused Corey of always being down on the Lions indirectly. He just then responds with 3 words: Lions, Lions, Lions. Exclamation point. As Matt Deutsch does.
It's not that I just think that people. I think let's not be overly optimistic on the Lions. It's 2 teams who I'm fading: the Lions and the Jets. I'm sorry.
NFC North.
I'm sorry, Justin.
Shocker! Corey's fading the Jets. No.
That NFC North feels like it's going to be a 4-team, 9-8, 9-8, 8-9, 8-9.
I would watch out. The Vikings are going to regress. The Vikings had a lot of games they won last year that they shouldn't have won. That's going to regress. And in the AFC, it's going to the Raiders, positive regression. They lost a lot of games they should have won last year. So I think it evens out with those 2 teams this year. It keeps saying the selection is in, but I don't know who.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Jason McCourty's been talking for
anybody
about
else in the back.
They must be behind on big reads or something.
Yeah.
All right. It looks like we have it. DJ Johnson, Oregon linebacker. Right? Is that who we? That was Carolina. That was Carolina.
Yeah,
we're looking at Tennessee here. Tennessee. What do they?
Anybody
do?
else?
Jason McCourty's reading a book at the podium right now.
Right? I'm like, what is happening here? There it is. Running back, Tulane, Tajay Spears.
Smaller back. It's interesting. Smaller back. Not real big time playing, but good speed, good size. Not a Derrick Henry replacement. He's a guy that can get some work out of it. This is an interesting build with the Titans. Not really quite sure with this pick right here, but I do know they want to replace Henry. If they're going to do something by moving him, or start to look towards their future. But this ain't the player right here.
Yeah, definitely not a guy that's going to certainly fill in there. Had a mid-round grade on him. Change of pace type back is what kind of how they're breaking him down to be there. If you go look at his NFL.com profile. I mean, it's definitely safe they needed someone that could go behind him and be a reliable rusher. They didn't really have anybody if something was to happen with Derrick Henry behind him to sort of fill in and be that guy that could carry the ball. So not a bad pick. Buccaneers were on the clock and the pick is already in, so they weren't wasting much time. Thankfully, it took Tennessee seemingly forever. Maybe they were on the phone, right? That happens at this point in the draft. These teams wait till the final second to see if they can pull off a trade, and then next thing you know, they got to make a pick here. So, Kev, what did you think of the running back selection there by Tennessee?
Yeah, I was just going to say about Spears, I don't feel like he's a guy that can shoulder a load by himself, but he's probably a guy that can be part of a committee. Like if they go get somebody else, like I just don't think Spears can hold up, but he's probably he reminds me of like a James Cook kind of player where he's probably good with another back in tandem.
Sure. We got a pick in here from Tampa Bay. Again, like I said, they wasted no time. Yaya Dabi from Louisville here, defensive end. So Tampa Bay continues to address their defensive side of the ball there. Corey, thoughts here on the DE pick?
Yeah, this is a good defensive end right here. You know, he gets out of his stance and up the field quickly. You know, he's got good hands. He's a guy, you know, playing in the ACC, so he's been against some top talent and tremendous size at 6'3" and 263. So he is a guy. Here's the thing. I'm not sure how long he's played football, but I really don't think that's really a issue when you got the size and motor that this guy has.
Fancy thoughts here. Defensive pick here by the Buccaneers.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm wondering what everybody thought in BettorCast as well, as this was a 10-point answer with the defensive player. But like Corey just said, this guy is a big guy over here, 260. But the big question is, how fast is he going to be able to move? And from what we're seeing on the reviews, even watching a little bit of tape, this guy can move right here. So I'd like that. Very intriguing pick here by Tampa.
Especially considering he's going to Tennessee, so he's going to be well coached.
We got a trade here. Denver moving up, it looks like, taking over with that pick number 20. We'll see exactly what they decide to go ahead and do, as we've talked about here. No first-round pick for Denver. They picked their first pick at the end of the second round, Marvin Mims. They went up and then made a move. Defensive side of the football there in the first pick in the third round, pick 4, Drew Sanders, Arkansas. Now they're up here, pick number 20 in the third round. That pick is already in, so clearly they had their eye on a guy. Kev, what do we think Denver's selection will be here?
Can still go in the back end with a corner. Certainly, I think that's probably a good move for them. They got the linebacker. They got, obviously the wide receiver there too. So, yeah, certainly think of the back end.
Corey, thoughts here? Denver moving up.
Yeah, Denver's got a lot of work to do. You know, definitely a terrible season last year. They can use a lot. I think you go back. I would agree. I think you go back on defense. I'm just so curious at why Simpson is dropping. That is very shocking to me that it's taken this long. Same thing with Ringo. So, listen, those two guys can fit right here, but if they pass on them, you got to think what's going on.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. They've been Washington, Ringo, and Simpson currently now the top 4 best available board according to ESPN.
They've been here for 2 hours.
They've been here the entire time. Nobody has taken a shot on them. So we'll see what we got going on here.
I think we know Washington is a knee injury. I think his medical looked bad coming in. Kincaid medical is not great either. You know, but he was taken in the first round. We knew his medical was going to be a problem, but the situation with the young man from Clemson and then the guy and then Ringo, that's very fascinating.
Yeah, I'm looking to see right now if anything's popping up on Twitter at all about Simpson, seeing maybe they had an idea of what's happening. I type it in, just a lot of people trashing New England for taking Mapu over Simpson there. So, like we said, he had a 5th, 6th round grade. New England decides to take him in the 3rd. Classic Patriots here. They still waiting for them to kind of come in with this selection. Again, Denver looking to make some moves here. We got that the card here available for everybody playing on the BettorCast tonight. You got the Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy 1 of 1.
Nice.
Augmented reality trading card. If you can go ahead and scan it, you can see exactly kind of how cool this augmented reality trading card is. We gave out the Richardson one here last night. So go ahead, get in the BettorCast, answer those questions here, take part of what we got going on. Do we have a BettorCast question for this pick, Fancy?
Yeah, we do actually, and I'll say it very quickly. An SEC player, you guys were talking about Ringo before, 15 points if that happens right there. Big 12 player for this pick, 25. Draft a group of 5 players, 25. We've got a few others here. 10 points for that there, but the SEC is 15.
They did go cornerback, but they went Riley Moss out of Iowa.
Yeah, and Iowa defense was stout last year, and Moss was a big part of that. He's a guy that can step up, get in somebody's face and cover. Not really sure the size and speed combo, but he's a good, tough player, played in a good, tough defense, coached well. So it's a solid pick for the Denver Broncos.
A 4.45 speed. You look at the division that they're playing in. There's just a lot of Kansas City obviously is there. The Chargers are there. You're going to need a cornerback that has some speed and some size to kind of sit out there and defend. So definitely fills a need, as we talked about. We have the Miami Dolphins here now on the clock. Miami, again, had a forfeit their first-round pick. With their first pick in the second round, they took cornerback Cam Smith out of South Carolina. Corey, what are we thinking for Miami here on the clock?
So Miami can go a lot of ways with this pick as well. If I was Miami, I would look to get up to strengthen up that defense. That's defense and offense. I would go to the trenches right here if I was Miami. Here's it's another Clemson prospect on the board too. We've seen 2 Gamecocks go off the board, but nobody from Clemson. So the tide could be changing. Like, what is Dabo? Is Dabo not recruiting as well? I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, running back selection by the Miami Dolphins.
Wow.
Devin, is it Achane? Is that how
A-Chain?
A-Chain, Devin A-Chain here from Texas A&M. 5'9", 188. Smaller running back now fits into that running back group in Miami, which will be frustrating all of us this upcoming fantasy season, Corey.
Yeah, definitely. That continues to be the case as well. And you mentioned he's a 5'9" guy, but this guy can play. You know what I'm saying? He's got decent speed, 5'8.5", 188. And then when you look at the player, I'm trying to think of who can be a player comp, but nobody really comes to mind.
How about Javid Best?
Yeah, I guess you do. You really want to do Javid Best though?
I know he's like Voldemort, but
Felix has got a take here on A-Chain, so let's bring him in and see what he's got here. Felix A-Chain going to Miami.
Yeah, how about Tyreek Hill for Devin A-Chain here?
Okay,
somebody
I've
who's
heard of him.
Yeah, just at the running back position. This is a guy who played ran both track and played football there at Texas A&M, one of the fastest players we have in this draft. But now that he is focusing solely on football, could he, add to that 185 frame? Could he get up to 200 and 205 pounds or so? Remember, this Dolphins team comes from San Francisco, so wide zone that lends itself to speed, getting out to the edge. They brought, Raheem Mostert is in there. They're always looking for speed. So when I'm thinking about, dynasty fantasy football and landing spot and skill set match, this one is perfect. This one is perfect. Fun. I think, this is a lot of fun. And we knew that Miami needed a running back. I don't think that other than like Jahmyr Gibbs, I don't think that there could have been a better skill set and match here with a pure sprinter, somebody who could potentially actually run Olympic speed times if you wanted to, and just prepare for the Olympic track games just in and of itself. But this is a very good matchup. And if you got a mid-second round pick in your dynasty rookie drafts, I think that there are a lot of people who are going to be pulling the trigger on Devin A-Chain.
Felix, we talked. Josh Downs went to the Colts here. Where does he fit for you in this Indy offense?
Yeah, so with Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor, any defensive coordinator who is worth his salt is going to be focusing on the running game, especially early on. That leaves there's going to be some safeties coming down into the box. There are going to be some one-on-one situations outside. Josh Downs is a wide receiver who tested really, really well. 4.4, 40-yard dash, 38-inch vertical coming into college. Can probably play flanker and slot wide receivers. Not built like an X at all. But a guy who can run after the catch and who plays bigger than his size suggests, who can go up and get the ball. You can go watch his he got hurt when UNC played Florida A&M, catching a touchdown pass in the end zone, going up to get it. So
Florida A&M, come on.
You still got to jump. You still got to jump to go get the ball when it's up there, and he can do it. So for a smaller player, I'm just saying this is a guy who plays bigger than his size. So they've got Michael Pittman on the outside. They've got their slot wide receiver now in Josh Downs. They're building an offense that complements itself. If they can get some more speed at that flanker position, I would like that. But I like what Anthony Richardson has to work with here.
And then we saw another skill position player, Tajay Spears, go to Tennessee, running back out of Tulane.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched the bowl game, Tulane versus USC this year, but I mean, it kind of just capped a great season. Yes, it was a great game, but capped a good season for Tyjae Spears. Another speed back for we knew that the 2023 running back class was loaded. I don't think that people projected for Tyjae Spears to be here, but he absolutely is playing at the G5 level at Tulane. Similar to Devin Achane, not as Olympic speed guy like Devin Achane, but a guy that can make you miss out in open space, should be reliable on checkdowns in the passing game. But if Derrick Henry's going to be there, 1-2 more years, he's the perfect complement to kind of relieve him. Thunder and lightning combination. They're probably going to need another bigger, back to complement him if Tyjae Spears is ever expected to have, a large market share of the touches here. I don't know that he's necessarily that at the NFL level, but another guy at the G5 level, like Aaron Jones, taken in this range, where in 2 or 3 years you say, oh, we should have seen that that Tyjae Spears was going to be, the starting running back for his team.
Diane Henley just went off the board here. Washington State linebacker to the Chargers. We have the Baltimore Ravens on the clock, and that pick is in. Felix, look at the last, handful of picks outside of the skill position players we just discussed. What's the best landing spot in your mind?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm trying to bring up the last couple of picks that have gone off the board here. If you can give me the last couple of picks.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we got Henley to the Chargers. We talk Riley Mott's cornerback going to Denver. Davey going to Louisville, going from Louisville to Tampa Bay here. DJ Johnson going to the Panthers. Kind of the last 5 picks there, not including who we talked about already.
Yeah, I mean, I still have to go with Devin Achane and the wide zone scheme that they're running there at Miami. I'm trying. We just know that Miami wants speed. In that offense, they're always drafting speed. So I don't think that I can give you a better scheme fit match with the player skill set than Devin Achane there. That's a home run hitter.
As a Patriots fan, can you tell me what New England is looking at with Marte Mapu out of Sacramento State here?
I would be lying out through my teeth if I told you that I could do that. Let me hit on Hendon Hooker here.
Sure.
You guys talked about him a little bit earlier. I've been a Lions fan since I was born, really. Damn. He gets the opportunity to get healthy. I know. I'm condolences. January 6th, 1992. That's the last time we won a playoff game.
I remember I was at. Yeah, you beat Washington.
I think it was the Cowboys. Oh, was it Washington? Okay. I thought it was. No, I think it was the Cowboys.
You lost. Yeah, no, you beat the Cowboys. Then the next week lost to Washington.
There we go. Hendon Hooker gets the opportunity to get healthy here. Yeah, I know he's 25. He'll be 26 when the season or next year. But this is a guy who you talk about coming through adversity. He has the ACL now, but he transferred from Virginia Tech. He wasn't even the starter when he came from Virginia Tech. People don't remember that. He was the backup to Joe Milton, Michigan transfer Joe Milton, and then eventually took the job from him. I said the same thing for Jalen Hyatt, and Cedric Tillman plays in a different kind of system that asks him to make different kind of throws. But those wide receivers are way far away from him when he gets the ball because they're lining up on the sideline. So he has to make, a lot when he makes those when he throws a 10-yard hitch 10 yards down the line, he's still throwing that ball way out there towards the sideline. And was, good at those throws, good at throwing the ball over the defenses. But he's getting an opportunity. It's funny. He actually compares favorably to Jared Goff in his play style because his deep ball is probably, what he's good at least in that system, probably a system quarterback. And I think that you can probably say the same thing about Jared Goff being a system guy that you need to build around. He's going to be a mature player since he is old, but it's good that he lands in this system. With this team because he doesn't have to, consider being a starter anytime soon. That being said, I don't think that he's necessarily being drafted to be the quarterback of the future, but I admire him for the adversity that he's come through to be drafted here in the 3rd round by the Lions.
No doubt. We just saw Trenton Simpson go to Baltimore, which as soon as I saw that Baltimore was on the clock, I was like, they're going to get the dude. Why did he fall?
I mean, it beats me when you're on a defense so talented. Maybe you get kind of shadowed by the players around you. That's kind of the only thing that I could think of. Maybe they thought he was a product of being around so much talent. It's tough to say because we've seen a couple of these guys fall. It could be injury. It could be, maybe he's not a scheme fit, 6'2", 235 pounds. So it's tough to say. But Matt Miller's comp Patrick Queen for Trenton Simpson.
Yeah. We just had the 49ers here make a pick. Went ahead and attacked the defensive side of the football here. Jair Brown, Penn State safety. Thoughts there, Corey?
Well, listen, 49ers are a place where they could take the best player available right here, and they go and they add a piece from Penn State, get him out there, and get him as a part of that defense. You know what San Francisco is about. They're trying to figure out a way to get back and possibly get to the Super Bowl. This is a team that's ready to win now. So, solid pick. But here's the thing with San Francisco, right? Like, what are they going to do at quarterback? Because I'm telling you, if Brock Purdy's not ready for week 1, it's going to be Sam Darnold because Trey Lance can't play. They're trying to trade him now. Apparently, they got a spot they think with the Minnesota Vikings. Is Trey Lance going to be a player that we see traded over the course between tonight and tomorrow or sometime soon? Because, listen, I understand that Shanahan's system is the most quarterback-friendly system in the league, but if Purdy's not ready, I hope they don't think they're going to throw Lance out there and win 13 games.
I mean, has he really had the chance, though? I mean, last year he played in the week 1 in a monsoon against Chicago, and then he got hurt in game 2.
Where was he at year 1? He didn't get on the field year 1.
No, he didn't. But it's, you spent all this draft capital to go get the guy. And then, I understand Brock Purdy, was pretty much a caretaker. He had a lot of balls that, probably should have been picked off. But you know what? He got hurt in the playoffs too. And he's probably the starter if all 3 of those guys are healthy. I just don't see how Trey Lance, just with the physical gifts that he has, isn't at least given a chance to see what he could do. Otherwise, you gotta cut bait.
Jacksonville running back Tank Bigsby here with their selection out of Auburn. Felix, how do you like the Jacksonville going running back here?
Tank Bigsby was one of the reasons why we thought the 2023 running back corps was as loaded as we thought it was. Another highly rated prospect out of Auburn. He really came out gangbusters his freshman season. As a matter of fact, in the Devy community, the argument was who's the better running back, Bijan Robinson or Tank Bigsby? Believe it or not, that was actually a conversation early on. Auburn made a terrible hire in Brian Harsin, who didn't have any experience in the SEC. He had been a coach and quarterback at Boise State before he was hired at Auburn. They had a mass exodus. And so this is a guy who didn't have the talent around him. You're talking about now, Deion Sanders has been hired and we see mass exodus. Before that, the mass exodus team was Auburn, who lost a lot of talent. So he didn't perform as well as he did in seasons prior, but he has the recruiting pedigree. I think that he showed a more ability to be a weapon in the pass game in high school than he did in college. Maybe the Jacksonville Jaguars are able to unlock that a little bit, but I'm not going to be surprised if we look up a couple of years from now, and I'm saying this legitimately, where Tank Bigsby is a 1,000-yard rusher for Jacksonville. That wouldn't surprise me at all because that was his expectation coming out of college. I think that, he is probably a 120% version of David Montgomery, somebody who can, win between the tackles. But the thing about his game that I think that's there that hasn't been unlocked is the receiving ability. I think that he's a better athlete in the receiving game than what he showed at Auburn and was just in a terrible situation. Brian Harsin no longer there at Auburn. So Tank Bigsby almost entered the transfer portal the year before last and decided to go back. And I don't know if he got NIL money or whatnot. If he would have went to another school, went to a school with a great offense, we may have seen him get drafted here a little bit higher, decided to be loyal. But this is Tank Bigsby is a really good player, and his best football is probably going to be played in the NFL.
But now Travis Etienne is there. This is a problem. Because Travis Etienne in the fantasy community is a guy that we love, super duper talented, best offensive player on that team, if you ask me. Now I'm all in on Etienne, and now I'm sitting up here looking at this guy running down the field like Barry Sanders, and I'm like, well, what is going on here? You know what I'm saying? What a disaster.
He's a high upside handcuff, certainly in like best ball. I mean, you'll like to see that, especially on a team that, they want to use ETN, but they can use him too. I like him better. Michael Hasty probably
I
played
wanted to
his best
see
football
Jacksonville
last year.
throw to ATN more last year. So, they hyped it up a lot during the offseason, and they just didn't utilize him as much in that passing offense.
We've also seen Travis Etienne be injured, and he is a smaller back. I think that he's probably more of an outside back, where Tank Bigsby is more of an inside interior running back. So even if, Travis Etienne is the primary guy, in my opinion, this is a good compliment because their skill sets are a little bit, they're not duplicate. They complement each other. They complement each other. Travis Etienne obviously offers the speed, and Tank Bigsby offers a little bit more of the thump here.
Yeah, I like that. And you speak to it for, fantasy purposes, Kev. You talk about a handcuff. If they need that size in the red area, right, over ATN, then maybe there's some touchdown equity here for Bigsby. We got the Chargers currently on the clock here, waiting for that pick to officially be announced. The pick is in. We got our guy Ed Rouse in the chat here. Time to hashtag bolt up. Never shy to promote his fandom here of the Chargers. Their selection so far in this draft here, they went guard with their first pick in the second round. They went Byron Young and Kobe Turner there addressing the defense. What do we actually? I lied. I guess they just went Kobe Turner there, defensive tackle out of Wake Forest was their selection. Felix, thoughts here with the Chargers going defense?
Yeah,
actually, I lied. That's the Rams. I clicked on the wrong team.
I'm going to say it's the wrong.
Yes, yeah. I'm all over. I'm all over the place here, everybody. They went. So are they still on the clock?
They went with Turner.
Turner. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm like, what am I missing on this draft board here? All right, go ahead and talk about what we got. Dallas looks like they're on the clock.
Kobe
now.
Turner, defensive.
Yeah, that's where it
Kobe
was.
Turner. Right now, America is on the clock with the Dallas Cowboys. So hopefully we can get another Hall of Fame running back here.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So we got we got Turner here from Wake Forest. It was a selection there. So what are we thoughts on that pick?
So what team has had success with drafting undersized defensive linemen? I don't think that you can circle anybody other than the Los Angeles Rams because they have Aaron Donald, who is also, sub 290 pounds. But grown man there in the interior. That's the same thing that we're getting here with Turner, who should be able to play with good burst. Aaron Donald, obviously getting older. This guy probably is not a starter for you. He's going to provide depth. But we see this with certain teams. They're able to scout certain positions. For example, the Pittsburgh Steelers with wide receiver. They're able to get value late in drafts. Do we see the same thing here with LA? Because we have another undersized defensive lineman who has a good motor, who has a good first step, initial burst. That might be what we have here with Turner.
Dallas on the clock. Pick is in here. We'll see where they go with their selection. What do we got?
I would like for it to be Roschon. I mean, you got to figure out what we're going to do with this running back. But I trust the Dallas Cowboys. They're probably the best drafters in the NFL. So I'm not really too worried about it. But I would like to see, somebody come in here and replace my man Ezekiel Elliott.
That seems like a Jerry giving him the card
pick. Linebacker out of Texas.
Okay.
Their selection.
That's what they picked?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm cool with this too. More help on that defense. Obviously, the defense is the key to this team now. That when they made those decisions they made back in the offseason, making sure that Dan Quinn is still there, kind of building, getting rid of some of the coaches and letting Ezekiel Elliott walk. This is a team that's going to let their offense be complementary to their defense. So now they take DeMarvin Overshown, linebacker out of Texas. So right there in state. So they recruited him and scouted him well. So once again, another piece for Dan Campbell's defense. Hey, listen, that defense is going to be what leads that team this year. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, at some point, somebody got to run the football besides Tony Pollard.
You would definitely. You don't think Ronald Jones is going to be the guy there?
Malik Davis, yeah.
Oh man, Deal with this Ronald Jones thing for too long, bro. It's got to be. They got to draft a running back, right?
You've had him for a month. You're already tired.
I mean, Corey, there's a lot of running backs left that I still like. I mean, you mentioned Roschon Johnson. I still like Chase Brown out of Illinois. There's Dwayne. If you just want a 2-down guy, I like Dwayne McBride out of UAB, a guy who can, reminds me like of a poor man's Javonte Williams. So if you want somebody who can kind of do a little bit of everything, similar to Tony Pollard, I think that there's Eric Gray out of Oklahoma.
Is he a Anaconda?
Israel Abanikanda, the guy who, I think, the speed guy has the requisite speed. So there are still running backs in this draft. So I wouldn't fret too yet.
Well, what do you think about the linebacker right here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton of thoughts about him. We're getting to the point where guys are, he's probably ideal size, 6'3", 229 pounds, probably going to start off playing special teams for this team and eventually try to make his way up into the roster. I mean, that's what you got to do when you are a third-round pick at the linebacker position and trying to just make a name for yourself. I don't know that he's going to start right away. So he probably needs to work his way up the depth chart.
Yeah, Leighton Vander Esch should be out the way in a while.
Dorian Williams here off the board now with the most recent selection going to the Buffalo Bills here, linebacker out of Tulane.
Yeah, I don't got no notes on Dorian Williams from Tulane other than what I'm reading. Let's see, 6'1", 228 pounds. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch that bowl game, USC versus Tulane. Again, one of the classic college matchups this last year at the end of the season to see what number 2 was doing in the middle of that defense.
Yeah, they got him with a third, fourth round draft tag here, 3-year starter and a team captain for Tulane. So Buffalo bulking up on their defense. We talk a lot about now, the offenses that are going to be in that AFC East, with Aaron Rodgers now with the Jets. We know what Miami's bringing to the table, but also, Cincy, Kansas City, the Chargers, a lot of good, strong offenses here. And if Buffalo is to compete, got to get more depth there on the defensive side of the football. Thoughts there, Kev?
Yeah, Buffalo, certainly it's an arms race. You got to defend Joe Burrow. You got to defend Patrick Mahomes. You got to defend Justin Herbert. So anything that you can get on that side of the ball to be able to neutralize those quarterbacks, I mean, all for it.
You see a lot of these AFC teams, their build is offense because they know that's what it's going to take to win in that conference with Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert coming up and all the great quarterbacks that they got in the AFC. And I think in the NFC, you're seeing the defense kind of carried away with some of these NFC teams. So I think that's an interesting way to look at the past couple of days.
Kansas City on the clock here. Their picks currently in. They went Rashee Rice from SMU earlier. We saw Dan Servidillo come in and maybe recommend a throw of the offensive rookie of the year there. Felix, thoughts on Rice fits with
who said that?
Dan Servidillo. He's a long shot play. I think he had him at like plus 5,000.
Plus 5 million.
Like but the Lions moved on him once he was drafted. I got it at plus 3,500. I was seeing it at.
Look at that.
I mean, when you're going to play with Patrick Mahomes and you're a wide receiver, I don't think it really matters where you're from. Someone's going to tout you. Rashee Rice has had his moments at SMU, a team that runs a spread system that gets the ball out there. But we've seen a couple of wide receivers in the last couple of years, and I'm trying to remember their names off the top of my head, not really pop from SMU. I think he's going to be fine, but this wide receiver class was considered to be a weaker wide receiver class. He's a third-round pick in this wide receiver class. I don't think that he profiles as a number 1 guy, probably a complimentary piece who's not going to win Rookie of the Year.
They wide receivers don't hit either. Outside of Tyreek Hill, they wide receivers don't hit.
Yeah, we're still living the Sky Moore dream here, but
that
dream is dead.
Marcus Robinson or something like that. I mean, this is year after year they bring these dudes in, and Patrick Mahomes got this guy, and it's like, where's he at?
I still like Sky Moore for the record, Kev.
No, I do too. Trust me. No,
he has a lot of Western Michigan. That's where I'm from, Kalamazoo. So I still think that he has scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
The Gabe Davis. Let's build off that.
Yeah, we can see these wide receivers. I mean, remember really early on, Devontae Adams, even with Jordy Nelson out that season, did not pop for his first couple of seasons. Yes. And so let's give Sky Moore. Remember, Sky Moore making the jump from the G5 level. That's not the Power 5 level. From the G5 level to the NFL. That's a big jump. So
I was just very concerned about him not being able to at least get on the field more than like 30% of routes. That was very concerning at the outset.
I think that the expectation for rookies has just kind of gotten out there where we expect them to come in, command a starting position from, a grown man that's been playing the game for several years, that they're going to come in and take those positions. And it doesn't always happen that way, even though that may be our expectations. There's a reason why, these teams draft these guys. And Kansas City is a well-run organization. Let's give him a couple of seasons to figure out, if he's gonna make it before we call him, toast.
Casey, selection here. Was it Wayna Morris, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma here, was their pick. Let's bring Fency back in here. We'll see what his takes are on some of these more recent draft selections. Fency, while you've been away, we've got a run of defensive players. Maybe Tank Bigsby, seemingly the most notable fantasy relevant player, going to Jacksonville. What are your thoughts there on the Jags hitting running back?
I loved it. And actually, that was one of my favorite player profiles. You guys were mentioning Dan Servodidio and laughing about him before. But when reading his article on fantasyalarm.com for his prospects that were expected to go a little bit later on in the first round, my favorite was Bigsby. I mean, he talked about just how much power this guy has. And I think Felix nailed it on the head perfectly. Travis Etienne, injuries are no stranger to him. You need someone else in there to punch it in. Unfortunately, for the entire fantasy community, what this could mean is this guy could be a vulture when it comes to touchdowns. Sorry, Corey, but you may want to handcuff a little bit earlier for this guy. I just like the power that he has, man. And I just feel he's not going to take over the backfield or anything like that. But I feel like he's a nice complementary piece to Travis Etienne. And I want to say this, guys, because we saw the San Francisco 49ers as well, the final team to take a draft pick. They had not taken anyone yet, and they ended up getting Jair Brown from Penn State, the safety. For those that thought on books that they were going to go safety with their first draft pick, plus 850 that went off, guys. Plus 850 for the safety call. That's why they have these futures right there when you bet them beforehand. And when you go to fantasyalarm.com/DraftKings, you bet $5, you get $150 in bonus bets instantly right there. And if you did that even days ago and you bet this plus 850 on Brown going to the 49ers or any of the safeties, you cashed out big on that one.
Clean up nice for the weekend.
Yeah. Steelers pick is in here. With their selection, we saw them obviously early on in the first pick in the second round. They went Joey Porter Jr., the pick that I think most were expecting. Kept it in the family there. They went Keanu Benton, Wisconsin defensive tackle. Then so far we've seen them go offensive tackle, cornerback, defensive tackle. Kev, at some point, do we think they address the offense here at all?
I mean, certainly, that you're talking about the Cardinals, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, they addressed it. Certainly, they had to get an offensive lineman. Obviously, that certainly helps James Conner getting Paris Johnson there. But I mean, they certainly have to get some kind of weaponry. I would feel like for whoever the quarterback is, whether it's Kyler Murray or whether it's whoever it is. But I mean, you're looking at staring down the barrel of possibly trading DeAndre Hopkins. You still got Marquise Brown and Rondale Moore, but other than that, the ghost of Greg Dortch. What else he got there? So
right.
I think that's probably an option, maybe a Tyler Scott or something.
Corey, thoughts here while we wait for Pittsburgh's pick coming? Cardinals coming up next.
And the Cardinals, the BPA for the Cardinals, because it's a lot going on with the Arizona Cardinals. But it looks like, they made that trade. It looks like they're starting to get these picks together to put that roster back together. I think they can go kind of anywhere here. So don't really have a real pick on that. But I do think at Arizona, you're starting this draft right here. If they can turn this around, this draft right here is going to be the reason why.
Yeah, still waiting on the official pick to come in here from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Our guy Joey right there from Fun Yard Fantasy saying good evening. Good evening to you there, good sir. Thanks for stopping into the BettorCast NFL Draft Day 2 coverage here while we wait on
the draft at next year.
These picks to roll in here. We got the BettorCast going on. Fancy, we got any live odds rolling in here?
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now, and I feel like the Steelers, can they fit another receiver into their core? Yes, I think they can. If you want to say pick an offensive player, 10 points right now in the BettorCast. You think they're going to go to the defensive side here, 10 points there. Special teams, though, a whopping 40 points. And if we get a last-second trade, guys, if you're so risky, trade the pick, also 40 points here. But what do you think, guys? I know that they just got Robinson. They still have Pickens and Johnson, but at the same time, don't you think the Steelers could use maybe one more receiver to this core?
They have a good track record of drafting receivers. So, if they do draft the guy, probably a good bet he'll work out. Oh, big selection. Darnell Washington finally off the board, going here to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We were wondering how long it would take the big tight end from Georgia to find his way onto an NFL roster here. Corey, Washington finally drafted.
Yeah, Washington drafted. So now Pittsburgh is in the spot where they already have Pat Freiermuth. So, you know what I'm saying? And actually their tight end room is kind of deep with Gentry and Haywood. But Freiermuth is the main guy. So now they take this shot on Washington, athletic, a run blocker. But the problem is this knee, it seems to be very troublesome because this is a guy that people thought had early second round, maybe bottom of the first round talent. And now we see him on 3, almost pushing into 4. Well, he goes right there. Beautiful little daughter, what I'm saying?
He's running all over guys. They're blocking them in there. So
yeah, but then see the thing about it is he just gonna be in it looks like the medical is very problematic.
Yeah, it could be a redshirt season for him, right? Draft him, get him healthy, whatever's going on there. Maybe he begins the year on the IR, comes back later on the year. At the very least, he profiles as a guy that'd be good in the red zone, right? Have him break out, have him be in those heavy set packages, have him be that tight end that kind of rolls out to the corner there. And you don't need to throw it too far for Washington to be able to reach up there. He's going to have a lot of size on almost anybody that's trying to cover him, on a defensive secondary.
Yeah, it's just a matter of is he going to be able to get on the field and be competitive from day one? Is it going to take a while? They already got the great Brock Bowers down there, tight end at Georgia, so he comes in behind him. I think Pittsburgh might be looking at this dude as a dude to help block, and I think they want to be, and I think they're running, and I think they want to be stout in the run game.
Yeah, if he could be Mercedes Lewis, I think that's a good get for them.
Yep, I agree with you. Cardinals pick is in. They go Michael Wilson, wide receiver out of Stanford here. Corey, we talked about wide receivers. Cardinals getting a little older at that position. Kev mentioned it as well. Here we go.
No, and I think that this was a good pick for them right here, as this is a position that they need to get younger at. They need to get more talented at. Obviously, you still want to see what they want to do with DeAndre Hopkins. So it's a tough build right here, but I just worry about this not being the best wide receiver draft class, right? And we've heard Felix mention it a couple times already. So now you're getting into another tier of these wide receivers. So probably a project right here for the Cardinals.
Kev, thoughts on Wilson's selection?
Yeah, and he's a 5th-year guy too, so he's already a little bit older too. So, he's from what I know, he's been hurt quite a bit at Stanford. So, definitely a project, but we'll see how he grows.
NFL comp here, according to NFL.com, is Mac Hollins. We obviously saw Mac. we obviously saw Mac Hollins have a few games last year for us fantasy players here, but not necessarily the most long-term fantasy appeal being attached to that name.
No, if it's Mac Hollins and you're player comp, just don't leave player comp empty.
Yeah, right. Isn't it better? Isn't it a bigger sell on the player when you don't put a player comp when it's someone like that?
He's not Mac Hollins until he walks into Good Morning Football barefoot.
So so if that's listen, if I'm the prospect and I see that, I'm like, take that down. You know what I'm saying?
Let's bring Felix back in here, get his take on these last two selections. Felix, Darnell Washington finally off the board, going to Pittsburgh. Yeah, you muted here, good sir.
There you go.
Darnell Washington, he gets to be a backup again. Going to be backing up Pat Freiermuth there. It's funny because I was watching some of the highlights and I'm like, that's the only time I saw him make that catch. Darnell Washington didn't have 50 catches at Georgia. I mean, somebody can check me on that, but I don't think he's going to be a complimentary piece there. I do want to talk about Michael Wilson, though. So Michael Wilson probably has one of the better release packages in this class. Corey, you're right. It's a weak wide receiver class. Michael Wilson, though, Kevin, as you said, had been injured a lot. But here he is getting drafted in the 3rd round despite that injury history. Somebody who came to the Senior Bowl, and if you go look up Jim Nagy's tweets again, somebody who creates a lot of separation, can probably a big slot. I've heard from people that I respect, Michael Thomas, a potential option for him, a big slot wide receiver. So the question,
that's better than
not
Matt
Collins.
Yeah.
So this is a high end comp, but a big slot, potentially a big slot wide receiver who can create separation. If he's healthy and people don't know this name, like in the 3rd round of my Dynasty rookie drafts, Kev,
nice.
Like, let me go ahead and get in and press the button on this guy. So not someone that I was familiar with before, like the end of of last season, and then his name came to my attention. So I think it's interesting that because the Cardinals have a need at wide receiver. The Cardinals have a need at wide receiver, and for them to take this guy here at this pick, they must have thought that he was going to get snatched up here quickly, even with that injury history. So I think that there's some promise here, and I would definitely keep track of this guy. If he can stay healthy, he might be one of the better route runners in this class.
6'2", 213. Speaking to your big slot here, some of the quick analysis on him. Early on in his career, said he was a good field stretcher for them. But like you said, the injuries kind of hampering some of that production, but showed out pretty well in the Senior Bowl and things like that. So always like finding some of these gems. Like you said, you talk about best ball, which we're going to be doing a lot of here coming up. That could be a late round snag for a guy that finds his way into a lineup for you. And in best ball, only needs a hit. You mentioned Dynasty leagues there as well.
Ask Felix about Darnell Washington, 45 catches in his career, 3 touchdowns.
I thought it was right around 50. So yeah, I mean, he's always been he kind of started his freshman season. Then after that, Brock Bowers was there and he was backing him up. So the thing about Darnell Washington is, yes, he is big. Yes, he's going to have size, but I don't think that he's necessarily going to be able to pull away from middle linebackers or safeties that are guarding him. I don't know that he's a tough guard. Now, when you're that big, you can win with your size.
Out.
I think that he's going to have to make more contested catches at the NFL level, because people are going to be around him when the ball is in the air and when he has to go make a catch at the catch point. So that's but you know what? He's going to be the second string tight end at best for Pittsburgh here.
We got a couple of picks coming in. The Bengals went safety here, Jordan Battle, Alabama. Detroit then goes Broderick Martin, defensive tackle out of Western Kentucky. Thoughts on the fits there, Felix?
Well, okay, Broderick Martin. So my problem with the Lions picks early on when they took Jack Campbell, linebacker, Corey, you mentioned it earlier. You have to keep your linebackers clean. I had been hoping for Brian Breezy, Mozzie Smith out of Michigan, some of those guys. They didn't get those, but they knew that defensive line was a need. I don't know anything about this player, but he is 6'5", 337. Mozzie Smith, who I wanted, who's been on Bruce Feldman's freak list, 6'2", 337. So they go get a guy who profiles just because you're big doesn't mean that you're a dynamic player, that you can take up blockers. But this is the body type that you need to keep Malcolm Rodriguez, to keep Alex Anzalone, to keep Jack Campbell clean. And quite frankly, they probably need a couple more of these guys, because Levi Ozarike, who their second round draft pick out of Washington a couple of years ago, he has a back injury. He's listed as a starter. We don't even know if he's going to play football again. So they need more picks like this if their defense is going to stop the run.
When you can hit the right 3 technique, it really opens up so much that you can do defensively. You know what I'm saying? We've seen, Aaron Donald, and I for some odd reason, I keep mentioning Michael Bennett, because I thought the Seahawks were going to take Jalen Carter. But when you can get that dominant 3 technique, who can keep the linebackers clean, clog up that middle, and get in the paint, That's a pro. That's an all pro right there.
Well, I mean, I think Haloti Ngata and Vince Wilfork should be in the Hall of Fame because of exactly what you're saying.
Ngata
These
is
are
fantastic.
these are not players who fill up the stat sheet, but they make the game easier for the players around them. And when you can rush the middle, you make life on a quarterback very, very difficult because there's nowhere to run. So I agree with you. Hopefully, I'm going to go look at this guy now because I'm a big Lions fan.
Boys, yeah.
Hopefully he's a guy who can press the pocket. I hope so, being 6'5", 335. And being 6'5", he could probably get to 350 if he wanted to. I mean, that's at 6'5", that's a pretty lean frame. That's a lean frame for a defensive tackle.
Yeah, when he retired, he got to get that weight off him.
His quick analysis here on him, massive nose tackle, tough to move off the ball with a blocker, long arms, can stack defenders, flashes the ability to disengage and make a play. His downside, inconsistent pad level, and gives up a lot of ground when double teamed. So
he's 6'5". Of course, he's going to have a problem. He's 6'5", 330. He's going to have a problem with pad level.
Yeah.
I mean, he could probably afford to put some strength on him, and you don't need him. This is not a guy who's going to get 5 sacks in a season. He's probably a guy who's going to have between 12 and 20 tackles, but his value is going to be measured by how well the players behind him play.
Yeah, we got Britt Flynn. She's live at the NFL draft. She had an opportunity to check in with Brian Branch during his press conference here. Let's go take a look at what Britt was able to get.
Hi, Brian. Fayetteville, Arkansas, not Fayetteville, Georgia, but it's great to have a fellow Fayettevillean here. So you're so versatile. You can play safety, you can play nickel, you can play boundary. How do you feel like you fit into Brian Duker's defensive scheme?
I feel like I fit in great. Wherever he needs me to be, I feel like I can be. Whether it be nickel, safety, we'll be the outside corner. He has a plan for me, and I just can't wait to be there.
We
good
get
stuff right there.
Yeah, we can get Felix back in. Brian Branch, what were your thoughts on that selection there for the Lions?
Awesome.
Felix,
I think you're on mute there.
The Lions just took Broderick Martin, the defensive tackle that we just mentioned. I mean, I think that he's
my Branch. I think Britt was mentioning Branch.
Yeah, Britt was speaking to Branch there. I was just getting your thoughts on her his fit with their selection.
Sure. I mean, he talked about his versatility, and I mean that's how you make the club. That's how when you can do a lot of different things. If you can play outside, if you can play safety, if you can play nickel, that's the more value you give to your team, especially. Teams are running 11 personnel. You got 3 wide receivers on the field at all time. Your standard defense is going to be the nickel package. So you're going to have at least, 5 defensive backs on the field. So if you provide your team that kind of versatility, you are all that more valuable to your team.
Yep, 100% there. So we got Washington on the clock here. Just a few more selections ago here in the third round. It looks like Commanders selecting Ricky Stromberg, center out of Arkansas, shoring up that offensive line, giving them some more depth. Said it a billion times here. Nothing more than important than offensive line depth, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they're going to need this, obviously, bringing in, Sam Howell to be the guy right now. There's a lot of people that think Washington was a quarterback away. I would have thought that they would have been in on Lamar Jackson, but it's probably hard to do that when you're going through a sale. But when you pay $6 billion for a team, you probably want Lamar Jackson to be there. Right. You know what I'm saying? But that's not the case. Sam Howell is the guy. People think that they can win now. Listen, they've made improvements defensively last year. We saw them play better. You feel like they could get better with a quarterback and obviously a center, somebody to clog the middle of that line when they got it with their running backs. And I think Dotson is going to be fantastic player for them as well. They need the quarterback. We'll see how it plays out, but this is a good pick. I think Washington is in a spot right now where they can go BPA. What I think is interesting, if I'm Washington, you got to kind of change this whole thing up. Like lose the commander thing. Just get the stench of Dan Snyder completely out of that organization altogether and come back as a new. So I think that Ron Rivera is not long for this job. I think this will probably be his last year there if they don't do something significant, which Ron Rivera's only done something significant 3 times in his career, which is have a winning record. So, I think Washington, you have to be optimistic because of the change. And when you see them drafting players like this, I think that goes a long way to settle the fan base.
Yeah, we got a selection coming in here for the Browns. They didn't have picks in the first or second round. Their first third round pick, they took a wide receiver. They're going defense here on the side of the ball, taking the defensive tackle from Baylor.
Yeah, this defensive tackle right here. I think I believe he may have like a Samoan background or something like that. Another defensive tackle that can get in there, get in the middle. I mean, a big body dude like this. So, players like this at this point in the draft, you know what I'm saying? BPA pick and play type guys.
100%. Yeah, they definitely could use some help on that side of the football here. Felix, any thoughts, analysis on the selection?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a history of Samoan defensive tackles play well at the NFL level, but he's coming from Baylor. Baylor has their head coach is Dave Aranda, who was the defensive coordinator for that 2019 historic 2019 LSU team. That's a guy who knows how to coach defense, who knows how to pick defensive players, and it's kind of similar things to what we said for the Lions defensive tackle pick here. As a matter of fact, size-wise, they're very, very similar. Not only, but Cleveland also has a history of picking some really good defensive tackles. I'm thinking Phil Taylor and Sean Rogers, who was a free agent signing for them off the top of my head. So they get another 330-pounder here. And again, another guy that is his value is going to be measured by how well the players around him and beside him, particularly Myles Garrett, how well those guys play next to him.
We have a kicker off the board. Jake Moody from Michigan goes to San Francisco here.
Yo, in the BettorCast, a kicker got to be worth 200 points.
Yeah, okay. Let's bring Fancy in here. Fancy, talk to me. What was a kicker points here for?
In the
it's like if you're playing pitch, you're shooting the moon with the kicker.
I guess that qualifies under other guys, so we're just going to say it's 40 points right there.
There you go.
I mean, look, we've seen this guy bang
Kicker
out
highlights.
55-plus yarders right there, so I guess we should be getting 55 points if we nailed that on the dot.
Yeah, I like that. Listen, hey, if you feel that's what you need to go to the next level and as one is available, go for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they got rid of Gold. Now they're the only kicker on the roster right now is Zane Gonzalez. So it's looking like you spend a third-round pick on a kicker. He better be there for the next decade.
He hit the 59-yard field goal against TCU in the college football playoffs there. He owns the Michigan records for points, field goals, and 40-plus yard field goals made. So get yourself a kicker with a big leg. I mean, listen, we've seen how brutal kicking has been in the NFL, over the past couple of years since they've adjusted, the distance on the field goals and how important some of these games have been won and lost at the place kicker. So, using a comp pick here in the third round on was the best kicker on the draft, certainly probably worth it in my opinion.
Avoid the Aguayo curse and you're good.
But don't you play to yours? You should play to when it comes to special teams. You should play to your arena, or not your arena, to your stadium. And it's not like I could see if I'm an indoors team, maybe I'll say, okay, let me see if I can draft a kicker and really give myself an advantage. But if you're playing outdoors in San Francisco, and just get a kick off the scrap pile.
Yeah, I agree with you at a point, and you can find a lot of these kickers coming in on tryouts and off the streets, and you take kickers early, and then all of a sudden they go out of nowhere. You got Ed Rouse in the chat. The last time a kicker was taken before the fourth round, we got Aguayo there, and we know how
horrific,
how badly that
he was gone by week 7?
Yeah, he didn't make it through the rookie season.
Yeah,
he just missed kick after kick.
He is a cautionary tale of taking a kicker early.
Yeah. But then again, you got your man from the Raiders, though. Sebastian Janikowski is the GOAT. Well, not the GOAT, but he is in the GOAT conversation.
Yeah, might as well be, yeah.
Big leg, consistent there, 50-yard field goal. So, I mean, listen, if you're looking at San Francisco, right, you have a lot of uncertainties at your quarterback play. You're probably thinking maybe we're only going to get down halfway through the field and in the scoring range, and you got to use a kicker, right? You're talking about playing to your offensive strengths here. maybe you're looking at a team that's not going to score many touchdowns this year, but they're going to be looking at running the ball a lot. Obviously, with CMC getting the ball in situations there, with Deebo Samuel, and then you got a great kicker that can knock him in from 40 plus.
Another kicker to bail out Brock Purdy. Let's go.
Yeah, another kick. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, we got to go get the kicker rankings in here, Kev. And see where.
I'll go text Linda right now.
Yeah, go ask Linda where Moody ranks, and we'll get some live kicker rankings from Linda.
Hey, Justin, your thoughts on Jacksonville doing this to my man Travis Etienne?
Hey man, like I was saying before, what, for me, I like the combination, dude. I don't think it's going to completely take over ETN, but if you're the Jaguars, you got to get some protection for this guy in case he does get hurt. That's the problem. You need someone out there. And when I saw Servo's profile on the website on him, I just thought, look, they got a guy with speed. I know, John, you were talking about how they should throw to him more. Where was that? Hopefully they have that in there.
They told us they were going to throw to him, and they didn't.
Right, dude. Well, if you remember going back to the previous, all the way back to the beginning of the season, James Robinson was like the guy the first few weeks. How crazy things change so quickly. But with Travis Etienne's injury history, you want a guy with power that can punch it in, take that extra contact. And I think that's what Bigsby is. By the way, was seeing with the Raiders there on the BettorCast, draft another quarterback, 25 points for them, 12 points for another offensive player, 10 for a defensive player. And guys, we've had others taken before as well. Other 40 points once again. Give me another kicker.
What a punter.
Yeah, looking at best available here, we had a wide receiver go to the Raiders here. Trey Tucker out of Cincinnati being selected to the Raiders. So Raiders looking to add on to the offensive side of the football here. They went obviously a defensive end, they went tight end, defensive tackle, now wide receiver going on here. The 49ers back on the clock. Maybe that's why they felt like they could have the luxury pick of taking a kick. Maybe they go punter, just get sure up.
They need to go quarterback.
Yeah, they probably do. There weren't many quarterbacks projected to be day two QBs.
No, that's all good.
So, we'll see what they end up going. It looks like Jake Haener, Fresno State, is their top quarterback according to ESPN on the board right now. So we'll see where they end up.
12 points on the BettorCast JI if it ends up being a QB.
What is it?
12 points if it ends up being a QB.
Is that the what's the favorite here for San Francisco? What's the lowest odds?
Did not see what the favorite is. It flashed and then it disappeared, as what tends to do right now.
Yeah, that's true. Really quick odds. I mean, they kind of know what they're doing. They're on the clock. They're off the clock. It's like heavyweights. Get on the scale. Get off the scale. They're just like going on here.
Josh Birdbaum, get off the scale.
Yeah,
I remember that. I got you right there.
Yeah. Tight end here going to the San Francisco 49ers. Cameron Latu out of Alabama, 6'4", 242, tight end here going to the 49ers.
Alabama doesn't really utilize the tight end that much in their offense, so surprising to see him go here. This is probably more of a blocking type tight end.
Yeah.
I would guess more so than a move tight end. So that's the pick right there.
Yeah, doing a quick look here. Yeah, run blocking fortitude to mold was the quick analysis on him there. So we'll see. We'll see where he ends up finding himself.
No, we found his one touchdown reception though. we
got highlights for everything on the show here.
He's breaking tackles. That's number 2.
Got to make everybody look good. Yeah, they said he's got some hands, but it looks like you mentioned, they didn't really utilize their tight end too much here. Vikings are on the clock. They're the last pick in this draft here. Why don't we go back and bring in Felix Fensty? Thanks for joining us here night 2. Appreciate it. Go give our guy Fensty a follow on Twitter at Fensty Sports. Bringing him all the action all over at Fantasy Alarm all season long here. Fensty, man, have a good night.
Guys, it's been a great broadcast. Thank you very much for having me.
Take care, brother.
We got Felix back in here. We'll get his reaction to the Alabama tight end being drafted to the 49ers.
Yeah, I think that he's somewhat of a jag, to be honest with you. Alabama has needed playmakers the last couple of seasons. I know that we consider Alabama to be, a team that produces playmakers, but they've needed some the last couple of seasons. And Cameron Latu didn't step up to the plate. So I wouldn't have big expectations here. I know we're getting to the end of the third round here, and I want to just point out from what I could look up really quickly here and off the top of my head, the 5-star prospects who were taken in this round: Wanye Morris, Tank Bigsby, Drew Sanders, and the defensive end Zach Harrison from Ohio State. I was not here when the Drew Sanders pick came on. He's one of my favorite players in this class, and I was hoping that my favorite team could get him. I don't think that you see linebackers like Drew Sanders come around all the time, because he can legitimately rush the edge. He can legitimately play sideline to sideline, and he can legitimately cover. He's a very well-rounded player, and I can't really think of a player that I would comp him to, because you don't see linebackers who rush who can also play like interior Mike and go sideline to sideline. Drew Sanders was also a 5-star athlete designation when he came into college. That means he could have played a number of different positions. I think for him, he could have been a tight end also at Alabama. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. He comes from Arkansas, but he was a freshman and sophomore at Alabama before he transferred to Arkansas this last season and kind of got his draft capital. But Drew Sanders was a player coming out of high school that we expected a lot from. And it wasn't until he was able to transfer to Arkansas that we saw it. But he came in with really high pedigree. As a matter of fact, I believe he was the number 1 athlete in his class, the number 1 athlete in that class of 2020. So I would have very high expectations for him. And in the third round, this is probably my favorite pick in the third round.
Let me ask you this, Felix. I was listening to Jerry, and Stephen Jones talk this morning. When they brought the big man in, Mr. Smith, they mentioned that they had 11 players with first round grades. And I heard some other teams saying that they didn't have no more than 15 players with first round grades. Is this not a great draft class?
I think it depends on what position you're talking about. I think if you're talking about the running back position, I think it's pretty good. If you're talking about the quarterback position, let's remember last year, with Malik Willis and Sam Howell and Kenny Pickett. I mean, yeah, in my opinion, it's the quarterback class that makes a class. Yes, you got 2 polished guys, in my opinion, in C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. I mean, Bryce Young was projected to be this number 1 overall pick since he was in high school. And Anthony Richardson, you got a guy who has absolutely everything that you need in a quarterback, but doesn't have the experience. But because he is elite, doesn't even describe what Anthony Richardson is as an athlete. He's like he's an alien or something like that. So I wouldn't say it's a weak class. I would say that it's probably, I think that it's a little bit better than average. And again, my perspective is often from the fantasy perspective. The wide receiver class was a little bit weak. The running back class, I think, is strong at the top with Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson, and then has a lot of depth. I don't know why Seattle took Zach Charbonnet. That I thought, he was in the candidate to be running back 3. And then the tight end class is really, really deep. So I wouldn't particularly call this class weak, but I think that that's probably par for the course, where teams don't have 32 first round grades. They probably have somewhere between 10 and 18, somewhere in there, every single class. So for me personally, no, I think that the class is strong.
Last pick here in the third round just went off the board. Mekhi Blackman, cornerback, USC, going to Minnesota. We felt Minnesota needed to address their defense after all the points that they gave up. Felix, final thoughts here on this selection?
Well, I mean, if you didn't pay attention to college football, you might not know this, but the USC had one of the worst defenses in the country last year. So maybe you're talking about the University of South Carolina, but I'm guessing you're talking about the University.
This is the Trojans, yeah.
You in South Carolina. Corey got the Gamecock hat on.
Yeah,
Corey got the Gamecock hat on. I don't know anything about this particular player, but that defense overall. Alex Grinch, the defensive coordinator, he's on the hot seat right now. I mean, they had to give him a vote of confidence saying that he would not be fired because of how poor that defense played last year. So it may be difficult to judge just how good this. I'll just give you an example. Let me go back to that game against USC. They were this is just coaching wise how poor they were. Tulane was about at the 5-yard line, and their linebackers were lined up pre-snap about 3 yards in the end zone, which makes no sense to me. And you got to be closer to defend the goal line. So just fundamentally, they lack some things. They did not tackle well. They were not schemed well. And so maybe this player is a good player himself, but as a team, USC was not a formidable defense last year.
Sure. So that wraps up our day 2 coverage here on the BettorCast, the 2023 NFL Draft coverage here on the Bettor Sports Network and Fantasy Alarm. Before we get everybody out of here, I got to mention once again, Fantasy Alarm has all the fantasy football and betting content you need for the upcoming NFL season, featuring best ball draft strategies, rookie scouting reports, rankings, projections, Discord chat, and more. For a limited time right now, you get the complete NFL package, plus access to all of our DFS content from MLB to NBA, NHL, MMA, NASCAR, you name it. We cover it over at Fantasy Alarm. You get an additional 20% off that annual All-Pro package right now with promo code NFL Draft. Go to fantasyalarm.com/all-pro. Put in the promo code NFL Draft. You get a 7-day free trial going on right now as well. Sign up, get the 7-day free trial. You won't regret it. You'll stick with us here at Fantasy Alarm. Again, that's promo code NFL Draft. Go to fantasyalarm.com there. So for Corey Parsons, Felix Sharp, Kevin Tompkins, and John Apemba, thank you everybody there for joining us here last couple of nights covering the NFL Draft. Good luck, everybody. We'll catch you guys next time.